Chapter 5384. The everlasting divine fire spirit was no match for Snow Demon's real body, so it fled. This guy was a fire spirit. This small world was only so big. Where could it escape to? When Gu Fei chased into the depths of this small world, he saw a shocking scene. He saw a shrine surrounded by divine fire floating in the void. A powerful wave of power that made Gu Fei's heart palpitate was emitted from that shrine. At this moment, a huge flame figure appeared above the shrine, looking down at Snow Demon's real body and Gu Fei. "Ha ha! You two actually dared to chase after me. You're simply seeking death." The gigantic flaming figure laughed. "So this is your lair?" Gu Fei said. "Humph, too late." The everlasting divine fire spirit sneered. What a powerful fire elemental power. Snow Demon's real body was dumbfounded. The everlasting divine fire condensed in this shrine was really strong. The fire elemental power used by the everlasting divine fire previously was probably not even 1/10 of the power contained in this shrine. At this moment, the everlasting divine fire spirit returned to the shrine and successfully controlled this power. After controlling this power, the everlasting divine fire spirit thought that it could directly crush these two guys in front of it, so it was extremely proud. "You think you got us?" Gu Fei put his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "If you submit to me, I won't kill you." The everlasting divine fire spirit said proudly. In the eyes of the fire spirit, power was everything. It was confident that with its power, it was enough to torture these two guys. "Ha ha!" Gu Fei immediately laughed when he heard this. However, Snow Demon's real body's face was extremely solemn. "What are you laughing at?" The everlasting divine fire spirit was angry. "I'm laughing at you for being an idiot," Gu Fei said. "You're courting death." The fire spirit roared. In the next moment, a huge palm directly slapped towards Gu Fei. Rumble, as the gigantic flaming hand descended, the entire pocket dimension shook. The power of the entire pocket dimension was stirred up. This was the power of the entire pocket dimension crushing towards Gu Fei. Interesting. As Gu Fei spoke, he extended his right hand and pointed a finger forward. A beam of divine light rushed out from the tip of his finger, directly piercing through the huge flaming hand that was slapping towards him. Then, the entire flaming hand dissipated in the void. "What? How is this possible?" The limitless fire spirit was shocked. The current him was much stronger than before. So why was this guy still able to block his attack? "You held back." The limitless fire spirit was shocked and angry. "What's wrong with me holding back? Didn't you hold back as well?" Gu Fei said disapprovingly. "I'm so angry." The limitless fire spirit roared and attacked again. The entire divine hall began to shake. The light of the fire illuminated the entire place. The temperature of the entire miniature world skyrocketed. It was as if the entire miniature world was being roasted by the fire. Clang, clang! Chains of fire rushed out from the divine hall, directly entangling Gu Fei and the Snow Demon's true form. This was the power of the divine hall, stirred up by the limitless fire spirit. This was the true power of the infinite realm. Even an ordinary infinite realm cultivator would not be able to withstand it. However, Gu Fei extended his right hand, and a sword appeared in his hand. This was the sword of the stars of the 9 heavens that he had forged. Although it was not a true divine sword, but a divine sword condensed from the power of the Great Path, this was the first and last sword he had forged. That was because this sword was his natal sword artifact. Therefore, when he used a sword, he would subconsciously condense his divine sword. Of course, cultivators did not need a natal sword of the way, because the most powerful sword of a cultivator was themselves. However, Gu Fei was an exception. He had forged a sword of the stars of the 9 heavens. This was a sword of the way that could constantly transform as his cultivation increased. Gu Fei waved the sword of the great path in his hand. Clang, clang! The sound of metal colliding rang out. Then, a chain of fire that was entangling him was directly cut by his sword. Gu Fei cut the chain of fire with his sword, then took a step forward and appeared in front of the divine hall in an instant, breaking extremity fist. The divine sword condensed from the power of the way of the sword in his hand instantly disappeared. Then he clenched his right hand into a fist and punched at the divine hall, breaking extremity fist. The moment Gu Fei punched, his battle prowess directly soared, directly breaking through his limit. The power of this fist was so strong that even the snow demon's true form widened his eyes in shock when he saw it. Gu Fei's punch was indomitable. The limitless divine fire that enveloped the entire divine hall was actually dispersed by Gu Fei's punch. The entire divine hall was directly sent flying thousands of meters away. Even the huge flame figure formed by the limitless fire spirit was dispersed. This was simply an invincible punch. The limitless fire spirit was directly stunned by Gu Fei's punch. Damn it. The limitless fire spirit hid in the fire god hall in fear. From the limitless fire spirit's point of view, it was simply unbelievable that Gu Fei could actually shake the fire god hall. One must know that this fire god hall was the alchemy hall of its master, Holy Master Su Tian. Holy Master Su Tian refined pills in this fire god hall. The fire god hall was protected by the formation that Holy Master Su Tian had set up. Ordinary infinite primes would not be able to shake it at all. However, this human actually sent the fire god hall flying thousands of meters away with a punch. This really frightened the limitless fire spirit. This human was indeed cunning. And just as the limitless fire spirit was still in shock, Gu Fei punched over again. Without any suspense, Gu Fei's punch once again sent the divine hall flying thousands of meters away. It directly smashed through a mountain peak, and then fell to the ground, creating a huge pit. The limitless fire spirit hiding in the fire god hall was stunned. The limitless fire spirit really did not expect this human to be so strong. Fortunately, this human could not break the defensive formation of the fire god hall. Otherwise, if this human killed his way into the fire god hall, then he would be in big trouble. Right now, as long as he hid in the fire god hall and did not come out, the two fellows outside would not be able to do anything to him. However, at this moment, a big foot descended from the sky. With a boom, it directly stepped on the fire god hall and directly stomped the fire god hall into the ground. Seeing this scene, even the snow demon true body was a little speechless. Gu Fei's attack was really unconventional. Is there an end to it? The limitless fire spirit was really angry. He could not afford to offend him, but he could not hide. With just a thought from the limitless fire spirit, the fire god hall directly became as small as a speck of dust. However, Gu Fei also became smaller than a speck of dust and directly appeared in front of the fire god hall. The limitless fire spirit was shocked. The fire god hall had already become so small, but this guy could still sense the existence of the fire god hall. Without saying anything, Gu Fei punched out again. Then, the fire god hall that had become as small as a speck of dust was once again sent flying. Chapter 53:85. The defense of the fire god shrine, refined by sacred Lord Su Tian, was naturally very strong. Even if Gu Fei used the full power of the broken extremity fist, he could not break through the defense of the fire god shrine. Moreover, the fire god shrine could change size, hide, and fly. However, even though the limitless fire spirit used all the abilities of the fire god shrine, it still could not get rid of Gu Fei. It was still sent flying by Gu Fei's punches. How is this possible? If the limitless fire spirit was a living being with flesh and blood, it would have vomited blood long ago. This human was really too difficult to deal with. Boom! Gu Fei punched the fire god shrine from the ground into the sky again. The fire god shrine quickly grew bigger like a mountain, covering the entire sky. Roar! An earth-shattering dragon roar sounded. The limitless fire spirit gathered above the fire god shrine and turned into a huge fire dragon that fiercely pounced towards Gu Fei. These fire dragons were many times more powerful than the real Nine Heavens fire dragon. This was because this was a fire dragon formed by the limitless fire spirit. This limitless fire spirit was the most powerful fire in the world. If this kind of fire appeared in the human world or the heavenly realm, the entire world would probably be ignited by this fire and then burned to the ground. However, this was the place where sacred Lord Su Tian went into seclusion. With the protection of the formations set up by sacred Lord Su Tian, the power of the limitless fire spirit could not destroy this small world. Kill! An earth-shattering killing intent erupted from the fire god shrine. The entire small world was trembling. 18 huge fire dragons descended from the sky. This scene was extremely shocking. The power of the fire element was unimaginably strong. Kill your head! Gu Fei did nothing. A monstrous devouring power emerged from his body. The 18 fire dragons were all sucked in by this devouring power. The 18 fire dragons rapidly shrank before disappearing into the void, vanishing without a trace. You, in the fire god shrine, the limitless fire spirit was dumbfounded. His powerful attack was actually dissolved by the opponent so easily. This human was actually devouring the power of the fire divine palace. Even the limitless fire spirit had to be careful when controlling the power of the fire divine shrine, but this guy actually dared to directly devour the power of the shrine. The limitless fire spirit could not help but be dumbfounded. Not bad, let's continue. After devouring the power of the 18 fire dragons, Gu Fei comfortably stretched his body. A faint layer of fire energy emerged from his body and then disappeared. Damn it! The limitless fire spirit was furious. In the next moment, the fire god shrine shook, and an even more powerful formation was activated. A huge shadow stood up from the fire god shrine. When Gu Fei saw this figure, he couldn't help being startled. It was a faint figure, and as soon as it appeared, he felt his soul tremble. How was this possible? Gu Fei hadn't felt this way for a long time, because there was no one in this world that could make him feel this way. But today, at this moment, he felt this way again. This feeling, which he hadn't felt for a long time, made him very uncomfortable. You're dead this time? The limitless fire spirit laughed crazily. The snow demon's true body, who was watching from afar, was also shocked to the extreme. The aura that erupted from this figure was too shocking. It was simply invincible. Why did you wake me up? The faint and illusory figure actually spoke, and a wave of divine will directly spread out from this figure. Mas, Master? The limitless fire spirit in the fire god shrine was scared silly. It didn't know that it had actually released a clone of its master by activating this formation, Sacred Lord Void Sky. Gu Fei was also shocked. This was actually a clone of Sacred Lord Void Sky. How was this possible? Didn't this Sacred Lord Void Sky disappear for countless years? Why did he leave a clone in the fire god shrine? Although this was only a clone of Sacred Lord Void Sky, it gave people a feeling that it was extremely powerful. And who destroyed my place of seclusion? The clone of Sacred Lord Void Sky said indifferently, Master, it was you who destroyed this place. The limitless fire spirit said carefully, and the clone of Sacred Lord Void Sky was stunned. His clone had been sealed in the fire god's shrine all this time, so he didn't know what had happened outside. The illusory figure was speechless. I can't sense my main body. I don't know what happened. The illusory figure said in a low voice. This clone was just a divine will clone. It didn't have a flesh and blood body at all. For a divine will to exist for countless years, this sacred Lord Void Sky was really heaven-defying. One had to know that a divine will clone that left the main body couldn't exist for too long. This was because the essence of the divine will clone couldn't be supported by the essence of the main body. It would continuously disappear until it completely disappeared. Even if this divine will clone of sacred Lord Void Sky was sealed in the fire god's shrine, it couldn't exist forever. However, from Gu Fei's point of view, this divine will clone of sacred Lord Void Sky was really strong. Even he could feel an extremely dangerous aura from this divine will clone. Gu Fei really couldn't imagine how this fellow could be so strong. Just a divine will clone could fight against a true infinity stage powerhouse. If it was before, Gu Fei wouldn't dare to believe it. But now, he had no choice but to believe it. Master, these two fellows broke in and destroyed everything. They even wanted to take away your shrine. The limitless fire spirit directly complained to the divine will clone of sacred Lord Void Sky. This fellow, hearing this, Gu Fei's expression immediately became solemn. The limitless fire spirit's cultivation wasn't good, but he was very good at complaining. The snow demon true body was also shocked. She directly appeared beside Gu Fei in a flash. The divine will clone in front of them was really strong. It seemed that this time she had to work together with Gu Fei. If they didn't work together, they probably wouldn't be able to defeat this divine will clone. However, even if they worked together, they might not be able to defeat this divine will clone of sacred Lord Void Sky. Is that so? Two sharp gazes shot out from the illusory figure above the fire god shrine and directly swept towards Gu Fei and Snow Demon's true body. Senior, don't tell me you believe this fellow's words. Gu Fei said to the divine, will clone of sacred Lord Void Sky in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Whether I believe it or not is up to me. However, it is a fact that you guys broke in here. Sacred Lord Void Sky's voice directly sounded in Gu Fei's mind. So we're going to fight. Gu Fei said indifferently as he met Sacred Lord Void Sky's gaze. Humph. The divine will clone of sacred Lord Void Sky sneered and directly grabbed towards Gu Fei and the snow demon true body. Chapter 53:86. Just as Gu Fei was sending the fire god palace flying with one punch after another, the limitless fire spirit finally couldn't help but open a very important array. Who would have thought that after the limitless fire spirit opened the array, a divine sense clone would jump out of the fire god palace? This divine sense clone was Sacred Master Void Sky's divine sense clone. Sacred Master Void Sky was an extremely ancient existence. He was much older than Yuxian of the Sky Race and the Palace Lord of the Ling Tian Palace. Sacred Master Void Sky had appeared in the Void Realm when it was still in the Desolate Era. At that time, all living beings in the Void Realm didn't know the true path of cultivation. They could only instinctively absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Therefore, from a certain perspective, Sacred Lord Void Sky was the one who started the cultivation era in the Void Realm. The true cultivation techniques came from him. If it wasn't for Sacred Master Void Sky, who knew how long it would take for the Void Realm to enter the true cultivation era. Even though the guy that jumped out of the Fire God Palace was just a divine, sense clone of Sacred Master Void Sky, it was still extremely powerful. Even Gu Fei felt threatened. At this moment, Sacred Master Void Sky's divine, sense clone, attacked Gu Fei and the snow demon true body. Boom, boom, boom. The huge palm instantly covered the entire sky and sealed off all the paths of retreat for Gu Fei. and the Snow Demon True Body. Gu Fei and the Snow Demon True Body had no chance of dodging Sacred Master Void Sky's Divine Sense clone. Since they couldn't dodge it, they could only fight it out. Gu Fei flipped his right hand and slapped upwards. Buzz! The sky shook, and a huge palm appeared above Gu Fei's head. It went straight towards Sacred Master Void Sky's Divine Sense clone. Boom! The two huge hands collided in an instant. In the next moment, a circle of spatial ripples, visible to the naked eye, spread out in all directions. Gu Fei's huge palm was directly destroyed by Sacred Master Void Sky's Divine Sense clone. However, with Gu Fei's palm blocking it, the Snow Demon True Body took this opportunity to rush out. So unloyal? Gu Fei was dumbfounded. Boom! Sacred Lord Void Sky's spiritual will formed a huge hand and slapped Gu Fei into the ground. Smoke rose from the ground, and a huge palm print appeared on the ground. At the center of the palm print was a person. How disloyal, running away alone. Gu Fei was depressed. Not only did the Snow Demon True Body not have any sense of loyalty, it was simply immoral. I thought you would be able to block this palm. In the distant sky, the Snow Demon's True Body said helplessly. Gu Fei was about to vomit blood. Who knew that you wouldn't even be able to block a single palm from him? The Snow Demon True Body spoke again. Pooh! Gu Fei was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Are you deliberately trying to piss me off? Gu Fei crawled up from the ground and shook off the dust on his body. At this moment, he was covered in dust and looked extremely pathetic. Although he was slapped into the ground by Sacred Lord Void Sky's spiritual will, he wasn't injured. One must know that he was a martial artist, and the strongest weapon of a martial artist was their martial physique. This was what Gu Fei relied on. The strength of the infinite martial physique wasn't something ordinary people could imagine. You're actually fine? Seeing Gu Fei stand up from the ground and pat the dust off his body as if nothing had happened, even the spiritual will of Sacred Lord Void Sky was a little surprised. TSK, you want to injure me with this level of strength? You must be joking. Gu Fei was very confident. All right, I'll play with you then. The spiritual will of Sacred Lord Void Sky directly rushed out of the Fire God Palace and instantly appeared in front of Gu Fei. So fast, Gu Fei was shocked. Before he could react, the spiritual will of Sacred Lord Void Sky's fist had already smashed into his chest. It wasn't that he didn't want to dodge, but the spiritual will of Sacred Lord Void Sky actually controlled the time and space around him. Therefore, his reaction was always a beat slower than the spiritual will of Sacred Lord Void Sky. Bam! With a muffled sound, Gu Fei felt as if he had been hit by a divine mountain and was directly sent flying. Gu Fei was directly sent flying for hundreds of miles. Boom! He directly smashed through a mountain and fell to the ground. He rolled on the ground for more than 10 miles before finally falling to the ground. Damn it! Gu Fei was lying on the ground, extremely depressed. Why is the spiritual will of Sacred Lord Void Sky so powerful? I don't even have the ability to fight back. Is this really just a spiritual will of Sacred Lord Void Sky? Seeing that Gu Fei was actually sent flying by the spiritual will of Sacred Lord Void Sky, the Snow Demon's True Body was really stunned. This was because she had a certain understanding of Gu Fei's cultivation and combat strength. Gu Fei was a true infinite prime. How dare you? Gu Fei was angry. He was really angry. He stood up from the ground. However, when he stood up, he suddenly saw a face appear in front of him. This face was almost touching his face. Damn! Gu Fei retreated rapidly. However, it was too late. The spiritual will of Sacred Lord Void Sky's fist smashed into his chest again. Without any suspense, Gu Fei was once again sent flying. The power of Sacred Lord Void Sky's spiritual will was simply too strong. It was simply unstoppable and almost indestructible. Gu Fei was stunned by this fellow's attack. He flew all the way back, fell to the ground, and rolled all the way. Everywhere he passed, everything he touched was directly smashed by him. Sigh. Gu Fei lay on the ground and ate the soil again. You're too weak. A figure directly appeared in front of Gu Fei. Of course, with Gu Fei's current posture, he could only see the other party's feet. The spiritual will of Sacred Lord Void Sky was looking down at Gu Fei, who was lying on the ground with dust all over his face. Ha! Gu Fei suddenly laughed out loud. Has this fellow been beaten silly? Seeing that Gu Fei was still in the mood to laugh, the snow demon's true body in the distance couldn't help but be stunned. You can still laugh at this time. The Wuji fire spirit turned into a figure surrounded by flames and appeared beside Gu Fei. If it wasn't for the spiritual will of Sacred Lord Void Sky, this fellow couldn't wait to step forward and trample on Gu Fei. Don't force me to use my ultimate move. Gu Fei gritted his teeth and said, What? Ha! You still have an ultimate move. The Wuji fire spirit was overjoyed to see Gu Fei in such a sorry state. Didn't you have a good time just now? Let's see how you do it now. Ha! The Wuji fire spirit laughed loudly. Bam! With a scream, the Wuji fire spirit was directly smashed in the face by a fist. Then, the Wuji fire spirit was directly sent flying. Your 5 elements are asking for a beating. Chapter 5387. The limitless fire spirit didn't expect Gu Fei to be able to jump up from the ground and send it flying with one punch. How is this possible? The limitless fire spirit screamed as it was sent flying by Gu Fei. Seeing this, even Sacred Lord Void Sky's Divine, Will Clone was stunned. This guy still had the strength to send the limitless fire spirit flying after being punched twice. The boundless fire spirit was a true infinity-level life form. Moreover, the boundless fire spirit did not have a physical body. It was just a fire spirit. Even so, Gu Fei still managed to send it flying with a single punch. Gu Fei's punch almost shattered the limitless fire spirit's human figure, which shocked the limitless fire spirit to the extreme. The snow demon true body in the distance was also stunned when it saw Gu Fei suddenly explode and send the limitless fire spirit flying with one punch. This Gu Fei was too strong. Damn! Sacred Lord Void Sky's Divine, Will Clone sent another punch towards Gu Fei. Without any suspense, Gu Fei was sent flying by Sacred Lord Void Sky's Divine, Will Clone once again. There was no other way. With Gu Fei's current cultivation and battle power, it was impossible for him to dodge this punch from Sacred Lord Void Sky's Divine Sense. Breaking this punch from Sacred Lord Void Sky's Divine Sense required absolute power. Only absolute power could break through the restrictions of space and time. With Gu Fei's current battle power, it was difficult to do so. Therefore, in front of Sacred Lord Void Sky's Divine Will Clone, he could only be abused. Gu Fei was very clear about this, so it wasn't impossible for him to turn the tables. Boom! Gu Fei was sent flying by Sacred Lord Void Sky's Divine, Will Clone for another 100 miles. He rolled on the ground for another dozen miles before lying on the ground with his face covered in dust. Preposterous! Gu Fei was depressed. This guy's punch landed on the same spot on his chest. Ever since he stepped onto the path of cultivation, he had never been in such a pathetic state before. After arriving at the Void Realm, he rose even more powerfully, pushing his way through, fighting against the barbarian sovereign, taking in Yuxiener, and contending against Ling Tian Palace Master. How glorious was this! But now, he was actually tortured so miserably by someone else's divine will incarnation. This almost drove Gu Fei crazy. What, you still want to resist? Sacred Lord Void Sky's spiritual force arrogantly looked down at Gu Fei, who was lying on the ground. Don't force me to use my ultimate move. Gu Fei gritted his teeth and said, "Tisk, if you have any ultimate moves, just use them." Sacred Lord Void Skies, Divine Sense Clone, said proudly, "Does this guy really have a trump card?" The limitless fire spirit rushed back, but he didn't dare to get close to Gu Fei. Just now, Gu Fei's punch had almost destroyed his soul. Even the snow demon true body, who had been watching the show from afar, was very curious. She also wanted to see what other ultimate moves Gu Fei had not used. When she saw Gu Fei being tortured so miserably by Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone, she was extremely shocked. After all, Gu Fei was a true boundless realm existence. The snow demon true body had a certain understanding of Gu Fei's cultivation and battle prowess. The snow demon true body still didn't intend to make a move. Just now, she had very despicably escaped and let Gu Fei face Sacred Lord Void Skies Divine, will incarnation alone. "All right, as you wish," Gu Fei said word by word as he slowly stood up from the ground. "Hee, it's just a struggle before death. Do you think you are stronger than Master?" The limitless fire spirit said gloatingly, "Immortal slaying finger." The aura on Gu Fei's body suddenly surged. In the next moment, he pointed out with his finger. An immortal finger light shot out from the tip of his finger and instantly pierced the limitless fire spirit's body. The limitless fire spirit's shock was no small matter. He couldn't dodge Gu Fei's finger at all, and a large hole was directly pierced through his chest. Damn it! The limitless fire spirit's figure became blurry. It was obvious that he had been injured by Gu Fei's finger. "You can still maintain your form?" Gu Fei was a little surprised. This guy was also very powerful. Even Gu Fei looked at the limitless fire spirit in a different light. Sky Ascension's secret technique. Gu Fei roared, and a shocking aura erupted from his body. In an instant, the essence chi on his body soared to the limit, and then broke through the limit. Boom! Violent energy spread from Gu Fei's body. The area within a 100-mile radius around him suddenly became filled with sand and dust. The sun and moon lost their light. It was extremely terrifying. "This is Sacred Lord Void Skies Divine." Well, Clone couldn't help but change his expression when he sensed the energy coming from Gu Fei's body. Was this guy's trump card? Gu Fei's strength had multiplied, which surprised Sacred Lord Void Skies Divine will Clone. He was a super old antique, but even he had never seen such a mystic art before. This was because it was very difficult to increase the combat power of an infinite prime. Even Sacred Lord Void Skies Divine will Clone couldn't do it. "Die!" Gu Fei roared in anger and punched towards Sacred Lord Void Skies Divine will incarnation, and a powerful force exploded. "Humph!" Sacred Lord Void Skies Divine will Clone sneered and also punched. The moment Sacred Lord Void Skies Divine will Clone punched, Gu Fei's movements became slow again. "Break for me!" Gu Fei roared. In the next instant, an even stronger fist force exploded from Gu Fei's right fist. His slow movements suddenly disappeared. Bang! With a muffled sound, Gu Fei's fist landed on Sacred Lord Void Skies Divine will Clone's chest. "What?" Sacred Lord Void Skies Divine will Clone's eyes widened as he stared at the fist in front of his chest in disbelief. The everlasting fire spirit was also stunned by this scene. The snow demon true body's jaw dropped in shock. Gu Fei had actually hit Sacred Lord Void Skies Divine will Clone? How was this possible? At this moment, Gu Fei's fist force exploded. In the next instant, Sacred Lord Void Skies Divine will Clone was sent flying hundreds of miles away. Sacred Lord Void Skies Divine will incarnation fell to the ground, rolled on the ground, and stumbled for a dozen miles. Everything in its path was smashed into pieces. This was really a reversal of fortune. He had just sent Gu Fei flying, but now he was sent flying by Gu Fei. He was in a sorry state. Seeing this scene, everyone was flabbergasted. No one had expected Gu Fei's punch to be so powerful. It was actually able to put the divine, embodiment of sacred master void sky into such a sorry state. This is Gu Fei's trump card. The snow demon True Body's heart shook. At this moment, she realized that she had still underestimated Gu Fei. Gu Fei's Heaven Ascension Mystic Technique was a supreme mystic technique of the immortal Tao. At this moment, his cultivation had already broken through his limit. Even sacred Lord Void Sky's divine, clone couldn't block Gu Fei's fist. Humph. Chapter 53, 88. In the eyes of sacred Lord Void Sky's divine incarnation, Gu Fei and the snow demon True Body were just ants. However, he was sent flying by an ant with one punch. This made him furious. Boom, boom. The void of sacred Lord Void Sky's divine incarnation was shaking violently. The essence chi of the entire small world was gathering toward him. He was using the power of the entire small world for his own use. An extremely terrifying wave of energy exploded from his body. One after another, ancient and mysterious Tao patterns appeared on his body and circled around him. Little fella, angering me won't do you any good. Sacred Lord Void Sky's divine incarnation said indifferently, Che. Gu Fei directly pointed his middle finger at sacred Lord Void Sky's divine incarnation. This fella is simply courting death. The limitless fire spirit saw that Gu Fei actually dared to point his middle finger at sacred Lord Void Sky. No one had ever dared to do this in the past. Gu Fei. In the sky, the snow demon True Body stared at Gu Fei and sacred Lord Void Sky's divine incarnation and clenched his fists. The snow demon True Body didn't think that Gu Fei would win. Again, Gu Fei roared and punched at sacred Lord Void Sky's divine incarnation again. The violent fist force exploded, and the sky changed color. Sacred Master Void Sky's spiritual force incarnation also punched out. When he punched out, the void in front of him immediately froze. Gu Fei's punch actually slowed down. What? He couldn't break this fella's move even after using the Heaven Ascension secret technique. The space-time around Gu Fei was controlled by sacred Lord Void Sky's divine incarnation again. Sacred Lord Void Sky's divine incarnation had the upper hand again. Extreme break. Gu Fei had no choice but to use his trump card. The power of extreme break exploded from his fist and directly broke the fist force of sacred Lord Void Sky's divine incarnation. Bam! Without any suspense, Gu Fei's fist landed on the chest of sacred Lord Void Sky's spiritual force clone. Damn it! Sacred Lord Void Sky's divine incarnation was extremely depressed. He couldn't control his body and was sent flying for another 100 miles. Then, he rolled on the ground for a few dozen miles before lying on the ground again. How is this possible? This time, the everlasting fire spirit and the snow Yao True Body were both stunned. If luck was the reason why Gu Fei had sent sacred Lord Void Sky's divine sense clone flying, then this second punch wasn't luck at all. Sacred Lord Void Sky's divine incarnation was a complete replica of what Gu Fei had just done. It had been beaten into a sorry state by Gu Fei. One hand refining the heavens. Sacred Lord Void Sky's spiritual clone stood up from the ground and reached out with his right hand. In the next instant, the entire small world seemed to be grabbed by his hand. Great Heaven world-destroying palm. Gu Fei used the palm technique that he had obtained from the Great Heaven Emperor. The power of the world-destroying palm erupted from Gu Fei's right palm. The void trembled, and countless pitch-black spatial cracks appeared. Boom! The two palms instantly collided. In the next instant, two unimaginably powerful palms exploded. Gu Fei only felt an unstoppable force coming from his opponent's hand, causing him to fly backward involuntarily. He had also used the extreme braking power in this palm strike, but even so, he still couldn't gain any advantage over his opponent. However, Sacred Lord Void Skies Divine, Clone wasn't able to gain any advantage either. It was also sent flying by Gu Fei's palm strength. This was unbelievable to him. This fellow was actually able to fight evenly with him. Sacred Lord Void Skies Divine, Clone couldn't accept such an outcome. He was an invincible, supreme Sacred Lord. No one had ever been able to put him in such a difficult position. Sacred Lord Void Sky was definitely an extremely powerful existence. Even in the limitless realm, he was a supreme existence. Who would dare to be impudent in front of him? The two palms collided and tangled together, turning into a destructive force that swept out in all directions. Everything in its path was destroyed. With the two of them at the center, the ground shattered and dust rose into the sky. Mountains were directly turned into dust by this mighty force and dissipated in the void. The entire small world was affected, and it seemed like it was about to collapse. This apocalyptic scene was shocking to the extreme. The snow demon's true body directly retreated into the distance to avoid it. The limitless fire spirit immediately fled into the fire god palace. The destructive force arrived, and the fire god palace was like a lonely boat in the raging sea. It was directly swept away. The limitless fire spirit hiding in the fire god palace was extremely terrified. The fire divine palace was directly swept away by the energy storm to who knows where, completely disappearing without a trace. Again, Gu Fei roared and attacked. It was the Great Sky World Annihilation Palm again. The power of the Great Sky World Annihilation was mighty and shook the earth. If this small world wasn't protected by the formations set up by Sacred Lord Void Sky's true body, who knew how many times it would have been destroyed? Boom! Another earth-shattering sound was heard. The entire world shook violently, and countless spatial cracks appeared in the world. The power of the formation protecting the small world was rapidly weakening. This was not a good thing for everyone in the small world, because once this small world collapsed, everyone would be affected. No one could escape. Of course, with the cultivation of Gu Fei and the snow demon true body, even if the world collapsed, they still wouldn't die. However, being trapped in the chaotic void and unable to come out was also a very terrifying thing. At this time, Gu Fei used his full strength, the Ascension Secret technique, and the power of breaking through the limit caused his battle power to soar to a level that even he himself was afraid of. However, Gu Fei was very clear that his battle power couldn't last long. Once the time was up, he would be beaten back to his original form. Once he was beaten back to his original form, he would be unlucky. Therefore, Gu Fei wanted to get rid of this divine, incarnation of Sacred Lord Void Sky within a limited time. I'll play with you. Sacred Lord Void Sky's incarnation of divine also became ruthless and continuously clashed with Gu Fei. Unimaginably violent power kept exploding and destroying everything. These two guys, Snow Demon's true body, stared at this scene and was shocked to the extreme. This level of power was not something she could contend with. When Gu Fei went crazy, it was really terrifying. This guy hid his strength too deeply. Perhaps only Sacred Lord Void Sky's incarnation of divine could force Gu Fei to use his true strength. Snow Demon's true body actually didn't know that Gu Fei had used almost all of his trump cards. He had even used all of his trump cards. However, even so, Gu Fei was barely able to fight on par with Sacred Lord Void Sky's incarnation of divine will. Gu Fei was a little anxious. This couldn't go on. Once the time of the Ascension Secret technique was up, he would immediately be beaten back to his original form. It seemed like he only had one choice. Chapter 53:89. Gu Fei and Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone were evenly matched. The everlasting fire spirit and the snow demon true body were both shocked by this scene. However, only Gu Fei knew his own situation. He was only able to fight against Sacred Lord Void Sky's divine, will clone by relying on the Ascension secret technique and the extreme breaking power. Sacred Lord Void Sky's divine, will clone punched out again. This fellow had used the power of the entire small heaven and earth. The power of his punch was much stronger than before. When he punched out, space and time were under his control in an instant. Gu Fei couldn't dodge Sacred Lord Void Sky's divine, will clone at all. This was because the fist technique of Sacred Lord Void Sky's divine, will clone was simply too heaven-defying. In front of Sacred Lord Void Sky's divine will clone's fist, Gu Fei's entire body became slow. What could he do? Break for me. Gu Fei had no choice but to activate the extreme breaking power with all his might, causing his fist force to instantly break through his own limits. Then, his slowed-down movements returned to their original speed. However, he was still half a step too slow. Bam! Sacred Lord Void Sky's divine, will clone's fist landed squarely on Gu Fei's chest. This made Gu Fei really depressed. Why did this fellow only attack one position? Without any suspense, Gu Fei was sent flying by Sacred Lord Void Sky's divine will clone again. He had no choice. His opponent's fist technique directly controlled the space and time around him. Moreover, the power of the entire small heaven and earth was being used by this fellow. This was Sacred Lord Void Sky's method of increasing his combat strength. Although it was simple and direct, it was very useful. Even Gu Fei knew how to use the power of heaven and earth. However, there was probably no one in history who could cultivate this mystic art to Sacred Lord Void Sky's level. The fist technique created by Sacred Lord Void Sky was simply invincible. This fist technique displayed the power of time, space, and heaven and earth to the extreme. It was not impossible to break through the laws of time and space, and the method was very simple. However, knowing the method was one thing, being able to do it was another thing. At this moment, Gu Fei was sent flying another 100 miles by Sacred Master Void Sky's divine sense incarnation. He rolled on the ground for another dozen or so miles before finally lying on the ground with his face covered in dirt. It had been a long time since he had been beaten so badly, especially in the Void Realm. Ever since Gu Fei had come to the Void Realm, he had never been in such a sorry state. Even when Limitless Demon had appeared, he had only retreated. Even the Limitless Demon King wouldn't be able to put him in such a difficult position. But now, Sacred Master Su Tian's divine will incarnation was so strong. Just one incarnation was enough to put him in such a sorry state. Although he had an extremely strong martial body, he was still being abused. It was hard to imagine just how powerful Sacred Master Void Sky's main body was. Just one incarnation was enough to beat Gu Fei, who was a true infinite power. One had to know that Gu Fei wasn't an ordinary infinite power expert. He was a martialist who had defied the heavens and achieved the infinite Tao fruit. Martialists were inherently stronger than other cultivators of the same level. So what if you have a secret technique to increase your combat strength? You are still no match for me. Sacred Master Void Sky's divine will incarnation took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Gu Fei. It then looked down at him with disdain. In this place, he was the master. Everything here was created by him, so he could use the power here as he pleased. Even a true infinite power would have to lower their head in this place. No one had ever been able to defeat Sacred Master Void Sky in his territory, and no one had ever been able to not lower their head in his territory. In the eyes of sacred Master Void Skies Divine, will incarnation, all living beings that entered this place would only have one fate, their life and death. Damn it, your power is this world. At this moment, Gu Fei also saw the problem. It seemed like he had underestimated this fellow. This fellow had fused himself with this world, and all the power in this small world belonged to this fellow. This was a powerful force left behind by the true sacred Master Void Sky. His battle with sacred Master Void Skies Divine, will incarnation, was no different from sacred Master Void Sky's true body. How could he possibly defeat sacred Master Void Sky's true body? Sacred Master Void Skies Divine, will incarnation, was definitely the strongest opponent that Gu Fei had ever encountered in his life. This is bad. The snow demon's true body couldn't help but feel nervous when she saw this scene. She didn't want to become someone's prisoner or slave. However, sacred Master Void Skies Divine, will incarnation, was so powerful that even if she teamed up with Gu Fei, they probably wouldn't be able to change anything. However, there was no time for the snow demon's true body to think too much. She could either fight to the death or submit to this fellow. However, it was impossible for the snow demon's true body to submit. She could only fight. Boom. In the next moment, a shocking force erupted from the snow demon's true body, and the temperature of the entire small world plummeted. An extremely cold aura instantly spread out and shrouded the entire small world. The entire small world seemed to be frozen. Ice and snow appeared everywhere, and the entire small world suddenly became a world of ice and snow. Hee, you finally can't help but make a move? The Wuji divine flame in the distance said sarcastically when it saw this scene. So what if you make a move? How can a small firefly compete with Master's divine sun in the sky? The Wuji divine flame sneered. Shut up. The snow demon's true body was enraged, and it roared at the Wuji divine flame. TSK, I won't shut up. What can you do to me? The Wuji divine flame wasn't afraid of the snow demon's true body at all. This was because it now had its Master's divine will incarnation as its backer. This backer was stronger than anyone else. With such a powerful backer, who would the Wuji divine flame be afraid of? At this moment, Gu Fei slowly stood up from the ground, and an unprecedentedly powerful wave of essence chi erupted from his body. Io, I didn't expect you to have a backup plan. The divine will incarnation of sacred Master Void Sky was very surprised. Gu Fei's combat strength still had room for improvement, and he couldn't help but be moved. Almost at the same time, Gu Fei and the snow demon's true body disappeared on the spot. Boom! With a loud sound, Gu Fei and the snow demon's true body appeared on the left and right of the divine will incarnation of sacred Master Void Sky. The divine will incarnation of sacred Master Void Sky stretched out its hands and actually blocked the fists of Gu Fei and the snow demon's true body. Roar! The divine will incarnation of sacred Master Void Sky let out a roar. His body shook violently, and he exerted force with his hands. Gu Fei and the snow demon's true body couldn't help but take a dozen steps back. Not only did he block the combined attack of Gu Fei and the snow demon's true body with his own strength, but he also forced them back. This combat strength shocked Gu Fei and the snow demon's true body. Chapter 5390. The snow demon true body finally couldn't help but make a move. If Gu Fei was defeated by sacred Master Void Sky's spiritual will clone, she would be next. Therefore, she had to team up with Gu Fei even if she didn't want to. The three silhouettes were moving quickly within the pocket dimension. They were extremely fast, and the power that erupted from each silhouette shook the entire pocket dimension. In the void of the small world, hideous and terrifying spatial cracks appeared one after another. So what if the two of you team up? Sacred Master Void Sky's spiritual will clone laughed coldly as she attacked. Countless palm shadows appeared in the void, and shocking collisions sounded continuously. The void exploded, and destructive power spread out. The entire small world seemed like it was going to collapse. Gu Fei didn't say anything. He punched out again and again. The powerful fist force exploded, and the 5 elemental fist force intertwined. His fist force soared to the limit. The snow demon true body was shrouded in cold air. Her jade-like hand slapped towards Sacred Lord Void Sky's spiritual sense incarnation. Sacred Lord Void Sky's spiritual sense incarnation couldn't dodge in time, and both his legs were frozen. Humph! Sacred Master Void Sky's spiritual clone laughed coldly. Then a powerful force exploded from his body and directly shattered the ice on his legs. However, Gu Fei's fist had already smashed into his back. Bam! Sacred Master Void Sky's spiritual clone was directly blown away by Gu Fei's punch. Damn it! Sacred Master Void Sky's spiritual clone landed on the ground, causing dust to fly everywhere. You are only so. Gu Fei pointed his middle finger at Sacred Master Void Sky's spiritual clone. Swish! In the next moment, Sacred Master Void Sky's spiritual clone suddenly appeared in front of Gu Fei and sent Gu Fei flying with a punch. You dare to look down on me? No one has ever dared to look down on me. Sacred Master Void Sky's spiritual clone was filled with killing intent. Ice seal. At this moment, the snow demon true body descended from the sky. An extremely cold power descended from the sky and directly enveloped Sacred Master Void Sky's spiritual clone. In just an instant, Sacred Lord Void Sky's spiritual force incarnation had turned into an ice sculpture. Kill! The snow demon's true body ruthlessly punched the ice sculpture. Boom! With a loud explosion, the ice sculpture formed by Sacred Lord Void Sky's spiritual sense exploded. Did you kill him? Gu Fei rushed over from the distance. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help being shocked. This snow demon's true form was extremely powerful. Its extreme cold energy could practically freeze everything. Even Sacred Master Void Sky's divine incarnation had been frozen by her. The snow demon true body destroyed the frozen Sacred Master Void Sky's divine sense incarnation with a single punch. The Wuji fire spirit, who saw this scene from afar, was almost scared out of his wits. If his master was defeated by these two fellows, he would also suffer. However, Gu Fei's expression suddenly turned solemn. Streams of purple qi rushed out from the ground and gathered together. In the next moment, a figure appeared in front of Gu Fei and the snow demon's true form. Gu Fei and the snow demon's true form both stared at this figure. You guys still can't do it. Sacred Master Void Sky's divine incarnation glanced at Gu Fei and the snow demon's true form and sneered. You dare to say that I can't do it? Enraged, Gu Fei charged forward once more. Rumble! The 5 elemental fist force exploded from Gu Fei's fist, shaking the heavens and earth. The snow demon's true form also attacked. A terrifying cold energy exploded from the hands of the snow demon's true form and froze everything. At this moment, the Wuji fire spirit had already hidden far away. Even an infinite power like it couldn't interfere in a battle of this level. Muffled collisions sounded continuously. Gu Fei and the snow demon's true form were continuously sent flying by Sacred Master Void Sky's divine incarnation. However, they immediately attacked again. This battle was really satisfying. Gu Fei had used almost all of his trump cards, but he still couldn't defeat this fellow. The snow demon's true form was vast and mighty, and the surrounding void was shaking as if it couldn't contain his powerful martial body. Bam! Bam! Gu Fei's fist landed on the chest of Sacred Master Void Sky's divine incarnation. However, At the same time, Sacred Master Void Skies Divine, Will Incarnation's fist also landed on his body. The two figures were sent flying back at the same time. Swoosh! When Sacred Master Void Skies Divine, Will Incarnation was sent flying, the snow demon's true form made its move. A layer of transparent ice appeared on Sacred Master Void Skies Divine, Will Incarnation. He was sealed by the snow demon's true form again. Gu Fei took advantage of this opportunity to use one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the primordial spirit Tao sword secret technique. A moment later, a beam of primordial spirit light shot out from his forehead and turned into a sharp sword shadow. It instantly slashed at the Divine Will Incarnation, which was sealed by Sacred Master Void Sky. The sword shadow directly penetrated the ice on Sacred Master Void Sky's Divine Will Incarnation and pierced right through it. Boom! The ice on Sacred Master Void Sky's Divine Will Incarnation instantly exploded. Sacred Master Void Sky's Divine Will Incarnation actually became faint and illusory. Sacred Master Void Sky's Divine Will Incarnation revealed a terrified expression for the first time. His aura actually became much weaker. Gu Fei's sword had finally injured this fellow. Again. When Gu Fei saw this, he immediately charged over from afar. A divine eye seemed to have appeared between his eyebrows. Rays of primordial spirit light shot out from between his eyebrows, turning into sword shadows that pierced through Sacred Master Su Tian's Divine Will Incarnation. The primordial spirit Tao sword secret technique, one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, was the nemesis of all Divine Will Incarnations and primordial spirit clones. As long as one was hit by this primordial spirit Tao sword, one's soul would definitely be destroyed. However, what shocked Gu Fei was that Sacred Master Void Sky's Divine Will Incarnation actually wasn't destroyed after being hit by his sword. Only his figure became slightly illusory. What Sacred Master Void Sky's Divine Will Incarnation was shocked. How would he dare to let these sword lights get close to him? Sacred Master Void Skies, hand spun in front of him, and the primordial spirit sword lights that pierced through from all directions were all sucked in by a powerful devouring force in front of him. Countless primordial spirit sword lights gathered in front of Sacred Master Void Sky's body and turned into a ball of light. Sacred Master Void Sky's Divine Will Incarnation revolved his hands and pushed the ball of light formed by the power of his primordial spirit toward Gu Fei. Gu Fei didn't dodge at all. He allowed the ball of light to hit his body. The instant the ball of light hit his body, it entered his body and was devoured by him. At this moment, light shot out of his eyes, and he attacked Sacred Master Void Sky's Divine Will Incarnation with all his might. Even Sacred Master Void Sky's Divine Will Incarnation was flustered by Gu Fei's fierce attack. Chapter 53, 91. The battle continued in Sacred Lord Void Sky's little world. The sword light that shot out from Gu Fei's forehead pierced through the void and lit up the sky. Sword chi flew everywhere, but Sacred Lord Void Sky's spiritual will clone was trying its best to dodge. It didn't dare to let the sword chi touch it because it had met its nemesis. Although the spiritual will clone, left behind by Sacred Lord Void Sky, was extremely strong. Gu Fei's secret technique specialized in restraining primordial spirits. As long as it was hit by Gu Fei's primordial spirit Tao sword, even Sacred Lord Void Sky's spiritual will clone would be severely injured. If it was hit by Gu Fei's primordial spirit Tao sword, Sacred Lord Void Sky's spiritual will clone would probably dissipate. Sacred Lord Void Sky's spiritual will clone was moving rapidly in the void. Countless afterimages of Sacred Lord Void Sky's spiritual will clone appeared in the void. Gu Fei's primordial spirit Tao sword pierced through these afterimages, but it was unable to pierce through Sacred Lord Void Sky's spiritual will clone. While Gu Fei was attacking, the snow demon true body wasn't idle either. Her cold aura permeated every nook and cranny. Even sacred Lord Void Sky's spiritual clone was covered in frost. At this time, the snow demon true body was no longer able to freeze sacred Lord Void Sky's spiritual clone. However, sacred Lord Void Sky's movement and speed were affected by the cold aura. Sacred Lord Void Sky's spiritual clone was affected by the cold aura of the snow demon true body and paused for a moment. Although it was only for a moment, it was enough. Swish! A primordial spirit sword light brushed past the left cheek of sacred Lord Void Sky's spiritual clone. A bloody mark immediately appeared on the left cheek of sacred Lord Void Sky's spiritual clone. Sacred Lord Void Sky's spiritual clone was extremely shocked. He was a spiritual clone and didn't have a physical body. However, his opponent was able to leave a wound on his body. This had never happened before. Spiritual clones couldn't be injured or bleed. However, sacred Lord Void Sky's spiritual clone was injured and bleeding. What kind of mystic art is this? Sacred Lord Void Sky's spiritual clone was extremely shocked. Gu Fei's technique was simply too heaven-defying. It was able to make sacred Lord Void Sky's divine sense incarnation feel pain. How was this possible? Take a guess. Gu Fei smiled. Primordial soul sword lights continued to shoot out from his glabella. These sword lights followed Sacred Master Su Tian's divine incarnation like a shadow. Sacred Lord Void Sky's spiritual force incarnation kept flashing in the void and dodged all the sword lights that pierced towards him. However, these sword lights didn't disappear. Instead, they flashed continuously in the void and attacked Sacred Lord Su Tian's divine clone from all directions. Gu Fei's primordial soul sword light surrounded Sacred Lord Void Sky's divine incarnation. All of his paths of retreat were sealed. You're still not dead this time? Gu Fei was going all out. Even with his cultivation, he was struggling to hold on. Moreover, the time limit for his Ascension Secret technique was almost up. If Gu Fei couldn't get rid of Sacred Master Su Tian's divine embodiment within the time it took for the Ascension Mystic technique to be executed, he and Shui Yao would be in deep trouble. I seal. Shui Yao's true body didn't hold back at all. She attacked with all her might. An extremely cold force erupted from her hands and directly sealed the void around Sacred Master Su Tian's primordial soul sword light. This way, Sacred Master Su Tian's divine incarnation would find it even harder to escape from Gu Fei's primordial soul sword light. Countless sword lights gathered and instantly minced Sacred Master Su Tian's primordial soul sword light into countless pieces. The Wuji fire spirit, who saw this scene from afar, was shocked. The divine incarnation left behind by its master was destroyed just like that. This is bad. The Wuji fire spirit wanted to escape. Even its master's divine incarnation had been killed by these two fellows. How would it dare to stay here? Just as the Wuji fire spirit was about to escape, Gu Fei suddenly looked up into the sky. High up in the sky, a cloud of qi had appeared out of nowhere. This cloud was surging rapidly. Very soon, a figure appeared in the sky. If this person wasn't Sacred Master Su Tian's divine incarnation, who else could it be? This is ridiculous. How is this possible? Gu Fei was a little stunned. However, he could sense that Sacred Master Su Tian's divine incarnation was already very weak. What made Gu Fei in disbelief was that Sacred Master Su Tian's divine incarnation was so strong. It had been slashed by his primordial soul sword light countless times, but it still hadn't been destroyed. The divine incarnation left behind by Sacred Master Su Tian was really too strong. Before this, Gu Fei had never seen such a strong divine incarnation. Moreover, Gu Fei didn't expect a divine will incarnation to be so strong. You want to kill me? Sacred Master Su Tian's divine will incarnation sneered. Kill. The snow demon true body roared angrily and directly attacked Sacred Master Su Tian's divine will incarnation. An extremely sharp and cold sword light rushed out of her hands. Buzz. The sword hummed, and the sky changed color. The snow demon true body's sword Dao cultivation was actually so strong. This was something that even Gu Fei didn't expect. Why did stronger existences all like to cultivate the sword Dao? Gu Fei also cultivated the sword Dao. However, the sword Dao was just one of the 9 great Daos that he cultivated. It wasn't considered much. However, the snow demon true body's sword Dao didn't seem to be weaker than the limitless sword master. If these two met, there would probably be a good show to watch. Gu Fei thought about the limitless sword master that Yu Xian, and the Ling Tian Palace master had fused together. That was an infinite stage supreme sword master. However, this snow demon true body was also an infinite stage existence. You think you can kill me? Sacred Master Su Tian's divine will incarnation punched out with her right hand. Boom! With a loud explosion, the snow demon true body's sword light completely shattered in the void. The snow demon true body was sent flying, and a trace of blood seeped out of the corner of her mouth. So strong. Only now did the snow demon true body realize how strong Sacred Master Su Tian's divine will incarnation was. It seems like I have no choice but to use my true trump card. As Gu Fei spoke, his entire body turned into an immortal sword light. This sword light erupted with an unprecedentedly strong wave of sword chi. Swish! The sword light flashed by, and Sacred Master Su Tian's divine will incarnation was directly split in half. A weak wave of divine will came from Sacred Master Su Tian's divine will incarnation. Then, the divine will incarnation of Sacred Master Su Tian, which had been split in half by Gu Fei's sword, dissipated in the void and completely disappeared. Gu Fei's figure appeared in the void. He staggered and almost fell from the sky. He had used all the power in his body to form a primordial soul Dao sword. This sword was also the strongest sword that Gu Fei had executed after he cultivated the primordial soul Dao sword. Before this, Gu Fei had never executed such a powerful sword. Chapter 53, 92. Sacred Master Void Sky's spiritual sense incarnation was finally destroyed by Gu Fei's sword. The Wuji fire spirit was stunned when it saw its master's spiritual sense incarnation disappear. It couldn't speak for a long time. The snow demon's true body was also shocked. She realized that she had underestimated Gu Fei. Gu Fei's mystique was simply the nemesis of all living creatures. One had to know that once one's primordial spirit was destroyed, even the strongest living creature would become a walking corpse. Even if one's physical body was still alive, it would just be a shell. The snow demon's true body couldn't help but be a little afraid of Gu Fei. At this moment, the powerful aura on Gu Fei's body was rapidly weakening. Very soon, the extremely overbearing and powerful aura on his body disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared in the first place. Gu Fei retracted all the aura on his body. Even the snow demon's true body couldn't sense his aura. The snow demon's true body's expression became somewhat solemn. This fella had many secrets. The mystique he was proficient in was also a mystique that she had never seen before. At this moment, the snow demon's true body was not only a little afraid of Gu Fei, but she was also very curious about Gu Fei's background. She wanted to know more about this fella. However, if Gu Fei didn't say anything, who would know his background in this void realm? Why aren't you coming to greet your new master? Gu Fei suddenly turned around and said to the Wuji fire spirit, What? The Wuji fire spirit was shocked and angry. Even its master's spiritual sense incarnation was destroyed by this human. How could it be a match for this fella? Master, little fire greets master. The Wuji fire spirit quivered and directly rushed in front of Gu Fei. It directly knelt at Gu Fei's feet and trembled. That's more like it. Gu Fei said proudly as he looked up at the clouds with his hands behind his back. This fella. The snow demon True Body looked at Gu Fei, but was somewhat disapproving. If Gu Fei subdued the limitless fire spirit, then he would not be able to cultivate his ice and fire great technique. The fusion of ice and fire could allow the cultivation of the snow demon True Body to reach a higher level. But now that Gu Fei had become the owner of the limitless fire spirit, she couldn't attack it anymore. Become my servant. Your life and death are in my hands. After saying that, Gu Fei formed a seal with both hands and directly sent a seal into the limitless fire spirit's body. This was a secret technique that Gu Fei used to control the life and death of the limitless fire spirit. The life and death of the limitless fire spirit were in his hands. The limitless fire spirit was shocked, but there was nothing it could do. In fact, it already knew that Gu Fei would not let it go so easily. Get up, Gu Fei said proudly. Killing sacred Lord Void Sky's divine sense clone and making the everlasting fire spirit yield made him feel proud. I've planted a restriction on your body. Your life and death are in my hands. Gu Fei said slowly. Master, hearing this, the limitless fire spirit trembled even more. Its life and death were in someone else's hands. This feeling made the limitless fire spirit extremely depressed. The limitless fire spirit stood up, feeling nervous. Do things well for me, and I will guarantee that you will live longer than anyone else. You won't be able to die even if you want to, Gu Fei said calmly. The limitless fire spirit was speechless. This time, it was probably going to be this guy's servant for the rest of its life. Gu Fei, can you ask this guy to give me a strand of fire elemental chi? The snow demon True Body said to Gu Fei. You want his fire elemental chi? Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled. Did this guy really want to fuse ice and fire to increase his cultivation? He was just saying it before. This method could indeed increase the snow demon True Body's cultivation, but it didn't mean that there was no danger. If the snow demon True Body couldn't fuse ice and fire, then she would be in danger of being destroyed. Going berserk was no joke. That's right. I hope you can help me. The snow demon True Body nodded solemnly. Gu Fei pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, All right, you can give him a strand of fire elemental chi. Although the limitless fire spirit was unwilling since his master had spoken, he didn't dare to say no. So he could only extend his right hand. A ball of fire rushed out from his right hand and directly turned into a fist-sized fireball. This fireball emitted a strong fluctuation of fire elemental chi. The snow demon True Body stared at the fireball in the limitless fire spirit's hand, and his eyes immediately lit up. Here you go. The limitless fire spirit waved his right hand, and the fireball immediately flew towards the snow demon True Body. The snow demon True Body was overjoyed. He carefully took the divine fire and then sealed it. At this time, he didn't have time to refine this divine fire. Sacred Lord Void Sky's seclusion, little world wasn't very small, but after the battle just now, this little world was pretty much destroyed. Only the Fire God Palace was intact. You lack a body. As Gu Fei spoke, a black shadow immediately appeared beside him. It was a young man in black who looked exactly like Gu Fei. This young man in black was the Khanate Stone Man that Gu Fei obtained in the Fallen Star Mountain Range. The Khanate Stone Man was refined into a clone by Gu Fei. Gu Fei directly withdrew the divine sense from the Khanate Stone Man. The moment Gu Fei withdrew his divine sense, the Khanate stone man's eyes became empty and lifeless. The limitless fire spirit looked at the Khanate stone man and then at Gu Fei. What are you looking at? I'll give it to you. Gu Fei casually waved his hand and said, Give it to me? The limitless fire spirit was surprised and happy. He was a fire spirit and just happened to lack a body. Right now, he only had a body formed by flames. This is yours. Gu Fei nodded and said. The limitless fire spirit was overjoyed when he heard this. In the next moment, he directly turned into a flame and rushed into the body of the young man in black. In the next moment, the young man's lifeless eyes regained their luster. Thank you, Master. The limitless fire spirit knelt and bowed to Gu Fei. In the future, just do your best to do things for me. Gu Fei said, if Master has any orders, this subordinate will die 10,000 times. The limitless fire spirit said loudly, very good. Gu Fei nodded. You guys go out first. Gu Fei looked around and said, yes, Master. The limitless fire spirit had no objections and directly opened the door to enter and exit the small world. The limitless fire spirit brought the snow demon true body out of the small world. As for Gu Fei, he used all his strength to circulate the mysterious technique. He wanted to refine this small world into his inner world and make it more perfect. Rumble, the entire small world shook violently. In the next moment, the small world quickly became smaller. In just an instant, Gu Fei felt the surrounding void change, and he was in chaos. The small world landed on Gu Fei's right hand. Soon, this small world was devoured by Gu Fei's body. After keeping the small world, he directly returned to the void world. At this time, he had already swallowed the small world left by Sacred Master Void Sky twice. This way, his inner world would become more perfect. Master, you're finally back. When Man Kuang saw Gu Fei, he couldn't help but be surprised and happy. At this time, the snow demon true body stood together with the nine-tailed fox emperor. Yes, it's time. Gu Fei and the others directly left the small world utopia. The small world utopia was handed over to Man Kuang to manage. With Gu Fei's current cultivation, it was not an easy task to take away the small world utopia. This small world utopia was many times bigger than the small world that Sacred Master Void Sky cultivated in. This kind of small world utopia had the opportunity to transform into an invincible existence like the Nine Heavens True Dragon. But now, Gu Fei was thinking about how to return to the heavenly realm and human realm. The copper door of heaven and earth was simply a joke. There was nothing behind the door, only a small world. To Gu Fei, this was simply a joke. The undying world was just a rumor. Now, the snow demon true body placed her hopes on Gu Fei. She really yearned for the limitless realm. The biggest secret of the culmination snow mountain was the secret of the copper door of heaven and earth. Now that the secret of the copper door of heaven and earth had been solved, Gu Fei was about to leave. This time, he entered the culmination snow mountain with the shaman emperor. Apart from Sacred Master Void Sky's things, they did not obtain anything good. However, when they left the mountain, they had the limitless fire spirit, the snow demon true body, the shaman emperor, the flying tiger emperor, and the mysterious snake emperor. At this time, Gu Fei's forces finally stabilized the southern barbarians. The entire southern barbarians fell under Gu Fei's control. He became the true ruler of the southern barbarians. With the southern barbarians as his base, Gu Fei began to plan to attack other regions. Chapter 5393. Gu Fei left Culmination Snow Mountain and returned to southern barbarian. At this time, under the governance of Xiaoya and Long Xiaozhou, The chaotic state of southern barbarian had ended, and everything had become orderly. No one dared to court death in the entire southern barbarian. Even the sorcerer tribe had completely surrendered to Gu Fei. Gu Fei entered the southern barbarian royal capital with Man Kuang. Xiao Ye and Long Xiaozhou led a group of vassal kings to welcome them and respectfully welcomed Gu Fei into the barbarian royal palace. The limitless fire spirit and the limitless weapon soul were taken into Gu Fei's inner world. This was his trump card. The sorcerer emperor also returned to southern barbarian with the nine-tailed demon fox emperor, but she did not return to the sorcerer tribe. Instead, she disappeared again. No one knew where she went. Even the heaven shaman, priest, Wu Lingxue could not find her. As for the snow demon true body, she did not leave Culmination Snow Mountain because she needed to prepare a lot of things to leave Culmination Snow Mountain. Most importantly, after the snow demon true body obtained the limitless fire spirit's primordial qi, she began to cultivate in seclusion. She wanted to cultivate the Tao of ice and fire, and only leave Culmination Snow Mountain after her cultivation improved greatly. At that time, she would find Gu Fei to practice. On the third day after Gu Fei returned to southern barbarian, the vassal kings under him began to take action. The drama of Gu Fei's conquest of the world finally began. He personally led an army of 1 million and charged into the Zhongtian Empire. Everywhere he passed, the various powers of the Zhongtian Empire surrendered, and countless powerhouses submitted to him. After the limitless fire spirit obtained Gu Fei's innate stone man avatar, this guy had a body. This guy was very proud. He volunteered to ask Gu Fei for the position of a vanguard general. With 3,000 fire god army, he killed the experts of the major forces in Culmination. Culmination Buddha clan was the first superforce to surrender to Gu Fei. The 7 Buddha supremes were extremely depressed. They never thought that Gu Fei's ambition was so great. Gu Fei actually wanted to conquer the entire void sky. How was this possible? Since ancient times, no one had ever been able to conquer the entire void realm. Not even the celestial race, not even the towering heaven palace. The Ling Tian Palace was the #1 faction in the void realm. Even the palace master of the Ling Tian Palace, who was known to be invincible in the void realm, could not conquer the entire void realm. Could Gu Fei do it? Gu Fei sent his army to the sky, shocking the whole world. Lin Xiaotian and Dong Wang, who were hiding from Gu Fei's men, were even more shocked when they heard the news. It seemed that they would never be able to take revenge on Gu Fei in their lives. At this time, Gu Fei had many experts under him. After that, the Celestial clan also submitted, and the Celestial clan's primogenitor, Yuxian became Gu Fei's disciple. When the news spread, the world was shocked. In fact, what the world didn't know was that Yuxian had already taken Gu Fei as her master. It was just that this matter hadn't been spread out, and not many people knew about it. But now that the news had spread, it shook the entire void cultivation world. How is this possible? The Celestial clan's primogenitor. Yuxian was definitely one of the longest living experts in the entire void realm. No one would have thought that Yuxian would take Gu Fei as her master. With the submission of the Buddha race, the entire Zhongtian came under Gu Fei's control. After a short rest, Gu Fei used the sky as his base camp and marched to other regions. At this time, everyone knew what Gu Fei was doing. This guy actually wanted to conquer the entire void realm. This guy was really crazy. Gu Fei wanted to accomplish a feat that no one had ever done before. Soon, the West Sea Dragon clan announced their alliance with Gu Fei, followed by the East Wilderness. The Eastern Wilderness Demon clan was really powerful, but so what? Now, Gu Fei was a real infinite prime. In the void realm, he was the strongest existence. Boom! Eastern Wilderness, Dongyang City. The Grand Witch King was extremely depressed. He had been surrounded by the armies of the Eastern Wilderness Four Great Forces. He couldn't escape even if he wanted to. The Black Tortoise Clan, the Vermilion Bird Clan, the Fire Unicorn Clan, and the Dragon Clan's leaders were all gathered in an important place in the Eastern Wilderness. This was where the ancestral vein of the Eastern Wilderness was located. It was surrounded by mountains, and each mountain ridge was like a huge dragon winding on the ground. Here, there were 9 huge mountain ridges coiled on the ground. Such a terrain could not even be seen in the sky of the Void Realm. This was a supreme divine land where the chi of the 9 dragons gathered. This was a treasured land formed by heaven and earth, and here hid the greatest secret of the Eastern Wilderness Demon Clan. Right in the center of the ancestral land of the 9 dragons, there were 9 small hills. These were the heads of the 9 dragon veins, and each dragon had faced a huge altar in the center. At this moment, 5 figures stood in 5 different directions on the ancient altar. To the west was the ancestor of the Black Tortoise Clan, while to the east was a member of the Phoenix Clan. The Phoenix Clan had almost been wiped out by Gu Fei, and almost all of their experts had died in battle. The expert of the Phoenix Clan, who had appeared on the altar, was only a God King. Moreover, the God King of the Phoenix Clan was a fish that had escaped the net. When Gu Fei attacked the Phoenix Clan back then, this guy just happened to be out, so he had escaped. What are you waiting for? Awaken the ancestor and avenge our clan. The Phoenix Clan expert roared furiously. He directly stabbed the dagger in his hand into his heart and pulled it out. A stream of heart blood immediately rushed out from his chest and landed directly on the altar. In the next moment, the divine king of the Phoenix Clan became extremely pale. He tottered, as if all of his vitality had been sucked out. The divine king of the Phoenix Clan did not die. Any other living being would definitely die from such an injury, but divine kings could survive even if their hearts were pierced. In the distance, a figure stood on the clouds and watched the scene quietly. All right. On the altar, the Phyrecolin ancestor clenched his teeth and cut his finger. A drop of essence blood flew out and landed on the altar. The divine king of the Phoenix Clan, was dumbfounded. I want to use my heart's blood, but you're only using a drop of blood from your finger? What are you looking at? How can my blood compare to your heart's blood? The Phyrecolin ancestor said disapprovingly. The Phyrecolin ancestor was an Emperor Realm existence. A drop of blood from his finger was incomparable to the divine king of the Phoenix Clan's heart's blood. The ancestors of the other 3 clans also cut their fingers and squeezed out a drop of blood from their fingertips. The essence blood of the 5 great monstrous clans gathered together and was absorbed by the altar. The entire ancient altar seemed to have come to life, bursting with powerful energy ripples. One after another, ancient runes lit up on the ancient altar. Great power was condensing, and the sky above the altar changed color. The sun and moon dimmed, and the entire world darkened. Chapter 53:94. Gu Fei wanted to conquer the entire Void Realm. He wanted to be the realm lord of the Void Realm. No one knew the situation in the limitless realm. Gu Fei wanted to pave a way for himself. He wanted to conquer the Void Realm and make it his base camp to march into the limitless realm. The legendary ultimate world without life and death was Gu Fei's ultimate goal. He had to go and take a look at the limitless realm. However, without any capital, even if he entered the limitless realm, he wouldn't have much confidence. Therefore, Gu Fei was accumulating capital. With the entire Void Realm as his backing, he didn't believe that he couldn't make a name for himself in the limitless realm. Gu Fei's heart was burning with ambition. At this moment, he was standing on the clouds in the sky, looking at the changing weather in front of him. I didn't expect there to be such a place in the eastern wilderness. Gu Fei murmured to himself. His array Dao cultivation was not bad, so he could tell that this place was unusual at a glance. The place where the 9 dragons converged. The essence of the 9 earth veins dragons was gathering in one place. That place was the core of the 9 dragons' earth veins. It was also the legendary Supreme Dragon Cave, the ancestral cave of the 9 dragons. In the ancestral cave of the 9 dragons, there was a chance for the 9 true dragons to be born. However, it was a pity that this dragon cave was being used by someone. To be more precise, it was being used by a mysterious demon ancestor of the Eastern Wilderness Demon clan. In fact, this was the ancestral land of the Eastern Wilderness Dragon clan. An ancient altar stood on top of the ancestral cave of the 9 dragons, directly stabilizing the 9 dragons' ancestral cave. At this moment, the essence of the 5 demon clans in the Eastern Wilderness activated this ancient altar. It was unknown how long this ancient altar had existed, but it was certain that this altar had not been activated for a long time. Once this ancient altar was activated, the weather changed, the sun and the moon dimmed, and the essence of the 9 dragon-shaped earth veins was continuously absorbed by the altar. Rumble, the entire ancestral cave of the 9 dragons was shaking. Rays of starlight fell from the sky, and when these starlight landed on the altar, they were also absorbed by the altar, swallowing the heavens and earth. Interesting. Far up in the sky, Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved when he saw this. The formation here was truly heaven-defying. It could even attract the power of the stars. At that moment, Gu Fei sensed that all the spiritual qi in the Eastern Wilderness had been activated. This power was unimaginably strong. Is the legendary demon ancestor really that powerful? Gu Fei was looking forward to it. At this moment, within the mirage, the limitless Devil Lord was hiding in his devil domain and not coming out. Ling Tian Palace Master wasn't a match for him. Of course, if Ling Tian Palace Master and Yu Xian were to fuse into the limitless Sword Master, they could still pose a threat to Gu Fei. At the same time, the Eastern Barren Territories demons were about to awaken their ancestors. Gu Fei was just worrying about not having an opponent, so he hoped that the demon ancestor of the Eastern Wilderness would not disappoint him. Even Gu Fei was tempted by the power gathered by this altar. However, he did not stop the altar from absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. As for Ancestor Phyrecolin and the others, they couldn't sense Gu Fei's presence at all. Master, why aren't you making a move? A person standing behind Gu Fei couldn't help but ask. This person was an intelligent and quick-witted little girl in white. She was Xiaoya. When Gu Fei came to the 9 dragons' ancestral land, he only brought Xiaoya with him. Long Xiaozhou was leading an army to fight against the Eastern Barren Demon Race's army. Long Xiaozhou wanted to save Dongyang City. However, the Eastern Barren Demon Race's army was incomparably strong. It was impossible to save Dongyang City in a short period of time. Outside Dongyang City, battle cries shook the heavens. The ground was densely packed with the figures of humans and demons. High up in the sky, powerful yuan qi fluctuated. Powerful figures were moving rapidly in the void as they fought fiercely. Survival of the fittest. This was the most basic law of heaven and earth. Corpses constantly fell from the sky, and all of them were at least divine king realm. In the eyes of ordinary people, divine kings were high and mighty, overlooking the common people. However, in this battlefield, divine kings were very weak and could be killed at any time. And the Emperor Realm experts hadn't made a move yet. In the southern part of Dongyang City, Buddha light soared into the sky. 7 Buddha sovereigns were confronting a demon emperor. The demon emperor was blocking 7 Buddha sovereigns by himself. It was likely there was no one else in the entire eastern wasteland that had this kind of courage. Longzhuan, a wise man, submits to circumstances. The outcome of this battle has already been decided. What's the point of struggling? The heavenly Buddha Supreme had a compassionate look on his face as he spoke to the burly middle-aged man opposite him. This middle-aged man was Longzhuan of the Eastern Baron Dragon Clan. The Eastern Baron Dragon Clan was stronger than the West Sea Dragon Clan. Cut the crap. There is only a Longzhuan who dies in battle, not a Longzhuan who lowers his head. Longzhuan said in a domineering voice. Good. The heavenly Buddha Supreme didn't speak anymore. Longzhuan was not a small figure. He was known as the strongest demon in the Eastern Baron Demon Clan. At this time, Huang Fuzun and the others were watching from afar. Your Second Highness, do you think the heavenly Buddha Supreme can kill Longzhuan? Ancestor Tianhong asked. That's hard to say. Longzhuan is the strongest Emperor realm expert in the Eastern Baron territory. Long Xiaozhou said in a low voice. The Eastern Baron Dragon Clan was actually related to the West Sea Dragon Clan by blood. However, the Eastern Baron Dragon Clan had always regarded themselves as the orthodox Void Realm Dragon Clan. In their eyes, the West Sea Dragon Clan was not the orthodox Void Realm Dragon Clan. For the sake of the orthodox Void Realm Dragon Clan, the relationship between the West Sea Dragon Clan and the Eastern Baron Dragon Clan was not good. But the 7 Buddha Supremes are not to be trifled with. Huang Fuzun said in a low voice. 7 Buddha Supremes against Longzhuan. This was definitely a good show. Huang Fuzun felt his blood boiling. At this time, the Eastern Baron Demon Clan's army was in danger. They were being attacked by the army led by Long Xiaozhou and the Grand Magus King's army in Dongyang City. The Eastern Baron Demon Clan's army began to show signs of defeat. Woo! A horn sounded from the Eastern Baron Demon Clan's army. As soon as the horn sounded, the Eastern Baron Demon Clan's army retreated while fighting, beginning to break out of the encirclement. Your Second Highness, they're going to escape, Ancestor Tianhong said excitedly. After defeating the Eastern Baron Demon Clan, the Eastern Baron territory would have a new master. Let them escape, as long as we can keep Longzhuan here. Long Xiaozhou said with a serious expression. In her eyes, the hundreds of thousands of elite Demon Clan soldiers were no match for Longzhuan. However, the red-browed Eagle King, the one-armed Sword King, and the others would not let the Eastern Baron Demon Clan's army escape so easily. They split into 3 groups, wanting to stop the escaping Eastern Baron Demon Clan army. The ground was densely packed with countless warriors moving about. The troops led by the red-browed Eagle King, and the others were like 3 giant dragons charging towards the Eastern Baron Demon Clan's army. However, at this time, a group of cavalries charged out from the Demon Clan's army. These soldiers were not riding horses, but ferocious beasts called black iron beasts. This black iron beast was covered in thick black scales that were impervious to swords and spears. There was also a sharp horn on its head. Riding on this black iron beast was simply unstoppable. Thousands of black iron beasts charged, creating a gap in the red-browed Eagle King and the others' encirclement. The Demon Clan's army rushed out from the gap. The red-browed Eagle King and the others' battle formation could not stop the torrent at all, and the Demon Clan's army broke out of the encirclement. Chapter 5395. The ancestral demon was a super antique in the Eastern Wilderness, or even the entire Void Realm. His era was second only to the era of Sacred Lord Su Tian. No one knew how long this old ancestor of the demon race had lived. No one knew why this once invincible existence in the Eastern Wasteland, or even the entire Void Realm, had sealed itself in the ancestral cave of the 9 dragons in the Eastern Wasteland. At that moment, the blood essence of the 5 great demon clans in the eastern wilderness activated the ancient altar that was guarding the 9-dragon ancestral cave. The ancestral demon, who had been asleep for countless years, had finally awakened. Rumble, an unimaginably powerful divine, will erupted from the ancient altar. The entire world shook, and all the essence chi in the eastern wilderness gathered towards the ancestral cave of the 9 dragons. Ancestral demon. On the altar, Patriarch Fire Chilin and the others were extremely excited. With the appearance of the demonic ancestor, the crisis facing the eastern wilderness demon race could be resolved. In their eyes, the demonic ancestor would definitely be able to defeat Gu Fei and even unify the void world. One must know that the Eastern Baron Demon Clan once had an extremely glorious era. Under the leadership of the ancestral demon, the Eastern Wilderness demons had almost unified the Void Realm and become the ruler of the Void Realm. At that time, there was no Ling Tian Palace or the invincible Ling Tian Palace Lord in the Void Realm. Ling Tian Palace and the Sky Clan had only appeared later. However, because the era of the ancestral demon was so long ago, not many people in the Void Realm knew how powerful the ancestral demon was. At that moment, cracks appeared on the altar, which had existed for an unknown period of time. It looked like it could collapse at any time. The ancestral demon is coming out. Let's go. Old ancestor Phyrecolin let out a loud cry and shot up into the sky from the sacrificial altar, retreating into the distance. The other experts of the demon clan also turned into beams of light and rushed out from the altar. Boom! Just as these demon clan experts left the altar directly collapsed in the void. Countless pieces of rubble fell, revealing a lotus platform. This was no ordinary lotus platform. It was a crystal-clear lotus platform made of jade. This was the highest quality divine jade in the entire Void Realm. In the outside world, a fist-sized piece of this divine jade was a priceless treasure. The divine jade that came from the ancestral cave of the 9 dragons was the legendary ancestral jade. How is this possible? At this moment, Ancestor Phyrecolin and the others who had retreated to the distance stared at the ancestral jade lotus seat floating above the 9 dragons' ancestral vein. The 9-dragon ancestral jade lotus throne was empty. Where's the old ancestor? The old ancestor of the Black Tortoise clan exclaimed. The patriarch is missing? The dragon forefather's expression changed drastically. The demon ancestor was the ancestor of their dragon clan. Otherwise, the demon ancestor would not have chosen to hibernate in the 9 dragons' ancestral cave. The demon ancestor of the Eastern Wasteland demon race was also known as the ancestor of all demons. He was the supreme leader of the Eastern Wasteland demon race and the invincible existence in the hearts of all demons. Of course, the ancestor of all demons had been in slumber for countless years. Apart from the Eastern Wilderness Demon Clan, almost no demon clan knew that they had such an ancestor. Interesting, they're still playing this game. In the distant sky, Gu Fei, who was standing on the clouds, smiled when he saw this scene. While Forefather Phyrecolin and the others were at a loss for what to do, rays of divine light suddenly converged on the 9 dragons' ancestral jade lotus throne above the 9 dragons' ancestral cave. Everyone stared at the scene with wide eyes. A figure emerged from the divine light. A child, Forefather Phyrecolin, and the others nearly fell from the sky when they saw the figure clearly. A child had appeared on the 9 dragons' ancestral jade lotus throne. The child was dressed in white and sat on the lotus throne with a tired expression. He even stretched lazily. The child rubbed his eyes as if he hadn't woken up yet. Even a veteran emperor realm cultivator like Forefather Phyrecolin's jaw dropped to the ground. No one would have thought that the legendary ancestor of all demons of the Eastern Wilderness demon race was a child. Moreover, the child looked just like a human. Has the old ancestor cultivated into a human? An absurd thought suddenly popped into Forefather Firekalin's mind. What are you all doing? A childish voice suddenly sounded. Are you the old ancestor? The divine king of the Phoenix clan asked carefully. This fellow had lost a portion of his heart blood, and his vitality was greatly damaged. He spoke weakly and was barely able to fly in the sky. Of course, the white-robed child sitting on the 9 dragons' ancestral jade, lotus throne, said impatiently, "Why did you disturb my sleep?" The white-robed child swept a glance at the monsters in the sky. Old ancestor, the Eastern Wilderness demon race, is at a critical juncture of life and death. You must uphold justice for us. The Emperor Realm Forefather of the Dragon Clan complained to the white-robed child with tears and snot running down his face. Scram! The white-robed child waved his right hand at the Dragon Emperor. Slap! A crisp slap rang out. The Dragon Emperor of the Dragon Clan had actually been slapped by the white-clothed child. Then he was sent flying and instantly disappeared from everyone's sight. The other monster experts were dumbfounded when they saw the Dragon Emperor being slapped away by the white-robed child. TSK, I only make decisions for myself. Why should I make decisions for you guys? The white-robed child said disapprovingly. What Forefather Firekalin and the rest felt that something was wrong. What's wrong with the all-monsters ancestor? Doesn't he care about the survival of the Eastern Wilderness demon race? Don't bother me if there's nothing important. Don't bother me if there's something important. You understand? The white-robed child lay down and wanted to continue sleeping. Old ancestor, are you really going to ignore the demon race? Forefather Firekalin was anxious. If the all-monsters ancestor didn't take action, who could stop Gufei? The Eastern Wilderness demon race couldn't take it anymore. If the ancestor of all monsters didn't care about the Eastern Wilderness monster tribe, the Eastern Wilderness monster tribe would only have 2 paths to take. One was to submit to Gufei and become his slaves. The other was to fight to the bitter end, and the Eastern Wilderness monster tribe would be annihilated by Gufei. Gufei had done something like this before. Didn't he annihilate the Phoenix race? Although Gufei didn't exterminate the Phoenix race, they were only left with the old, weak, women, and children. They couldn't do much anymore. If they didn't submit, then the other 4 demon clans of the Eastern Barren Territory would be wiped out. Only a small number of demons would survive. Forefather Firekalin didn't want to see such an outcome. Who cares? Go to the side if you want to live or die. The white-robed child on the 9 dragon ancestral jade, Lotus said impatiently. This Forefather Firekalin and the rest were speechless. What should they do? They came here to awaken the all-monsters ancestor, but he didn't care about the survival of the Eastern Wilderness demon race. How were they supposed to continue? Chapter 5396. No one would have thought that the legendary ancestor of all monsters was a weirdo. He didn't care about the lives of the monsters and only wanted to sleep. Gufei was speechless when he saw this. However, he did not dare to underestimate the ancestor of all demons who had turned into a human boy. That was because this fellow was a true infinite prime. It was hard to imagine that there was an infinite prime in the void realm other than the snow monster's true form. The waters of the void realm were much deeper than he had imagined. Ancestor, save me! The Emperor Realm Forefather of the Black Tortoise Clan lay prone in the air and began to cry with snot and tears streaming down his face. Ancestor, the Phoenix Clan was annihilated by Gufei. You must avenge us. The divine king of the Phoenix Clan also knelt down and kowtowed to the white-robed boy on the 9 dragon ancestral jade lotus. The Phoenix Clan was annihilated? Then why are you still here? The boy said indifferently. His fair face was expressionless. He had lived for countless years. What had he not experienced? The annihilation of the Phoenix clan did not affect him at all. He would not feel sad even if the entire Eastern Baron Monster clan was annihilated. The ancestor of all monsters was a connate life form. He did not leave behind any descendants and had no attachments. Therefore, even if the Eastern Baron Monster clan was annihilated by Gu Fei, it had nothing to do with him. The God King of the Phoenix clan was stunned. He had never thought that his ancestor would say something like that, so he had no idea how to reply for a moment. All right, stop crying in front of me. I won't fall for it. You want me to risk my life for a few tears? Dream on. The boy sneered. The fat ancestor of the black tortoise stopped crying. The divine king of the Phoenix clan was dumbfounded. You've been watching the show for so long. You still don't want to come out. The white-robed boy on the 9-dragon ancestral jade, Lotus suddenly looked up at the sky. What? The Fire Chelan patriarch and the others were shocked. Someone was watching the show from the sidelines. They did not sense it at all. The person's cultivation was definitely higher than theirs. What a surprise. The ancestor of all demons is actually a child? A figure suddenly appeared in front of the 9-dragon ancestral jade, Lotus throne, without any warning. It's Gu Fei. Old ancestor Fire Chelan exclaimed when he saw that person. What? All the demon race experts were shocked. Gu Fei actually found this place. How did he know of this place? The arrival of Gu Fei made everyone dumbfounded. Ancestor, this is Gu Fei. He is the one who annihilated our Phoenix clan. The God King of the Phoenix clan stared at Gu Fei and gritted his teeth. Are you the one who destroyed the Phoenix clan? You do have some ability. The little boy glanced at Gu Fei and said indifferently, You're the one who's capable. You've actually cast off your demon body and cultivated a human form. Gu Fei was able to see through this fellow at a glance. This fellow was no longer a demon, but a brand new creature. There were no demon characteristics on his body. No matter how he looked at it, he was a human. You actually know? The white-robed little boy finally revealed a shocked expression. This human is incredible. He can actually see through me. TSK, small Dao, Gu Fei said disapprovingly. Small Dao. The little boy was immediately displeased. He had spent his entire life casting off his demon body and cultivated the innate, limitless Dao constitution. How dare this fellow say that his Dao is a small Dao? If his Dao is a small Dao, then what kind of Dao is a great Dao? If it's not a small Dao, then what is it? We humans are born with the ability to cultivate, but you have to cultivate your entire life before you can transform into a human form. That's the difference. Gu Fei said indifferently. The white-robed little boy was speechless. Gu Fei, I'm going to kill you. The God King of the Phoenix clan suddenly roared and pounced at Gu Fei. An extremely violent fire elemental force erupted from his body. In the next moment, this fellow turned into a fire phoenix, burning half of the sky red. This fellow is a God King. Once a God King goes all out, it's terrifying. The white-robed little boy on the 9-dragon ancestral jade Lotus platform did not care about this at all. He continued to lie down lazily, ignoring everything that was happening. A tiny firefly dares to compete with the blazing sun? Gu Fei casually waved his right hand, and the ferocious fire phoenix flew away, disappearing without a trace. He did not kill the God King of the Phoenix clan. However, even if the God King of the Phoenix clan did not die, he would be half dead. This old ancestor Firechelan and the rest were very fearful of Gu Fei and did not dare to attack Gu Fei. You're also limitless Dao. Very good. The white-robed little boy on the 9-dragon ancestral jade Lotus platform said indifferently, We're all limitless Dao. Let's fight. Gu Fei said to the little boy. Are you crazy? Why should I fight with you? The little boy sneered. Let's fight, Gu Fei said, and did not wait for the little boy to speak. He took a step forward and punched the little boy on the lotus platform. It seemed like a casual punch, but the Tao power contained within it was not to be underestimated. You're really crazy. The little boy directly stood up on the lotus platform, then rushed into the sky, arriving high up in the sky. Gu Fei withdrew his punch halfway because he did not want to destroy the 9-dragon ancestral jade lotus platform. The 9-dragon ancestral jade was the only peerless divine jade in the world. Although there were ancestral jades in the void realm, they were worlds apart from the 9-dragon ancestral jade. Humph! Gu Fei sneered and chased after the little boy. 5 elements unite, world domination fist. Gu Fei threw another punch at the little boy. The power of the 5 elements condensed on his fist, turning into a torrent of the 5 elements that surged towards the little boy with unstoppable force. 5 elements. The little boy pointed with his finger. It was also the 5 elements' power. However, his finger directly broke a big hole in the mighty 5 elemental fist force. The powerful fist force passed through the little boy's surroundings, but did not hurt him at all. However, just as the little boy was smugly breaking the fist force with his finger, a fist suddenly appeared in front of him. Bam! The boy's vision darkened as Gu Fei punched him in the right eye. This punch caused him to see stars, causing him to stagger and fall from the sky. Patriarch Fireshine and the others' eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets when they saw this. Their ancestor was actually knocked down from the sky by a single punch from Gu Fei. Chapter 5397. In the sky above the ancestral grounds of the Eastern Wilderness demon race, Gu Fei actually smashed the white-robed boy down from the sky with a single punch. This scene left Ancestor Firecolin and the others dumbfounded. That was their old ancestor. The human boy that the ancestor of all demons had transformed into smashed into the ground, smashing a huge hole in the ground. Ancestor of all demons? Why is he so weak? Gu Fei was a little surprised. His punch actually hit the ancestor of all demons so easily. This guy was too weak. He was not worthy of the title of ancestor of all demons. Damn it! A low roar came from the ground. Boom. Then a loud sound was heard, and the ground exploded. Dust flew everywhere as a figure rushed out from the ground. The little guy's hair was disheveled, and there were dark circles around his eyes. His body was covered in dust, and he looked extremely pathetic. How dare you hit my handsome face? The little boy roared at Gu Fei. I'm sorry. I don't remember. Don't hit someone's face when you hit them. I'm sorry. Gu Fei shrugged and said indifferently, You bastard. The little boy that the ancestor of all demons transformed into was furious. His eyes turned blood red. Why? Are you going to lose your temper? Gu Fei smiled. At this time, Ancestor Firecolin and the others quietly retreated into the sky. A battle of this level was not something they could interfere with. They did not want to be involved in the battle between these two powerful people. Although you're small, your temper is really big. Gu Fei continued, I've lived for countless years, and I once followed sacred Lord Su Tian. How dare you hurt my face? After saying that, the ancestral of all demons roared into the sky. An endless amount of power immediately burst forth from his body. Then he began to grow taller and bigger. Before long, he had turned into a sturdy young man. The form of a child was just one of the forms that the ancestor of all demons could take. This guy was starting to use his battle form. Countless ancient and mysterious Tao patterns appeared in the void around the ancestor of all demons. The entire void of heaven and earth trembled continuously from the impact of the Yuan Qi that erupted from the body of the all-demons ancestor. The mighty might of an unbounded state erupted from the body of the ancestral of all demons. It was as though the entire world was about to be crushed by this terrifying might. Old ancestor Phyrecolin and the others couldn't bear such pressure, so they retreated even further away. In the face of the enraged ancestor of all demons, Gu Fei remained calm and collected. He did not release any powerful aura from his body. Instead, his aura and power were all kept within his body. You followed Sacred Master Su Tian before. Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. This fellow had lived for far too long. It had to be known that Sacred Master Su Tian had appeared in the Void Realm when it was still in the Desolate Era. This Thousand Demons ancestor had actually followed Sacred Master Su Tian before. This fellow was definitely the oldest existence in the Void World. You know Sacred Lord Su Tian? The Thousand Demons ancestor, who had transformed into a black-haired young man, stared at Gu Fei. His blood-red pupils contracted violently. Ha! Not only do I know Sacred Master Su Tian, I even killed one of his incarnations. Gu Fei laughed. What? When the Thousand Demons ancestor heard this, he couldn't help but be shocked. Sacred Master Su Tian actually had an incarnation left in the Void World, and it was killed by this fella in front of him. Sacred Master Su Tian was an extremely ancient existence. In the current world, the Thousand Demons ancestor was probably the only one who still remembered Sacred Master Su Tian. Even Palace Master Ling Tian, Yuxian of the Tian clan, and the old ancestor of the Buddha clan didn't know who Sacred Master Su Tian was. This was because when they appeared in the Void World, Sacred Master Su Tian had already disappeared for countless years. All right, let's have some fun. Gu Fei's fighting spirit was raging. The reason why he wanted to fight with this fella was so that he could practice his skills. Play your head. The Thousand Demons ancestor roared angrily. In the next moment, he suddenly disappeared from the spot and appeared in front of Gu Fei. He then punched towards Gu Fei's chest. He was truly enraged. When the Thousand Demons ancestor attacked in anger, it was naturally very terrifying. Gu Fei countered with a knee strike. Bam! A muffled sound of collision could be heard. The two figures separated in an instant and then charged at each other again. The two figures moved quickly in the air and began to fight. Powerful, boundless yuan qi ripples spread out, and ripples visible to the naked eye appeared in the air. These spatial ripples spread out in all directions. The experts of the entire Eastern Baron could feel the fluctuations of this battle. All the powerful living beings felt two terrifying auras that made their souls tremble. What happened? It's Master. Who's the other aura? At this moment, the battle in Dongyang City had already ended. The army of the Eastern Baron Demon Clan had broken out of the encirclement, the red-browed Eagle King, and the others couldn't stop the army at all. The army of the Eastern Baron Demon Clan had suffered heavy casualties, but they still retained their strength and weren't defeated. Gu Fei's army didn't follow up with another attack either. Just as Long Xiaozhou led the army into Dongyang City, she felt the aura of her master, Gu Fei. Is Master fighting with someone again? Xiaoya, who was overseeing the headquarters of Zhongtian, also sensed the auras of Gu Fei and the Thousand Demons ancestor. That madman. On the Zhongtian snow mountain, a figure sitting cross-legged on the peak opened his eyes. In the Ling Tian Palace, the Ling Tian Palace Lord, who was in seclusion, also came out. In the Tian clan's ancestral land, Yuxian also walked out and looked in the direction of the Eastern Baron. Rumble, in the original ancestral land of the Zhongtian Buddha clan, a shocking sound suddenly rang out. Then, a spatial crack suddenly appeared in the sky above the Buddhist land. A powerful demonic aura rushed out from the spatial crack and spread out in the void. A terrifying demonic aura appeared in the world. At this moment, Gu Fei was fighting with the Thousand Demons' ancestor. Boom! Gu Fei was directly sent flying by the Thousand Demons' ancestor's punch, and he smashed into a mountain in the distance. In the next moment, Gu Fei instantly rushed back and kicked the Thousand Demons' ancestor away. The ancestor of all demons fell from the sky like a meteorite and smashed into the ground. He rolled on the ground for more than 10 miles, and everything in his path was destroyed. Then he shot up into the sky and charged towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei's eyes widened. The two of them fought back and forth, and were evenly matched. However, the mountains here were unlucky. Of course, although the two of them were fighting, they still had some scruples because this was the ancestral land of the 9 dragons. If they really destroyed this ancestral land, it would be troublesome. Chapter 5398, The Eastern Wilderness Ancestral Earth Vein, was an important place for the Eastern Wilderness Demon Tribe. Legend had it that the Eastern Wilderness Demon Tribe originated from the ancestral Earth Vein. The ancestral Earth Vein of the entire Eastern Wilderness gathered here. The essence of the 9 Earth Dragons was constantly gathering towards the ancestral Earth Vein. The ancestral Earth Vein of the 9 Dragons was formed naturally. This might be the birthplace of the ancestral beast. In the eyes of the Eastern Wilderness Demon Tribe, the ancestral Earth Vein of the 9 Dragons was a supreme sacred ground. Outsiders were not allowed to enter this place. Anyone who entered this place would only face one fate: death. For countless years, no one had ever dared to enter the ancestral Earth Vein of the 9 Dragons. But today, someone had broken the rules set by the Eastern Wilderness Demon Tribe. The fact that Gu Fei had entered the ancestral Earth Vein of the 9 Dragons without anyone knowing, and even fought with the old ancestor of the Eastern Wilderness Demon Tribe, had shocked Ancestor Phyrecolin and the others. But there was nothing they could do. Gu Fei was so powerful that even if he entered the ancestral Earth Vein of the 9 Dragons, Ancestor Phyrecolin, and the others would not be able to do anything to him. This was the advantage of having a strong fist. Gu Fei's fist was much stronger than Ancestor Phyrecolin and the others. Therefore, the rules set by the Eastern Wilderness Demon Tribe could not restrain him. At this time, an earth-shattering battle was taking place in the sky above the ancestral Earth Vein of the 9 Dragons. Gu Fei was itching to fight the ancestral beast when he saw the ancestral beast. However, the ancestral beast did not want to fight and only wanted to sleep. However, when Gu Fei made his move, the ancestral beast had no choice but to fight. "You're sick." The ancestral beast was furious. "Why did this guy want to fight me? I'm sick. Do you have any medicine to cure me?" Gu Fei continued to attack indifferently. Great Sky Annihilation Palm. Gu Fei struck out with the palm technique that he had learned from the Great Sky Emperor. The Great Sky Emperor was also a powerful infinite prime. The Great Sky Annihilation Palm that he had created was a true infinite prime palm technique. After Gu Fei struck out with the Great Sky Annihilation Palm, the entire heaven and earth shook under his palm energy. Even the 9 Dragons' ancestral land was shaking. One after another, ancient and abstruse Tao patterns emerged from the 9 Dragons' ancestral land, interweaving into a giant net that enveloped the entire 9 Dragons' ancestral land. Formation? Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat seeing this. He had already guessed that the East Barren Beast tribe would set up an array to protect the 9 Dragons' ancestral ground. That was because this was the ancestral land of the Eastern Barren Territory's demons. It was also the holy land in the hearts of every demon in the Eastern Barren Territory. However, Gu Fei did not expect the 9 Dragons' ancestral land's formation to be so powerful that it could withstand the energy fluctuations of the peerless god realm. could it be in peerless God realm formation? Even he couldn't set up an infinite grade formation. Now that the 9 Dragons Ancestor Lands formation had been activated, it would not be easy for Gu Fei to enter the 9 Dragons Ancestor Land again. You bastard, now even I can't go back. The moment the ancestor of all demons caught sight of the gigantic net that was formed from ancient Tao patterns, he was dumbfounded as well. He was enraged. Go to hell. The ancestor of all demons waved his hands. In an instant, the sky was filled with the shadows of his palms, sealing off all of Gu Fei's escape routes. 1,000 Buddha palms. Without a second thought, Gu Fei used the Buddha tribe's theurgy. Countless shadows of palms rushed out from his hands and collided with the ancestor of all demons' palms. A series of collisions could be heard, and pitch-black holes appeared in the sky one after another. The power of the 2 of them actually shattered the void. Of course, these holes were only the size of an adult's fist, and they disappeared as soon as they appeared. They were instantly repaired by the Void Realm's heaven and earth energy. The Void Realm's heaven and earth energy was so strong that it could even suppress a low-level peerless God Realm existence. Of course, the Void Realm's heaven and earth energy was only used to suppress peerless gods who came from outside. The Void Realm's heaven and earth energy did not suppress peerless gods who were born and raised here. This was because Gu Fei was an outsider. When his peerless god energy clashed with the Void Realm's heaven and earth energy, he would naturally be suppressed. But now that he had refined sacred leader void, sky's heaven and earth energy, the Void Realm's heaven and earth energy could no longer suppress him. The shadows of palms disappeared, and 2 figures were sent flying. All right, I don't want to fight with you anymore. The ancestor of all demons was about to charge downwards. Right now, he just wanted to return to his ancestral cave of the 9 dragons and continue to sleep. The ancestor of all demons was sleeping in the ancestral cave of the 9 dragons. He was not just sleeping, he was undergoing some sort of transformation. He was using the ancestral cave of the 9 dragons to undergo some sort of transformation. Moreover, this transformation had reached a crucial point. This was also the reason why the ancestor of all demons did not want to bother with the Eastern Baron Monster tribe. The ancestor of all demons did not want his transformation to be affected. You think I'll stop fighting just because you say so? That won't do. In a flash, Gu Fei appeared in front of the ancestor of all demons, blocking his way. Preposterous. Do you really want to fight to the death with me? The ancestor of all demons said angrily, "Tisk, who's afraid of you?" Gu Fei struck out with his palm again. Rumble, his palm instantly enlarged in the void, blocking the entire void in front of the ancestor of all demons. Like a divine mountain, it charged towards the ancestor of all demons. The violent palm force shook the heavens and the earth. Kill. The ancestor of all demons was truly enraged. In the next instant, 9 shadows of dragons burst out from his body, turning into 9 ancestral dragons that charged towards Gu Fei's palm force. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the 9 ancestral dragons broke through Gu Fei's palm force and shrunk rapidly. Like 9 divine ropes, they coiled around Gu Fei. The 9 ancestral dragons coiled around Gu Fei's body tightened, causing the sound of bones moving to be heard from Gu Fei's body. At the same time, the ancestor of all demons appeared in front of Gu Fei and pointed a finger at the center of Gu Fei's brows. If Gu Fei were to be struck by the ancestor of all demons' finger, even if he did not die, his vitality would be greatly damaged. Aren't you dead this time round? How dare you provoke me? You deserve to die. The ancestor of all demons could already see Gu Fei's head exploding from his finger. However, his attack, which he thought was foolproof, failed. Gu Fei's figure actually became faint and illusory, as if he was about to merge with the surrounding void. It was as though the ancestor of all demons' finger had touched the void, and there was no sense of force behind it at all. How could this be? The ancestor of all demons was extremely shocked. Just as the ancestor of all demons was in shock, Gu Fei kicked him in the chest and sent him flying. The ancestor of all demons was kicked in the chest by Gu Fei and only stopped after flying 100 miles away. He lowered his head and saw that his chest had caved in. With a single breath, his caved-in chest recovered. At the level of the ancestor of all demons, one's physical body could be restored instantly. Damn it! Chapter 53, 99. The ancestor of all demons was truly angered by Gu Fei. This human had disturbed his slumber for no reason and even wanted to pick a fight with him. This was too much. Roar! The young man that the ancestor of all demons had transformed into let out a furious roar. In the next moment, his body changed once more. The muscles on his body bulged, and he grew taller by half a head. The ancestor of all demons had turned into a huge man with muscles all over his body, filled with power. One after another, ancient Tao patterns appeared on his body and coiled around him. Every single Tao pattern was emitting a strong power of the great Tao. Kill! The ancestor of all demons had the intention to kill Gu Fei. A terrifying killing intent appeared in the sky, causing the weather to change and the sun and moon to dim. In the next moment, the ancestor of all demons disappeared from where he was. The moment the ancestor of all demons disappeared, Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat. Before he could react, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. It was as though he had been slammed by a godly mountain, and he was sent flying backward. You dare to mess with me? The ancestor of all demons appeared where Gu Fei was. In the next moment, he disappeared once more and caught up to Gu Fei. He then stepped on Gu Fei's body. Bam! With a dull thud, Gu Fei was stomped down from the sky by the ancestor of all demons. Boom! With a loud sound, Gu Fei crashed into the ground like a meteor, creating a huge crater. A cloud of dust rose into the air. Looking at this scene, Ancestor Fireshine and the others were surprised and overjoyed. The ancestor was indeed the ancestor. To think that he could defeat Gu Fei. The Eastern Wilderness demon race was saved now. No matter how strong the army under Gu Fei was, even if Gu Fei's underlings occupied the entire Eastern Wilderness, as long as the ancestor of all demons killed Gu Fei's underlings would not be a threat anymore. The only person that the entire Eastern Wilderness demon race feared was Gu Fei. Therefore, as long as Gu Fei was there, the Eastern Barren beasts would not be able to turn the tables. Boom! Just as Patriarch Fire Qilin and the others were overwhelmed with joy, the ground suddenly exploded. In the next moment, a figure shot up into the sky and arrived in front of the ancestor of all demons. Not bad, it's really not bad. These 2 hits of yours make me feel very comfortable. Gu Fei twisted his neck and then twisted his waist. The sound of bones cracking could be heard from his body. You're a lunatic. You're really sick, and you're seriously sick. The all-demons ancestor was dumbfounded. This guy had been punched and stomped on by him, and yet he was completely fine? How was this possible? The all-demons patriarch was very confident in his own strength. He had given up his original body and cultivated the innate Taoist physique because it was stronger than his original body. The 1,000 demons ancestor's punch was enough to shatter a godly mountain. His stomp was enough to flatten a mountain range. However, Gu Fei was completely unscathed after withstanding the 1,000 demons ancestor's punch and kick. The 1,000 demons ancestor could not help but be shocked. Could this guy's physical body be even stronger than his innate Taoist physique? How could there be such a strong physical body in this world? Even though the 1,000 beasts' ancestors' expression remained calm, His heart was in turmoil. He had once followed Sacred Master Sutian. Sacred Lord Sutian was his master. His master's strength was undeniable. Sacred Lord Sutian was once the master of the Void Realm. Could this guy's physical body be comparable to his former master's? Again, Gu Fei charged at the Thousand Demons' ancestor. You lunatic! The Thousand Demons' ancestor attacked with all his might. His speed and strength were much stronger than before. As if there was no suspense, Gu Fei was sent flying again. Moreover, the Thousand Demons' ancestor chased after him. His fists rained down on Gu Fei's body. He was determined to kill the guy in front of him. However, although Gu Fei was punched repeatedly, he was not injured. The strength of an unbounded martial body was far beyond his expectations. Even the Thousand Demons' ancestor could not hurt him. However, no matter how strong the unbounded martial body was, he would still feel pain. Now, Gu Fei was in a state of pain and happiness. Clashing sounds rang continuously. In the distant sky, Patriarch Fireshine and the others saw that Gu Fei could not fight back against their Patriarch's fists. Ha ha! Gu Fei is dead meat. The divine king of the Phoenix tribe, who had been sent flying by Gu Fei, rushed back. She was overjoyed to see Gu Fei being tortured by their Patriarch. Patriarch Fireshine, Patriarch Black Tortoise, and Patriarch Green Dragon were extremely nervous. This battle was too important. It concerned the fate of the entire Eastern Wilderness. If the Patriarch won, the Eastern Wilderness would still belong to the demons. If the Patriarch lost, the Eastern Wilderness would have a new master. It could not be helped. Reality was cruel. Just as Gu Fei was enjoying the torture of the Thousand Demons' ancestor, the war in the Eastern Wilderness continued. Both sides were mobilizing their troops. As for the Eastern Wilderness demons, they were on the defensive. After the battle in Dongyang City, they had lost their advantage. Although their main force was still there, they had no choice but to be on the defensive. After Long Xiaozhou broke the siege of Dongyang City, he did not immediately launch a second wave of attacks. With Dongyang City as his base, he began to prepare to conquer the Eastern Wilderness. Gu Fei conquering the world was no joke. The empty realm needed a master. In the city lord's office of Dongyang City, Long Xiaozhou sat on the throne in the main hall and looked down at the experts below. Long Xiaozhou was in high spirits. She had never been as excited as she was today. She had never dreamed that she would have the chance to lead an army into the Eastern Wilderness. One had to know that the Eastern Wilderness was the world of the Eastern Wilderness demons. But now, the Eastern Wilderness demons were about to have a new master. The Eastern Wilderness was second only to the Middle Sky. Among the 5 main regions of the Void Realm, the Eastern Wilderness demons were only slightly weaker than the Sky Clan and the Buddha Clan of the Middle Sky. Moreover, the Eastern Wilderness Demon Clan had a trump card, the mysterious and unpredictable ancestor of all demons. The Thousand Demons' ancestor was a legend in the Eastern Wilderness and even the entire Void Realm. It was precisely because the Eastern Wilderness demons had such a trump card that no one dared to offend them. Of course, Gu Fei was an exception. He did not care about the Thousand Demons' ancestor. Your Second Highness, are we going to start now? Patriarch Tian Hong asked Long Xiaozhou, who was sitting on the throne. Let's wait first. Long Xiaozhou muttered. They could not advance rashly now. One had to know that the Eastern Wilderness demons were not to be trifled with. Wait, Your Second Highness, we should follow up on our victory and defeat the army of the Eastern Wilderness demons in one go. Someone stood up and said, Chapter 5400, Eastern Wilderness, Dongyang City. This ancient city experienced the baptism of war once more, but it still stood tall in the eastern wasteland. This war didn't cause too much damage to Dongyang City. The city lord, The Great Witch King sat in the main hall as if everything before him had nothing to do with him. Long Xiaozhou's arrival had turned the city lord of Dongyang City into a decoration. Because Long Xiaozhou was here, everything in Dongyang City was decided by Long Xiaozhou. As the city lord of Dongyang City, he could only smile on the side. The Great Witch King did not dare to say anything. After all, if Long Xiaozhou had not led the army to save Dongyang City, it would have been a different scene. At this time, the people in the hall were divided into two factions. One faction wanted to set up camp in Dongyang City first, then conquer the eastern wilderness. However, the other faction wanted to take advantage of the situation and completely defeat the eastern wilderness demon army. Both camps had a point. The former was the safest, and there would be no accidents. However, the second was to take advantage of the situation. This method might really be able to directly defeat the eastern wilderness demon army and directly control the entire eastern wilderness. Even Long Xiaozhou was tempted by the red-browed Eagle King's proposal. How about this, red-browed Eagle King? You lead the cavalry to chase after the demon army. The others will rest in Dongyang City. Long Xiaozhou pondered for a moment before speaking. Yes, Your Highness. The red-browed Eagle King was overjoyed when he heard this, and then he bowed to Long Xiaozhou before leaving the hall. Soon, the red-browed Eagle King led his tens of thousands of cavalry out of Dongyang City and toward the place where the eastern wilderness demon army was stationed. The war broke out again. The red-browed Eagle King led the elites of southern Man. Under the leadership of the red-browed Eagle King, the 16 feudal lords launched an attack on the eastern wasteland demon race army. However, the heaven culmination race did not move. However, even so, the Nanman army directly broke through several cities, and the Monster Clan army had to retreat again. At this time, Gu Fei was in the ancestral land of the eastern wilderness demon race, fighting the legendary demon ancestor. Two figures were moving rapidly above the 9 dragons' ancestral vein. Gu Fei was continuously sent flying by the 10,000 demon ancestor. Gu Fei looked as though he had no way to retaliate at all, and was being abused by the 10,000 demon king. However, in reality, Gu Fei was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Gu Fei was constantly devouring the energy of the 1,000 demon ancestor. When the 1,000 demon ancestors' fist force landed on his body, a portion of it was dissipated. However, the other portion was devoured by him. Therefore, the more Gu Fei fought, the stronger he became while the ancestor of all demons grew weaker. In this way, the outcome of this battle was decided. Meanwhile, the all demons ancestor did not know that Gu Fei was devouring his vitality. Roar! The ancestor of all demons roared continuously as he swung his fists in a frenzy towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei had lost track of how many times he had been sent flying by the 1,000 demons ancestor. However, he did not mind it at all. That was because his powers were constantly increasing. Bam! The ancestor of all demons punched hard on Gu Fei's chest once again. In the next moment, Gu Fei's clothes were instantly torn apart, and countless rags flew in the air. Gu Fei was sent flying for hundreds of miles before he managed to stop himself. He lowered his head and saw that there was a fist mark on his chest. The area that was punched had sunk into his body. However, in just a few breaths' time, the fist mark on Gu Fei's chest gradually disappeared. It had been repaired by his martial body. That's a decent punch. Gu Fei nodded. The ancestor of all demons, was dumbfounded. This guy had been abused so badly by him, but it was as though he had not been injured at all. This made him extremely moved. Come on, come again. Gu Fei hooked his finger at the ancestor of all demons from afar. The ancestor of all demons was depressed. If you're not coming, I'll make my move. Gu Fei said as he pointed at the ancestor of all demons. Swoosh! The light from Gu Fei's finger instantly pierced through the ancestor of all demons. Just as it was about to pierce through the ancestor of all demons, the ancestor of all demons suddenly disappeared into the void. In the next moment, the ancestor of all demons appeared behind Gu Fei and punched Gu Fei's back. Bam! With a dull thud, Gu Fei was sent flying forward. But very quickly, Gu Fei stabilized himself. How is this possible? The ancestor of all demons was in disbelief. Roar! Gu Fei roared and charged at the ancestor of all demons once again. The ancestor of all demons really could not do anything to Gu Fei. I can't afford to offend you, but I can afford to hide. The ancestor of all demons fled immediately. Where do you think you're going? When Gu Fei saw that the 1,000 demons' ancestor had escaped, he was extremely surprised and immediately chased after him. However, the ancestor of all demons dove into the mountain range below and disappeared. This fella, Gu Fei, was speechless. Who would have thought that the ancestor of all demons would flee? What's going on? Old Master Firekulin and the others who were watching from afar were stunned. Everything was fine earlier on, and the ancestor of all demons was torturing Gu Fei. Who would have thought that the one fleeing at this moment would be the ancestor of all demons? Old Master, this is the king of the Phoenix race, was even more shocked. Gu Fei dived into the mountain range below and fought with the ancestor of all demons in the mountain range. At this moment, Gu Fei's base in Zhongtian was attacked by a demonic being. When the news spread out, the entire Zhongtian was shocked. After Gu Fei took down Zhongtian, he left some elites to guard it. Long Xiaozhou was in charge of fighting, while Xiaoyu was in charge of managing Zhongtian's base. The demonic being appeared in Zhongtian once more. The appearance of this demonic being caused all the major forces to feel nervous. The ancestral ground of the Buddha race was shrouded in a demonic aura once more. The legendary limitless demon was about to strike again. Ancestral grounds of the Buddha race. In the skies above the 1,000 Buddha mountain, a demonic figure appeared. A powerful demonic aura spread out in all directions, and countless living beings were turned into savage-looking demonic beings. Xiaoyu led the group of Heaven Realm cultivators under her as though they were facing a great enemy. The forces that guarded Zhongtian were not weak, but they were far from the demonic beings of the limitless demon. Once they were surrounded by the demonic beings, they would only have one choice: death. Very soon, Long Xiaozhou, who was in Eastern Wilderness, received a message from Xiaoya. What? A demonic being appeared in Zhongtian again. Long Xiaozhou could no longer sit still, without her master around, who could fight against the limitless demon. She had no choice but to send a message to Gu Fei. What? Chapter 5401. The ancestral land of the 9 dragons was the territory of the ancestor of all monsters. If this guy wanted to hide, even Gu Fei would have a hard time finding him. A strong divine sense burst out from Gu Fei and instantly enveloped the entire ancestral land of the 9 dragons. The auras of all living beings appeared in his mind. However, there was no sign of the ancestor of all monsters among the auras. Outrageous! This guy is quite capable. Gu Fei could not help but frown. But he soon understood that the ancestor of all monsters had been sleeping on the ancestral 9 dragons' jade lotus platform. His aura had long become one with the aura of the ancestral land of the 9 dragons. Therefore, this guy could easily become one with the aura of the ancestral land of the 9 dragons. Even Gu Fei could not sense his presence. He could not find this guy for the time being. Gu Fei did not really want to fight to the death with the ancestor of all monsters. Since this guy did not want to come out, it was fine. As long as he did not mess up Gu Fei's plan, he would let him be. Just then, a flare descended from the sky. With a wave of Gu Fei's hand, the flame wisp landed in his hand. A demon appeared in the Buddhist land. Gu Fei dispersed the flame wisp in his hand, and in the next moment, he disappeared on the spot without leaving a trace. This, after Ancestor Fireshine saw that Gu Fei had left, he only dared to fly over slowly from afar. Gu Fei had beaten up their ancestor so badly that he had to flee. Who in the entire eastern wilderness could fight against him? What should they do? Ancestor Fireshine and the rest were in despair. Surrender obediently, and that guy should not make things difficult for you. Don't disturb me in the future. Understand? The ancestor of all monsters' voice rang in the minds of Ancestor Fireshine and the rest. Ancestor Fireshine and the rest were speechless. Was this guy really their ancestor? They had no choice but to surrender. If they were to fight to the death with Gu Fei, the eastern wilderness monster race would be wiped out. Be it old Ancestor Firechilin or old Ancestor Black Tortoise, none of them wanted to die. At this time, the war in the eastern wilderness had broken out again. The southern barbarian army, brought by Long Xiaozhou, had launched an attack on the eastern wilderness demon clan army. The demon army of the eastern baron kept losing ground. The demon army of the Firechilin clan was amazing. They actually managed to defend Moyang City against the red-browed Eagle King's attack. The guardian general of the Firechilin clan was Firechilin Yen. He was an emperor realm expert, and he was the younger brother of the Firechilin forefather. Red-browed Eagle King was only at the king realm, but behind him was Huang Fuzun. With Huang Fuzun's support, even the Firechilin flame didn't dare to leave the city to fight. However, the other demon race armies were different, especially the Black Tortoise Demon Army, which was directly defeated by Long Xiaozhou's army. There were countless experts under Long Xiaozhou's command, and even she herself was a half-step Emperor Realm expert, although the commander of the Black Tortoise Demon Army was also an Emperor Realm expert. Long Xiaozhou had the Monarch Executioner that Gu Fei had bestowed upon her. It was a peerless divine blade that had been stained with the blood of more than one Emperor Realm expert. With the Monarch Executioner in hand, Long Xiaozhou had no fear of any Emperor Realm expert. Black Tortoise Dragon was extremely depressed. He was being hunted down by a junior from the West Sea. He was an Emperor of the Black Tortoise clan, while his opponent was only the youngest daughter of the West Sea Dragon Emperor. She wasn't even an Emperor Realm expert. It couldn't be helped. The youngest daughter of the West Sea Dragon Emperor wielded the Monarch Executioner that even Emperor Realm experts were afraid of. Long Xiaozhou had already obtained Gu Fei's 9 esoteric immortal Dao. With a single slash, she cleaved the city that Black Tortoise Dragon was guarding in half. Wherever the saber light passed, it left behind a huge ravine, splitting the entire city in half. Countless demons died under this saber. Even an Emperor Realm expert like Black Tortoise Dragon was scared out of his wits by Long Xiaozhou's slash. He fled without putting up any resistance. That Monarch Executioner was an absolute killing weapon. Of course, it wasn't enough to scare an Emperor Realm expert like Black Tortoise Dragon into running for his life. The reason Black Tortoise Dragon fled was because he'd received news that Long Xiaozhou's Monarch Executioner had been enhanced by Gu Fei. It could kill any Emperor Realm expert with it. He, Xuan Wulong, didn't want to be instantly killed by Long Xiaozhou, a little girl from the West Sea. He might be laughed at if he fled, but if he didn't, he would be instantly killed by the little girl from the West Sea. He would still be laughed at. Therefore, Black Tortoise Dragon chose to flee. Kill them. In the sky above the city, Long Xiaozhou waved the Monarch Executioner in her hand. In the next moment, the countless battle soldiers behind her charged towards the scattered Black Tortoise demon soldiers in the city like a tidal wave. Since the Black Tortoises had fled when they saw their commander, how could the others dare fight Long Xiaozhou's soldiers? Therefore, Countless soldiers fled through the 4 city gates. Black, tortoise deserters filled the mountains and plains. Long Xiaozhou soon stopped her attack, because Gu Fei had arrived. "Master, why don't you follow up with another attack?" In Long Xiaozhou's main tent, she said to Gu Fei, who was sitting on the main seat, "There's no need to waste energy on this. They'll surrender soon." Gu Fei said indifferently. What? Everyone in the tent was shocked. Could it be that their master had already forced the Eastern Baron Demon clan to surrender? If they don't want to die, then they have no choice but to surrender. Gu Fei's tone was as calm as ever. Subduing the Eastern Baron monster race wasn't a difficult task. He didn't want to waste time here. "Disciple, you're in charge of the Eastern Baron territory. Kill anyone who refuses to surrender. Don't be lenient. I'll leave someone behind to help you." As Gu Fei spoke, a figure appeared in the tent with just a thought. "Master, you finally thought of me?" The limitless fire spirit was extremely excited. He had stayed in the little world that sacred Lord Void Sky had created for countless years and wanted to come out. The Wuji fire spirit had obtained Gu Fei's innate stone man body. At this moment, he'd perfectly fused his power with this body. The boundless fire spirit was a true boundless realm existence. An emperor realm cultivator was nothing in front of it. Even a transcendent emperor realm cultivator could be crushed to death with a single finger. In the void world, an infinite prime was invincible. This is your young master. You have to listen to her. You understand? If anything happens to her, you know what will happen. Gu Fei said to the Wuji fire spirit. "Yes, master. With me here, no one can hurt the young master." The Wuji fire spirit said, hurriedly. With the Wuji fire spirit guarding the Eastern Baron territory, there was nothing to fear even if the super antique from the ancestral dragon vein of the Eastern Baron territory jumped out. After settling everything, Gu Fei headed straight for the Middle Lands. Chapter 5402. Once again, Zhongtian was in danger. Wuji demon had actually recovered and opened up the demonic domain. Countless demonic domain armies rushed out of the demonic domain as the demonic chi flowed out of the demonic domain. Any living creature that came into contact with the demonic chi would be demonized and turned into incomparably ferocious demonic creatures. The demonic creatures that were demonized by the demonic chi were all low-level demonic creatures that only knew how to kill. However, the high-level demons that came out of the demonic domain could easily control these low-level demonic creatures. Zhongtian was the most prosperous place in the Void Realm. It had the most living creatures in the entire Void Realm. After these living creatures were demonized by the demonic chi, they became a terrifying demonic army. The great demon that led the army of demons to surround the Zhongtian dynasty was Fire Demon Lord, one of the 5 elements demon lords under Wuji Demon Lord. The Zhongtian dynasty was one of the superpowers in Zhongtian. The power of the Zhongtian dynasty naturally could not be compared to the Sky Clan and Buddha Clan. Especially after the previous demonic chaos, the Zhongtian dynasty was almost destroyed by the demons. After surviving the previous demonic chaos, who would have thought that Gu Fei would launch a war to unify the world? Gu Fei's army killed their way into Zhongtian from the South Barbarian. Everywhere they passed, countless forces in Zhongtian surrendered. The Zhongtian dynasty was no exception. As such, the Zhongtian Empire's capital had become Xiaoya's base camp in the Zhongtian Empire. The Sky Clan's primogenitor, Yuxian, was Gu Fei's 3rd disciple. The Buddha Clan's 7 great Buddhist lords had also surrendered to Gu Fei. Conquering Zhongtian was actually not a difficult task. "Your Highness, what should we do?" In the Zhongtian dynasty's palace, a group of powerhouses looked at Little Ya, who was sitting on the throne. As for the Emperor of Zhongtian, he was standing respectfully below the throne. At this time, the Emperor of Zhongqian, was on the verge of a mental breakdown. This throne was supposed to be his, but now, sitting on the throne in front of him, was a little girl who was not even a god king, and he, the emperor, had to listen to this little girl. In fact, even if the emperor of the Zhongtian imperial court was not convinced in his heart, it was useless. This was because he did not dare to resist, because even the Tian clan had already submitted. When the sky-high royal lord personally saw the old ancestor of the sky race call Lilia as senior sister, he was completely dumbfounded. The primogenitor of the Tian clan was a legendary supreme existence. What else can we do? Junior sister, what do you think we should do? Xiaoya said to a young and beautiful woman who was lying on a seat on the left with her legs crossed. You're the senior sister. You have the final say. Yu Xian, or said indifferently. This, Xiaoya frowned. If her junior sister was willing to make a move, how could that fire demon sovereign outside the city be a match for her? Yu Xian, was a supreme existence that surpassed the Emperor realm. In the eyes of experts from the Void realm, any existence that surpassed the Emperor realm was the Transcendent Emperor realm. The Transcendent Emperor realm represented invincibility, because Long Xiaozhou fought in the eastern wilderness and took away the elites and experts of southern barbarian. There were not many experts here to keep watch. However, the 4 great generals and 7 great Buddhist lords under her command were all experts among experts. Especially the 4 generals, they were once the generals under old ancestor Hong Tian. They had been through hundreds of battles and had rich experience in battles. Moreover, each of them was a transcendent emperor realm existence. Whether it was Wu Jixian, Wu Jishan, Wu Jidao, or Wu Jizhan, they were all existences in the eternal realm, in the void realm. The eternal realm was equivalent to the transcendent emperor realm. The 7 Buddhist lords were all in the emperor realm. Your Highness, why don't I go and meet that fire demon sovereign? Wu Jizhan stood up and said, All right. Xiaoya pondered for a moment and said, All right, be careful. Yes, Your Highness. After Wu Jizhan said that, he disappeared on the spot. No one saw how he left. This kind of supreme existence in the transcendent emperor realm had to listen to Xiaoya. The sky-high royal lord was shocked. This was an existence that even he had to look up to. At this time, Gu Fei appeared in the sky above the sky-high royal city. As soon as he arrived, he saw a figure rushing out of the sky-high royal city towards a powerful demonic aura outside the city. Wu Jizhan. Gu Fei recognized that person immediately. The person who rushed out of the city and into the army of demons was one of his 4 generals, Wu Jizhan. The 4 generals were specially left behind by Gu Fei to protect Xiaoya. Of course, it was enough for Xiaoya to be protected by Yu Xian. However, Gu Fei still left behind the 4 generals. With the 4 generals protecting Xiaoya, Gu Fei could rest assured. The current situation was so bad that he had to send out the 4 generals. Gu Fei was not in a hurry to enter the sky-high royal city. At this time, an angry roar came from the army of demons outside the city. Roar. The terrifying demonic roar spread out in all directions. The surrounding demonic aura was immediately affected by the sound waves. A powerful demonic aura erupted, but at the same time, another powerful aura erupted as well. The 2 forces, one righteous and one evil, were confronting each other. Interesting. Gu Fei felt a little surprised when he sensed the demonic aura. That limitless demon actually had such a powerful subordinate. Back then, Yu Xian fused with Ling Tian Palace Master and transformed into the Limitless Sword Master to fight against the limitless demon. That battle was earth-shattering and almost destroyed this part of the world. In the end, the limitless demon was no match for the Limitless Sword Master, and had no choice but to retreat into his devil domain. Now, the limitless demon actually recovered and dared to kill his way out of the devil domain. This made Gu Fei curious. How did this guy recover in such a short period of time? The limitless sword master was a ruthless character. The limitless demon was defeated by the limitless sword master and suffered heavy injuries. Boom! At this time, a loud sound rang out. Two fists instantly collided with each other. This was simply like two huge mountains colliding, causing the entire void to tremble. Violent energy waves erupted, causing transparent ripples to appear in the void and spread out in all directions. The two figures flew backwards, but they immediately charged at each other again. The dull sound of the collision was like an incomparably shocking thunder, causing the ears of all living beings to buzz. Those living beings with weaker cultivations even fainted from the impact. The battle between these two transcendent emperors was simply a disaster to the army of demons outside the city. The mighty fluctuations of power that descended from the sky directly caused countless demonic creatures to turn into clouds of blood mist. However, the death of countless demons and demonic creatures was completely ignored by the Fire Devil Lord. Chapter 5403. In Zhongtian, outside the imperial capital of Zhongtian dynasty, Wu Jizhan was fighting against Fire Demon Venerable. Two powerful forces kept colliding in the sky, and the energy waves that erupted from them spread out in all directions. The energy storm in the sky was extremely powerful. The energy waves that swept down caused the sand and stones on the ground to fly, and the sun and moon to dim. Towering trees were uprooted, and then directly smashed into pieces by the energy storm in the void. Countless devil race powerhouses and demonic creatures who couldn't dodge in time were affected and turned into clouds of blood mist, directly losing their lives. Fire Demon Venerable did not care about the life and death of his demons at all. He only had one goal, and that was to kill the human in front of him. As long as he could kill this guy, it would definitely be worth it, even if he had to sacrifice his demon army. The two figures moved quickly in the void, and the dull sound of collisions kept ringing. For a moment, the two experts could not determine the winner at all. They were only evenly matched, and it was difficult to determine the winner in a short period of time. The barracks of the demons below were already in a mess. At this moment, the gate of the imperial capital of Zhongtian dynasty suddenly opened, and countless soldiers rushed out of the city, directly killing into the barracks of the demons outside the city. For a moment, flags fluttered and battle cries shook the sky. Seeing this, Gu Fei could not help but frown. The person who led the army out of the city was Wu Jixian, the leader of his 4 Eternal Realm generals. Needless to say, it must be Lilia who ordered the attack on the barracks of the demons, because in the entire Zhongtian, only Lilia could order Wu Jixian around. Wu Jixian was an Eternal Realm expert, and he only took orders from Gu Fei and Lilia. Even Long Xiaozhou and Yuxian could not order Wu Jixian around. Wu Jixian attacked, and countless immortal lights directly pierced into the barracks of the demons. Countless demon soldiers were pierced by the immortal lights and then turned into dust and dissipated in the void. These demons, under the hands of Wu Jixian, not even their corpses were left. Wu Jixian led his army and went on a killing spree, causing the demons' army to be routed. Countless demon soldiers scrambled to escape, and no one expected that the demons' army would be so weak. As for Wu Jixian, he was getting further and further away from Fire Devil Venerable. No one would have thought that the siege would be resolved just like that. At this time, the other experts in the city also soared into the sky and came to the sky to watch the battle. "Fourth bro, you're amazing," Wu Jixian exclaimed. Their fourth brother, Wu Jixian, had displayed astonishing battle prowess. He was actually able to fight against Fire Demon Sovereign all by himself. Boom. The two figures collided with each other in an instant. In the next moment, the two figures separated, but immediately rushed back to kill each other. Great heaven-world destruction palm. Wu Jizhan let out a furious roar as he displayed this palm technique. The violent palm force covered the sky and covered the earth as it headed towards Fire Demon Venerable, fire refining heaven and earth. Hua Emozun sneered and also displayed his ultimate move. Boundless demonic flames surged from his body and engulfed Wu Jizhan instantly. Rumble, when the two forces collided, the sky full of palm shadows and the monstrous demonic flames disappeared at the same time. Once again, they were evenly matched. No one could do anything to the other. Fourth bro, do you need help? Wu Jishin shouted at Wu Jizhan, who was fighting with Fire Demon Venerable. Don't interfere. He's mine. Wu Jizhan shouted as he attacked. Wu Jishin was stunned when he heard this. Fourth bro didn't need their help. One had to know that if the four of them were to attack together, no matter how strong Fire Demon Venerable was, he would still be tortured by the four of them. Limitless immortal. And the rest could not sense the presence of Gu Fei at all. Why isn't Master back yet? Wu Jishun and the rest were getting anxious because the subordinates of Limitless Demon Venerable were extremely strong. If Limitless Demon Venerable were to come personally, they would definitely be dead. As for Gu Fei, he was someone who could go against Limitless Demon Venerable. Boom. At this moment, a figure flew out. Seeing this, Gu Fei could not help but frown. Wu Jizhan was sent flying by the other party, smashing into a mountain ridge over 10 miles away. Wu Jizhan crashed through the mountain and rolled down to the foot of the mountain. Fourth bro, seeing this, Wu Jishin was both shocked and furious. Was this Fire Demon Venerable really so powerful? Roar. Wu Jizhan's roar could be heard from afar. The sound waves spread out and reverberated in the mountains. Wu Jizhan charged over from afar and charged towards Fire Demon Venerable. Fire Devil Venerable was going all out. One after another, chains of fire rushed out from his body towards Wu Jizhan. The speed of the chains was extremely fast. Wu Jizhan flipped his right hand, and a divine saber appeared in his hand. Swoosh! Wu Jizhan slashed out with his saber. The dazzling saber light lit up the dark sky. The immortal saber light broke through the fire chains one after another and headed straight for Fire Demon Venerable. This was Wu Jizhan's heaven-splitting demonic saber. The power of this divine saber was not to be underestimated. Swoosh! Fire Demon Venerable left an afterimage on the spot and dodged it instantly. Keep it. Fire Demon Venerable's figure appeared in the distance. In his right hand was a demonic pagoda that was surrounded by demonic flames. He took out the demonic pagoda. The demonic pagoda rose from Fire Demon Venerable's hand and appeared above Wu Jizhan's head. A powerful devouring power surged out from the demonic pagoda and enveloped Wu Jizhan in an instant. This was Fire Demon Venerable's heaven-devouring demonic pagoda. Wu Jizhan felt his body tighten. In the next moment, he flew towards the demonic pagoda uncontrollably and was sucked into the demonic pagoda. Fourth bro, when Wu Jishin, Wu Jidao, and the others saw this, they were extremely shocked. Wu Jishin and Wu Jidao attacked Fire Demon Venerable at the same time. Haha, you want to gang up on me? Fire Demon Venerable laughed. At this moment, the huge demonic pagoda shrunk rapidly and landed on Fire Demon Venerable's right hand. You guys come in as well. Fire Demon Venerable laughed and soared into the sky, dodging the attacks of the two experts. In the next moment, the demonic pagoda in his hand flew up again and turned into a huge mountain, giving off an incomparably oppressive feeling. Another powerful devouring power surged out from the bottom of the demonic pagoda. This power enveloped Wu Jishun and Wu Jidao at the same time. Wu Jishun and Wu Jidaoshun couldn't help but fly towards the demon tower. Just as they were about to be devoured, a figure appeared beside them and reached out to grab the two of them. Fire Demon Venerable was shocked. That person was not afraid of his demonic pagoda. Fire Demon Venerable activated the demonic pagoda with all his might. He wanted to suck the three fellows below into the demonic pagoda and refine them. However, no matter how he activated the demonic pagoda, the three people below did not move at all. They were as steady as a divine mountain. Master, Chapter 5404. Every single one of the 5 elemental devil sovereigns under the limitless demon lord was extremely powerful. This fire devil sovereign was even more ferocious. When he attacked, he didn't have any scruples at all. He didn't even care about the lives of his subordinates. Fire Devil Sovereign immediately took out the heaven-devouring Devil Tower. The fourth brother, Wu Jizhan, was directly swallowed by the heaven-devouring Devil Tower. The second brother, Wu Jishan, and the third brother, Wu Jidao, rushed forward and attacked Fire Devil Sovereign at the same time. They wanted to save Wu Jizhan, but the might of the heaven-devouring Devil Tower had reached an unimaginable level. Just as Wu Jidao and Wu Jidao were about to be sucked into the heaven-devouring Devil Tower, a figure suddenly appeared and grabbed them. Master, when Wu Jidao and Wu Jidao saw that person, they were both surprised and delighted. Now that their master had made a move, this Fire Devil Sovereign was going to be in trouble. Both of you retreat first. Gu Fei grabbed Wu Jishan with one hand and Wu Jidao with the other. Then he exerted his strength and flung the two generals away. Wu Jishan and Wu Jidao immediately flew out of the heaven-devouring demon tower's demonic might as though they were riding on the clouds. They disappeared without a trace. The experts in the sky above the Middle Sky Royal Capital were shocked to see this scene. It's Master. Master is back. Xiaoya also appeared in the sky above the Middle Sky Royal Capital. When she saw the figure below the Devil Tower, she couldn't help but exclaim, "What? Gu Fei is back." The powerhouses of the Culmination Sky Royal Capital were all shocked. This was especially true for the Zenith Royal Lord. This was the first time this venerable realm expert had seen Gu Fei. It was also the first time he had seen Gu Fei's glory. "Who are you?" Fire Devil Sovereign had never seen Gu Fei before. "The person who will kill you." After saying that, Gu Fei directly charged into the heaven-devouring demon tower. "Ha! You want to kill me? What a joke. Let me refine you first." Fire Demon Sovereign couldn't help laughing when he saw Gu Fei walking into the trap. He extended his right hand, and the heaven-devouring Devil Tower, which was as large as a demonic mountain, flew towards him. The heaven-devouring demon tower shrunk rapidly. When it landed in the hands of the Fire Fiend Lord, it was only a foot tall, and he held it in his hands. Above the Devil Tower, the demonic fire lingered, and inside the Devil Tower, 2 small figures were circulating mysterious techniques to resist the demonic fire that was burning from all directions. This heaven-devouring Devil Tower had a total of 7 floors. Each floor was an inner world, and each floor was a world of devil flames. Living beings that were sucked into the Devil Tower only had one fate, and that was to be refined by the devil flames, their bodies and souls destroyed. Gu Fei and Wu Jizhan were taken into the first floor of the Devil Tower by Fire Devil Venerable. "Master, why did you come in?" When Gu Fei entered the Devil Tower, Wu Jizhan was already surrounded by demonic fire. Wu Jizhan's body emitted a ball of godly light. This ball of godly light enveloped him, blocking the surrounding demonic fire outside of this ball of godly light. Even though Wu Jizhan had the godly light protecting him, under the refinement of the demonic fire, the godly light around his body gradually dimmed. Once the godly light was completely refined by the demonic fire, he would be done for. The demonic fire within the heaven-devouring Devil Tower was no ordinary demonic fire. It was the terrifying, eternal-grade demonic fire that could refine an eternal realm expert to death. Seeing that Gu Fei had appeared within the heaven-devouring Devil Tower, Wu Jizhan was both surprised and elated. If I hadn't come, wouldn't you have ended up with your body and soul destroyed? Gu Fei walked within the demonic fire. Wherever he passed, the demonic fire would retreat to the sides, unable to get close to him at all. This, outside the heaven-devouring Devil Tower, Fire Devil Venerable couldn't help but feel shocked. This human wasn't afraid of the demonic fire within the tower. This heaven-devouring Devil Tower was a demonic weapon that Fire Devil Venerable had spent his entire life refining. This demonic weapon was extremely strong and could even refine an eternal realm expert to death with ease. Could this human be in existence just like his master? At the thought of this, Fire Devil Venerable's face turned extremely grim. Master, to think that his master would enter the Devil Tower personally to save him. Wu Jizhan was both grateful and ashamed at the same time. Yes, Gu Fei pondered for a moment before flipping his right hand. A cauldron the size of a fist appeared in his hand as he held it. I'll give this 9 Daos cauldron to protect you first. As Gu Fei spoke, the small cauldron in his right hand flew over to Wu Jizhan. The 9 Daos cauldron floated above Wu Jizhan's head. The power of the 9 Daos descended from the 9 Daos cauldron and enveloped Wu Jizhan within it. Many thanks, Master, Wu Jizhan replied hurriedly. He felt his body lighten as the heat from the outside world was blocked off by a tremendous amount of energy from the 9 Daos cauldron. What? Looking at this scene within the tower, Fire Devil Venerable could not help but be shocked. To think that this human would be able to take out a Dao weapon that could go against the heaven-devouring demon tower so casually. This was definitely not a good thing for Fire Devil Venerable. All right, let me destroy this Devil Tower then. As Gu Fei said that, he gripped his right hand and punched upwards. The next moment, Wu Jizhan heard a loud boom as the entire heaven-devouring demon tower shook violently. To think that the first level of the Devil Tower would be punched through by Gu Fei. Gu Fei's fist force was indestructible. After punching through the first level of the Devil Tower, his fist force turned into a gigantic purplish gold dragon. This gigantic dragon slammed headfirst into the second level of the Devil Tower. With that, a gigantic hole appeared on the second level of the Devil Tower as well. The earth-shattering sounds of collisions rang out continuously. To think that the heaven-devouring demon tower would be punched through by Gu Fei with a single punch. He had punched through the 7th level of the heaven-devouring demon tower. The heaven-devouring demon tower flew up from Fire Devil Venerable's hands and expanded to a gigantic size instantly. As for Fire Devil Venerable, he seemed to have received a huge blow as a trail of blood oozed out from the corner of his mouth. How could this be? Fire Devil Venerable stared at the heaven-devouring demon tower in disbelief. In the eyes of Gu Fei, there's nothing that's impossible in this world. As Gu Fei was speaking, a figure within the heaven-devouring demon tower began to grow bigger and bigger, causing the entire heaven-devouring demon tower to be filled with cracks. Roar! Fire Devil Venerable channeled the fire-type demonic powers within his body furiously as ancient demonic patterns appeared one after another on the surface of the heaven-devouring demon tower. He wanted to suppress the heaven-devouring demon tower. However, it was all futile. Boom! With a loud explosion, the entire heaven-devouring demon tower exploded as a torrential demonic flame burst forth, sweeping through the entire heaven and earth. Countless demonic beings on the ground were incinerated into ashes by the demonic flames. The fragments of the heaven-devouring demon tower shot out in all directions, and even the Sky Midheaven Emperor was affected. The Sky Midheaven Royal Lord hurriedly activated the Sky Midheaven Royal Capital's defensive array, blocking the flying fragments. PFFF. Fire Devil Venerable could no longer hold it in as he spat out a mouthful of demonic blood. Following the destruction of the heaven-devouring demon tower, he also received a huge blow. Chapter 5405. Gu Fei punched through the seven-floored heaven-devouring demon tower and destroyed the entire tower. This was a demonic Tao artifact that Fire Demon Venerable had refined for his entire life. It was closely related to him. Now that the heaven-devouring demon tower was destroyed by Gu Fei, Fire Demon Venerable suffered a huge blow. He vomited blood immediately. Kill! Wu Jizhan grabbed the Nine Paths cauldron and smashed it towards Fire Demon Venerable. Bam! With a dull thud, Fire Demon Venerable was smashed by the Nine Paths cauldron and was sent flying. He coughed out blood continuously. Clearly, he was severely injured. I'll take your life while you're down. Wu Jizhan chased after him with the Nine Paths cauldron. Scram! A furious roar came from the sky. In the next moment, a figure descended from the sky and punched towards Wu Jizhan. An extremely violent fist force erupted from the figure's fist and sent Wu Jizhan flying with the cauldron. Gu Fei couldn't help but frown when he saw this. This person's combat strength was extremely strong and far above Wu Jizhan. There was such a powerful demon, venerable under the limitless demon lord. Wu Jizhan steadied himself. He felt his blood boiling, and a stream of blood rushed up his throat. He almost vomited it out. He forcefully swallowed the blood back down his throat. Old Hua, why are you in such a sorry state? The demonic figure laughed loudly. It's you, Old Jean? Fire Demon Venerable was shocked. It was Golden Demon Venerable. There were 5 powerful demon venerables under the limitless demon lord. These 5 demon venerables were metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. These 5 demon venerables had an impressive background. They were all innate demons born from the innate 5 elements demonic chi. Such demons were already heaven-defying in terms of talent. Fire Demon Venerable and Golden Demon Venerable were both peak Eternal Realm experts. That Fire Devil Venerable was able to defeat Wu Jizhan. If it wasn't for Gu Fei, Wu Jizhan would have been in danger of being refined by the Fire Devil Venerable using the heaven-devouring Devil Tower. Golden Demon Venerable had arrived. You are Golden Demon Venerable. Wu Jizhan stared at the figure covered in demonic chi and sneered. This time, the limitless demon lord killed his way out of the demon domain, but he had 5 demon lords under him. These 5 demon lords fought in Middle Heaven, and everywhere they went, they destroyed everything. In the entire Midheaven, only the heavenly race ancestral land and heavenly capital had not fallen. There was no need to talk about the Sky Clan. The Sky Clan's ancestral land was surrounded by countless arrays. Even the 5 demon sovereigns couldn't attack it. Therefore, the Tian clan's ancestral land was very safe. Moreover, the Tian clan's ancestral land was not simple. Even if the 5 great demon sovereigns attacked it, these demon sovereigns would still lose their lives inside. This was because the ancestral land had other plans. As for Zhongtian Emperor's capital, It was guarded by the 4 great generals. Therefore, Fire Devil Venerable couldn't attack it for the time being. Tian Mountain Fire Capital, Venerable Tian Dragon Demon, Wu Capital Venerable Dragon King, Demon Sect, Fei Tian Tian, Qi King Demon Dragon Tower 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 Race, Dragon Dragon God, Demon Wu Chen, Hao Tian Long Venerable Dragon Tower Demon Emperor Tian Tian, and Floors. Demons, Flame, Mo Ants, Ken, Chen, Tu, Ayu Ants, Long Chen, Yu is Caressed, I Chen Chen Demon Hall Chen. Golden Demon Venerable's tone was impatient. What did you say? Wu Jijan was truly infuriated. How about you come over and let me kill you? Wu Jijan sneered. You're courting death, Golden Demon Venerable said, and disappeared on the spot. What? Wu Jijan was taken aback. Just as he was about to dodge, a hand reached out from the side. Then a fist appeared in front of him and was accurately caught by that hand. Wu Jijan's shock was no small matter. The person who had grabbed the fist in front of him was none other than Gu Fei. What? A demonic figure appeared from the void. Golden Demon Venerable looked at Gu Fei in shock. Kacha! The sound of bones cracking was heard. In the next moment, Golden Demon Venerable's entire right arm twisted. Roar! Golden Demon Venerable roared and tore off his right arm. Then he retreated and distanced himself from Gu Fei. You, Golden Demon Venerable was shocked and furious. He saw his severed right arm grow back quickly. In just a few seconds, his right arm had regrown. So it's a golden spider. Gu Fei smiled as he looked at Golden Demon Sovereign's right arm, which had reverted to its original form. It was not a human arm, but a spider leg. Golden Demon Venerable's original form was a golden spider. Moreover, Golden Demon Venerable's arm could grow back. In other words, this guy had an undying body. Of course, an undying body was relative. No one could truly be undying. Even infinite primes could face the danger of being killed by other infinite primes. There was no helping it. This was the cruel reality of the cultivation world. Eternal life was possible, but undying was very difficult. No one would find a place to hide for the rest of their lives. It was too boring. You deserve to die. Golden Demon Venerable stared at Gu Fei. A shocking killing intent spread from his body. The surrounding temperature dropped rapidly under the impact of the killing intent. You want to kill me? Gu Fei really felt that it was somewhat funny. This fellow was overestimating his own ability. You think I can't kill you? Golden Demon Venerable gritted his teeth. He was truly enraged. He had actually been injured by a puny human. This was a complete humiliation to him. However, Golden Demon Venerable had no idea who he was facing. Even if his master, the boundless Demon Lord, were to come in person, he would not dare to look down on the current Gu Fei. You don't say. You really can't kill me. Gu Fei placed his hands behind his back and said calmly, Are you joking? Golden Demon Venerable said in disdain. You can try if you don't believe me. Gu Fei said disapprovingly. Then go to hell. Golden Demon Venerable said as he took a step forward and threw a punch at Gu Fei. The stronger an existence was, the more simple and direct their attacks would be. While such an attack might seem simple, it contained Tao power and was the most powerful attack. However, Gu Fei did not move at all. Golden Demon Venerable's fist came to a stop when it was still half a foot away from Gu Fei. It was as though it had hit a transparent wall in front of Gu Fei. Golden Demon Venerable's fist rebounded. What? Golden Demon Sovereign's shock was no small matter. This guy's defensive power was actually that strong. Fire Demon Venerable, who was at the side, was even more dumbfounded. The experts who were watching the battle from the sky above Zhongtian royal capital were also dumbfounded. Damn it! Golden Demon Venerable was enraged. He waved his fist in a frenzy and punched at Gu Fei. Chapter 5406. The arrival of the Golden Demon Lord was extremely domineering. With a single punch, he sent Wu Jixian flying before challenging Gu Fei. However, the Golden Demon Lord would have never imagined that this puny little human before him would be an existence that could stand shoulder to shoulder with his master. If he had known that Gu Fei was an existence that could stand shoulder to shoulder with his master, he would have long been scared off. How would he have dared to jump out and challenge Gu Fei? At this moment, the fist of the Golden Demon Lord slammed out at Gu Fei in a frenzy. However, when his fist was still half an inch away from Gu Fei, it was blocked by an invisible force. To think that his fist couldn't even touch the hem of Gu Fei's robes. How could this be? The Golden Demon Lord retracted his fist and retreated. Why? Not fighting anymore. Gu Fei looked at the Golden Demon Lord with a smile that didn't seem like a smile. The Golden Demon Lord glared at Gu Fei with a myriad of expressions on his face. This human was many times stronger than he had expected. There was a high chance that this fella was an unparalleled existence, just like his master. At the thought of this, a layer of cold sweat broke out on the forehead of the Golden Demon Lord. Let's attack together. I refuse to believe that we can't take down this fella. By now, the Fire Demon Lord had already recovered. This fella had consumed a demon pill, and all the wounds on his body had healed completely. There's no need to use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. Master, let me take on these two fellas. Unknowingly, Wu Jixian had already appeared behind Gu Fei. He was the leader of the 4 great generals and possessed a cultivation state of eternal peak state. In reality, given Wu Jixian's innate talent, he would definitely be able to take that final step into the half-step, limitless state in the future. However, this wasn't a step that could be taken just because one wanted to. It required fate. Some people's cultivation states were stuck between eternal peak state and half-step limitless state. No matter how long they tried, they were unable to take that final step. However, there were some people who could comprehend it and take that final step overnight. Therefore, fate was extremely important. Can you do it? Gu Fei said with a frown. Although Wu Jixian had peak eternal realm cultivation, Lord Golden Devil also had peak eternal realm cultivation. Moreover, there was also Lord Fire Devil. How could Wu Jixian be a match for these two fellows? Master, count me in. Wu Jixian charged over. All right. Gu Fei glanced at Wu Jixian and Wu Jixian before taking a step forward and retreating. You dare to look down on me? Golden Demon Sovereign was enraged. A powerful wave of demonic power erupted from his body. Everyone was shocked when they sensed the wave of demonic power. Golden Fiend supremacy was going all out. Why are you so fierce? Wu Jixian took a step forward and reached out with his right hand to grab the Golden Demon Lord. A huge golden hand instantly became as huge as a mountain, grabbing Golden Demon Lord in its hand. The Golden Demon Sovereign sneered. In the next moment, the golden hand that had grabbed him exploded and vanished into thin air. It's my turn. Golden Demon Sovereign's body shook. Rays of demonic light rushed out from his body and turned into demonic chains that wrapped around Wu Jixian. Wu Jixian executed the 8 desolation steps, leaving behind one afterimage after another in the void as he charged towards Golden Demon Sovereign. Devouring the heavens, Golden Demon Venerable suddenly opened his mouth and swallowed Wu Jixian, who was attacking him, in an instant. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Wu Jixian was swallowed by Golden Demon Sovereign above the center Heaven Royal Capital. The eyeballs of the experts almost fell out. Everyone could not believe that Golden Demon Sovereign had swallowed Wu Jixian in a single bite. If they had not witnessed this scene with their own eyes, who would have believed that this was real? Even Gu Fei was stunned. This ending was too unexpected. It shouldn't be. With Wu Jixian's cultivation and battle prowess, how could he be swallowed by Golden Demon Sovereign in a single bite? Tisk, just as a Golden Demon Sovereign said disdainfully. He had thought that this guy was powerful. Who knew that he would swallow this guy in a single bite? Boss Jean, are you full now? You can swallow the other one as well. Fire Demon Sovereign laughed. Golden Demon Sovereign was the boss of the 5 great demon sovereigns. If he wanted to be the boss of the 5 great demon sovereigns, he would need to possess a stronger cultivation and battle prowess than the other 4 great demon sovereigns. Only the strongest demon sovereign could be the boss of the 5 great demon sovereigns. It was the same for Wu Jixian. He was also the strongest existence among the 4 great war generals. Good. Haha, I'm really not full after eating one. Golden Demon Sovereign laughed heartily. Not full. A spiritual was transmitted from Golden Demon Sovereign's body. Don't struggle pointlessly. Golden Demon Sovereign said solemnly. His expression turned solemn. This human was actually not dead yet. He circulated his mystic art with all his might in an attempt to refine Wu Jixian in his body. However, Wu Jixian was an existence at the pinnacle of the eternal realm. How could he be refined to death by Golden Demon Sovereign so easily? The power of the Devil Tao and the power of the immortal Tao clashed continuously within Golden Demon Sovereign's body. Then, Golden Demon Sovereign met a tragic end. After all, this was his body. Soon, under the dumbfounded gazes of everyone, his demonic body swelled up like a ball. What's going on? Fire Demon Sovereign, who was at the side, hurriedly retreated. No matter what Big Brother Jean was playing at, it was definitely not something good. At this moment, Gu Fei could sense that the power of the immortal Tao within Golden Demon Sovereign's body was continuously increasing. Wu Jixian was actually trying to cause Golden Demon Sovereign's demonic body to explode. However, it was definitely not an easy task to cause Golden Demon Sovereign to explode. One had to know that this fellow was Golden Demon Sovereign. Golden Demon Sovereign's demonic body was innately powerful, far surpassing other demon sovereigns of the same realm. Countless demonic patterns appeared on Golden Demon Sovereign's body. The powerful power of the Devil Tao suppressed the expanding demonic body. You want to refine me? Are you a fool? Wu Jixian's spiritual will continue to spread out from Golden Demon Sovereign's body. Preposterous. Golden Demon Sovereign did not care about anything else. He sat down in the void and frantically circulated his mystic art. An even more powerful fluctuation of the Devil Tao erupted from his body. Fire Demon Sovereign hurriedly retreated further away. He did not want to be implicated. At this moment, Wu Jixian, who had been swallowed into Golden Demon Sovereign's body, also sat down in the body of Golden Demon Sovereign. A powerful power of the immortal Tao erupted from his body, causing Golden Demon Sovereign's demonic body to swell up. At this moment, everyone who witnessed this scene was dumbfounded. This was especially the case for the experts of Middle Heaven Emperor Capital. They were even more shocked. That was Wu Jixian. He was the strongest existence among the 4 strongest generals under Gu Fei. How could he be so weak? That shouldn't be the case. At this moment, Golden Demon Sovereign was fighting against Wu Jixian within his body with all his might. The 2 powers were using Golden Demon Sovereign's demonic body as the battlefield. Chapter 5407. Void Realm, Middle Sky. High up in the sky outside the Middle Sky Imperial City, Golden Demon Lord swallowed Wu Jixian in one gulp. He thought that he would be able to refine Wu Jixian easily. However, who would have thought that Wu Jixian wasn't simple? Even though he was devoured by the golden demon Venerate, he wasn't refined that easily. Not only was Wu Jixian not refined by the golden demon sovereign, but he was also fighting against the golden demon sovereign. Powerful immortal Dao power erupted from his body, and the surrounding demonic qi was assimilated by the immortal qi, which was then devoured and absorbed by him. Rather than saying that Golden Demon Lord was refining Wu Jixian, it would be more accurate to say that Wu Jixian was refining Golden Demon Lord. Sensing the situation in his body, Golden Demon Lord was shocked and furious. He had no choice but to sit down in the void and use his demonic energy to refine Wu Jixian in his body. Soon, Golden Demon Lord's demonic body swelled up like a balloon. Golden Demon Lord's demonic energy and Wu Jixian's immortal energy fought with Golden Demon Lord's demonic body as the battlefield. For a moment, neither could do anything to the other. However, Wu Jixian had an advantage. He was inside Golden Demon Lord's body. Therefore, he could attack without any reservations. After all, this was not his body. Even if this demonic body were to explode, he would not be the one who would be severely injured. However, Golden Demon Lord had to be careful. After all, this was his demonic body. Fortunately, this was Golden Demon Lord. The Golden Demon true body was extremely strong. Wu Jixian could not explode Golden Demon Lord's demonic body in a short time. You cunning be *starred. Golden Demon Lord was furious. This guy must have done it on purpose. He deliberately allowed himself to be swallowed into his body. Actually, he had wronged Wu Jixian. Wu Jixian did not intentionally allow himself to be swallowed by Golden Demon Lord. However, since he had already been swallowed by Golden Demon Lord, he could only let it be. Gu Fei was speechless when he saw this. Even he did not expect these two to fight in such a way. The experts who were watching the battle from the sky above Middle Sky Imperial City were also stunned. Wu Jizhan, Wu Jidao, and Wu Jixian were very worried. If not for the fact that their master, Gu Fei, did not say anything, they would have rushed up and attacked Golden Demon Lord. These three fellows were also very shrewd. If their boss Wu Jixian was really in danger, their master would definitely not stand idly by. Since their masters weren't doing anything, it meant that their boss, Wu Jixian, wasn't in any danger. "Master, why are you here?" A figure appeared beside Gu Fei. "Why can't I come?" Gu Fei glanced at that person as he spoke. Other than Wu Jizhan and the rest, there was only one other person who could appear beside Gu Fei. That person was none other than Yu Xian, the old ancestor of the Sky Clan. Yu Xian was also in the Middle Sky royal capital. The reason why she had appeared in Zhongtian City instead of the ancestral grounds was because Xiaoya had asked her to come and help. If it weren't for her, an existence that had surpassed the Emperor realm guarding Zhongtian City, the demons outside the city would have already killed their way into the city. The 5 great demon venerables under the limitless demon lord were not to be trifled with. Although the fire demon lord wasn't the weakest among the 5 great demon lords, he wasn't the strongest either. The golden demon lord was much stronger than the fire demon lord. That's not what I meant. "Master, aren't you supposed to be in Eastern Wilderness now?" Yu Xian glanced at Gu Fei as she spoke. "How can I not come back after receiving your distress signal?" Gu Fei said to Yu Xian in annoyance. "Tisk, I'm not the one asking you for help." Yu Xian replied disapprovingly. "All right, I'll give you a mission now. Kill all these demons for me." Gu Fei said as he glanced at the countless demonic creatures and demonic soldiers who were scrambling to escape. "Yes, master." Yu accepted the order with a smile. In the next moment, she raised her right hand towards the sky. Then, a dazzling sword light shot up from her hand. Whoa! All of a sudden, a sword chime that sounded like a dragon's roar rang out in the void. The dazzling sword light turned into countless hair-thin sword lights that rushed out in all directions and then fell downwards. Screams filled the air as Yuxian's hair-thin sword lights descended from the sky. Countless demons and demons fell to the ground and died instantly. A red dot appeared on the glabella of every demon and demons. Yuxian controlled countless sword lights. Each sword light flashed across the sky, and a demon was pierced through the glabella, falling to the ground. Soon, the ground was filled with the corpses of demons and demons. At the same time, the army led by the limitless immortal was also chasing after the demons and demons. At this moment, the demons were completely defeated. Fire Demon Lord was furious when he saw this. Although he didn't care about the life and death of the demons and demons, he was the one who brought them here. With a wave of his sleeve, he collected the countless fleeing demon soldiers into his inner world. Courting death, Yuxian turned and looked in the direction of Fire Demon Lord. More than 10 hair thin, sword lights pierced through him. Boss Jean, I'll make a move first. I'll get help for you. Fire Demon Lord screamed and fled when he saw Yuxian attacking him. You bastard! Gold Demon Lord was furious. This Fire Demon Lord had no sense of brotherhood. How dare he abandon me and flee alone? However, no matter how fast Fire Demon Lord fled, his demonic body was still pierced by a few sword lights, and he almost fell from the sky. Fire Demon Lord executed the blood escape technique and turned into a blood light that pierced through the sky. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the horizon and was nowhere to be seen. You're lucky to escape. Yuxian waved her hand, and all the sword lights flew back to her. She then caught them in her hand. There were corpses everywhere on the ground, and only a few demonic creatures were running for their lives. The demonic soldiers were either killed by Yuxian or sword light, taken away by Devil Venerable Hua, or killed by the soldiers under Wu Jixian's command. At this moment, only Gold Demon Lord was left fighting Wu Jixian. Gold Demon Lord was no longer calm. He was surrounded by his enemies. If an Eternal Realm expert were to attack him now, he wouldn't be able to hold on. If he couldn't hold on, he would end up in a miserable state. However, the surrounding experts didn't attack Gold Demon Lord. Roar! Golden Demon Sovereign suddenly roared in anger. In the next moment, his devil body actually cracked open, and a figure was jolted out of his devil body. He didn't hesitate to injure his demonic body in order to shake Wu Jixian out of his body. Is this even possible? Everyone who saw this scene was dumbfounded. Kill! As soon as Wu Jixian came out, he waved his hands, and 2 light blades formed by the power of immortal Tao slashed at Gold Demon Lord. Gold Demon Lord was too ruthless and even more ruthless to himself. With a flash, he dodged the light blades, and the wound on his body healed rapidly. Where are you going? Chapter 5408. The Golden Demon Lord wanted to escape. He had no choice but to escape. After all, there wasn't even a single demon lord in the surroundings. All of the powerful beings of the other party were staring at him. He knew very well that no matter how strong he was, it was impossible for him to withstand a group attack from all the experts present. Therefore, the Golden Demon Sovereign only had one choice, and that was to escape. However, how could Wu Jixian let the Golden Demon's supremacy escape so easily? Swoosh! Wu Jixian used the 8 desolation steps. In just 2 steps, he had overtaken the Golden Demon Lord and stood in front of him. This was the ultimate move that Gu Fei had taught the four generals. This desolation steps was known as the 8 steps traversing the 8 desolations. Its speed was so fast that it was hard to believe. "You're courting death." Golden Demon Venerate bellowed as he threw a punch at Wu Jixian, who was blocking his way. "Chaotic rebellion." Wu Jixian bellowed furiously, and a power that could reverse the universe erupted from his body. Then, the fist that Golden Demon Supremacy had sent toward Wu Jixian actually made a turn and smashed toward Wu Jixian's face. What Golden Demon Sovereign was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped to the ground. What kind of divine ability was this? It could actually reverse his attack. Of course, it was impossible for Golden Demon Supremacy to be hit by his own fist. He turned to the side, and his right fist brushed past his forehead. Golden Demon Sovereign broke out in a cold sweat. Wu Jixian had obtained the true inheritance of Gu Fei's 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. He cultivated the immortal Tao to begin with, so the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao seemed to be tailor-made for him. Ascend. Wu Jixian immediately unleashed one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the Ascension Secret Technique. In the next moment, extremely powerful ripples of immortal Tao power erupted from his body. His battle prowess rose to a level that shocked even him. Golden Demon Lord stared at Wu Jixian with his eyes wide open. How was this possible? What was going on? Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that Wu Jixian would still possess such powerful combat prowess. Could it be that this guy had been pretending to be weak, all this while Wu Jixian used the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao to refine a lot of demonic qi? His battle prowess continued to rise. Compared to Wu Jixian, Golden Demon Sovereign was getting weaker and weaker. In this way, this battle seemed to have an ending. Of course, in a battle of this level, no one knew who would win until the end. Wu Jixian was holding back Golden Demon Sovereign. This was definitely not a good thing for the Golden Demon Sovereign. The 2 powerhouses were locked in a stalemate high up in the sky. Dull sounds of collisions rang out incessantly. It was incomparably shocking. Gu Fei watched the battle from the side. As for Wu Jixian, Wu Jidao, and Wu Jizhan, they stood behind Gu Fei. Why haven't the demon's reinforcements arrived yet? Yu Xian, who was beside Gu Fei, suddenly said, "What, are you itching for a fight again?" Gu Fei glanced at Yu Xian, and said, "Yes, I want to find someone to practice with." Yu Xian, was really bored to death. She only wanted to find a good opponent. At that moment, countless hidden weapons suddenly appeared in the sky. These hidden weapons were all shot towards Wu Jixian, who was fighting against Golden Demon Sovereign. A torrential demonic aura spread out. Within the demonic aura, ghostly wails and wolf howls could be heard. Countless figures could be vaguely seen dancing within. You're dead for sure." Golden Demon Sovereign laughed out loud. Within the demonic aura, a demonic figure stepped out and instantly appeared beside Wu Jixian. He then punched out at Wu Jixian. "You want to gang up on me?" Wu Jixian sneered. At the next moment, his body turned transparent. When the other party's fist landed on his body, it actually passed through without any resistance. "Your opponent is here." Gu Fei said to Yu Xian, "Not bad." Yu Xian, took a step out and instantly appeared before that demonic figure. "Earth Demon Sovereign, are you trying to act mysterious again? Don't try to fool me." Golden Demon Sovereign sneered. "Boss Jean, what are you talking about?" Earth Demon Sovereign was enraged. "I'm talking. Stop fooling me." Golden Demon Sovereign sneered. At this moment, Fire Demon Sovereign's figure appeared on a mountain far away. He did not dare to get too close to the battlefield. Bam! With a single punch, Yu Xian'er sent the Earth Demon Lord flying out and smashed onto the ground fiercely. He slid on the ground for several tens of feet before coming to a stop. "TSK, this is just too weak." Yu Xian'er retracted her fist. Earth Demon Sovereign fell miserably. Earth Demon Sovereign rushed up from the ground. He was filled with hatred. He was careless and nearly got killed by the other party. However, was it really a moment of carelessness? Yu Xian'er took another step out and punched out again. Without any suspense, Yu Xian'er was sent flying again. This Gu Fei and the other Heavenly Realm experts were shocked when they saw this. Earth Demon Sovereign, who was sent flying by Yu Xian'er, was one of the 5 strongest demon sovereigns under the limitless Demon Lord. Earth Demon Sovereign was not Yu Xian'er's opponent at all, because he did not even have the strength to fight back. He could only be abused by Yu Xian'er. "This junior sister of mine is too powerful." In the sky above the Middle Sky royal capital, Xiaoya, who saw this scene, was dumbfounded. "Too weak. It's boring." Yu Xian'er directly dealt the killing blow. She instantly vanished from her location, and when she reappeared, she was already beside the Earth Devil Lord. Without any suspense, Yu Xian'er sent out a slap towards the Earth Devil Lord. A resounding slap rang out, and the Earth Devil Lord was sent flying. "Die!" With a flash, Yu Xian'er chased up to the Earth Devil Lord. With a single kick, she stomped him down from the sky. Boom! The Earth Devil Lord smashed onto the ground. The ground shook violently. Earth Demon Sovereign's body had already crumbled. A beam of demonic light soared into the sky, trying to escape. However, Yu Xian'er stretched out her right hand and instantly grabbed that beam of demonic light. "Spare me." Earth Demon Sovereign could not care about anything at this moment and begged for mercy. However, Yu Xian'er exerted strength in her right hand and crushed Earth Demon Sovereign's primordial spirit. A pitiful demon sovereign fell just like that. Roar! The moment Yu Xian'er killed Earth Demon Sovereign, a furious roar came from the Buddha land where Myriad Buddha Mountain was. In the next moment, a terrifying demonic figure appeared in the sky. Gu Fei, who was outside the Middle Sky royal capital, immediately sensed this incomparably powerful ripple of energy. Then, a figure appeared in the sky. This was a figure with towering demonic chi. "Who dares to kill my subordinate? Come out and accept your death." The figure with towering demonic chi laughed coldly. The limitless demon Lord had arrived. Chapter 5409. Yu Xian'er killed the Earth Devil Venerable. With the fall of a Devil Venerable, the entire world darkened, and a terrifying rain of blood fell from the sky. At the same time, a terrifying demonic shadow appeared in the sky. "Who dares to kill my subordinates? Stand out now." The demonic shadow in the sky said coldly. A terrifying demonic aura descended from the sky, causing all living beings to tremble in fear. Of course, Gu Fei was an exception. Back when the Limitless Demon Lord was born, he had fought against the Limitless Demon Lord. Although he was defeated and had to retreat, he had never feared this Demon Lord. Now that he had recovered his cultivation, he could definitely fight against the Limitless Demon Lord with his current cultivation and battle strength. No one wants to stand out. In that case, I'll erase all of you ants from this world. The voice of the demonic shadow in the sky rang in the minds of all living beings. At this moment, no one dared to say that it was Yu Xian'er who killed the Earth Devil Venerable. "Ha! Master is here." Golden Devil Venerable, who was fighting with Wu Jixian, was both surprised and delighted. "Since that's the case, I shall send all of you on your way." The demonic shadow in the sky pressed down with his right hand. A terrifying demonic energy descended from the sky, causing all living beings to feel as though a huge mountain was pressing down on them. In the sky above the Middle Heaven Emperor capital, those who were flying in the sky fell from the sky like dumplings. Some of them were even bleeding from the fall, looking extremely pathetic. Even an Emperor realm expert like the Middle Heaven Imperial Lord descended from the sky and sat cross-legged on the ground. He circulated his mystic arts to fight against the pressure coming from the sky. The others were in an even worse state. Those with weaker cultivations were even forced to lie on the ground by the mighty demonic pressure descending from the sky. Too strong, countless experts couldn't even think of fighting against the demonic might in the sky. The souls of countless living beings were trembling. Even Wu Jixian and Golden Devil Venerable had no choice but to stop. "Master, it's time for you to perform." As Yu Xian spoke, she retreated to the side and waited to watch the show. Gu Fei was a little speechless. Boom! In the next moment, a powerful aura erupted from Gu Fei's body. A terrifying pressure spread in all directions, directly clashing with the demonic might that descended from the sky. "It's you?" The limitless demon lord in the sky was clearly shocked. At this moment, everyone felt their bodies lighten, and they all heaved a sigh of relief. The limitless demon master still remembered Gu Fei. It was this kid who wanted to refine the Infinite Prime's demonic origin energy from the extreme demon cave, which was why he had the opportunity to reappear. One had to know that the limitless demon lord had sealed himself within the limitless demon source. If not for Gu Fei unintentionally breaking the seal, who knew how long he would have to slumber before coming out. "Yes, it's me. I want to fight with you, today." Gu Fei stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking up at the huge demonic shadow in the sky. "You want to fight with me?" The demonic shadow in the sky was very surprised. "What, you don't want to fight me?" Gu Fei said indifferently. "It's not that I don't want to, but you..." The limitless demon lord wanted to say something, but stopped. "He wants to say that I don't have the right to challenge you?" Gu Fei naturally knew what the limitless demon lord wanted to say. "That's what I mean." The limitless demon lord nodded. "Then what about this?" As Gu Fei spoke, his aura suddenly increased by several times. The terrifying pressure of the Infinite Prime spread out, causing the entire world to tremble. The limitless demon lord in the sky sensed Gu Fei's aura and couldn't help but be shocked. This guy actually had the cultivation of the Infinite Prime, and he was even in the middle stage. "What, now I have the right?" Gu Fei looked at the limitless demon lord in the sky with a faint smile. "Very well, you have the right to fight with me." The limitless demon lord was very surprised. Last time, this kid was only in the eternal realm. How long had it been? His cultivation had already broken through to the Infinite Prime. This kid's cultivation speed was simply heaven-defying. "Then let's fight." As Gu Fei spoke, he rushed into the sky and directly attacked the limitless demon lord in the sky. Boom! As Gu Fei punched out, the power of the 5 elements in the world gathered towards his fist and then exploded from it. As Gu Fei punched out, it was as if a 5-colored divine sun had appeared in the sky. It was incomparably dazzling, and it also illuminated the dark world. The boundless demonic qi was dispersed by the power of Gu Fei's fist. Gu Fei's first move was the 5 elements fist. The power of the 5 elements in the world was mobilized by him. Boom! Gu Fei's fist collided with the demonic palm descending from the sky, causing an extremely loud explosion. The entire void immediately shook, and transparent ripples spread out in all directions. At this time, the collision of the Infinite Prime's power was extremely terrifying. Even a trace of the remaining power was not something that an Emperor realm expert could withstand. Even a transcendent martial emperor would die if they were caught in the shock waves of this explosion. The limitless demon Lord did not hold back when he attacked. It did not matter to him whether the humans on the ground died or not. However, Gu Fei had to care about the people on the ground, because these people were all his subordinates. He could not allow his subordinates to die. Therefore, he directly blocked the terrifying energy storm that was descending towards the ground. Come, let's go in and fight. As Gu Fei spoke, he waved his hand. After that, he and the limitless demon master vanished into thin air, without a trace. This place, the limitless demon Lord only felt the surrounding void distort, and he appeared in the primal chaos. You want to fight in the primal chaos? The limitless demon Lord looked at Gu Fei opposite him. Here, we can fight without fear. Gu Fei also looked at the limitless demon Lord. Then what are you waiting for? The limitless demon Lord stared at Gu Fei. I am a little disappointed. Gu Fei suddenly shook his head. What are you disappointed about? The limitless demon Lord asked curiously. You actually used a clone to trick me? Gu Fei's gaze towards the limitless demon Lord instantly turned sharp. The limitless demon Lord before him was only a clone, and not the limitless demon Lord's true body. This made Gu Fei very unhappy. He was originally a little excited that he could finally fight this peerless demon Lord. But who would have thought that this guy was only a clone? I am not tricking you. Even a clone can defeat you. The limitless demon Lord's tone was still calm. What did you say? Chapter 54:10. In the Chaotic Void. Gu Fei finally saw that the limitless demon Lord was only an incarnation. This made him very disappointed. He wanted to fight with the real limitless demon Lord. Moreover, this incarnation of the limitless demon Lord was really amazing. He actually wanted to use an incarnation to defeat him. Did this fellow really think that he was made of mud? How preposterous. Come. Let me see how you defeat me. Gu Fei crooked his finger at the incarnation of the limitless demon Lord. As you wish. As the incarnation of the limitless demon Lord spoke, he instantly disappeared within the void, disappearing without a trace. At the same time, Gu Fei suddenly felt a sense of fear. He raised his right hand to protect the right side of his face. Bam! A fist directly smashed into his right arm, sending him flying and crashing into the surrounding primal chaos aura. Good fella, Gu Fei's heart trembled. This fella's strength was really not small. He actually made me feel pain. It seemed like this incarnation of the limitless demon Lord was really powerful. Then, let's play with this fella. Gu Fei directly rushed out of the chaotic chi and punched towards the incarnation of the limitless demon Lord. The violent fist force swept towards the incarnation of the limitless demon Lord like a raging wave. The surrounding chaotic chi was dispersed. This was the chaotic void. Gu Fei could attack without any reservations. The incarnation of the limitless demon Lord put his hands in front of him, and a demon shield immediately appeared in front of him. Boom! Gu Fei's fist force ruthlessly landed on the demon shield. In the next moment, the demon shield immediately shattered, and the incarnation of the limitless demon Lord was directly sent flying. Devour the heavens! The incarnation of the limitless demon Lord roared. In the next moment, a huge demon shadow appeared in the chaotic void. This demon shadow directly opened its mouth and tried to swallow Gu Fei. I'll let you swallow me. The huge demonic shadow swallowed Gu Fei in one gulp. Ha ha, little fella, you are only SOL. The demon shadow laughed towards the sky. Come on, refine me. Gu Fei's spiritual will rippled out from the demonic shadow's body. Who would have thought that I would meet someone who is courting death? The limitless demon lord's incarnation directly revolved his mystic art, wanting to refine Gu Fei. As for Gu Fei, he calmly sat cross-legged within the body of the limitless demon lord's incarnation, waiting for him to be refined. Rumble, boundless demonic aura surged around Gu Fei's body, and ancient and mysterious demonic patterns were imprinted on Gu Fei. However, when these demonic inscriptions were about a foot away from Gu Fei, they stopped. No matter how the limitless demon lord's incarnation activated the demonic inscriptions, they were unable to get close to Gu Fei. The limitless demon master's incarnation, was incomparably shocked. No wonder this fellow was so calm. It seemed like this fellow had the confidence to contend against him. He had still underestimated this human. The limitless demon lord's incarnation was now in a difficult position. This was because he had swallowed Gu Fei into his body, and Gu Fei was now clinging onto his body, refusing to leave. Then, the limitless demon lord was unlucky. He used all his methods, but still couldn't refine Gu Fei. An hour passed, 2 hours passed, and then 6 hours passed. Gu Fei was still calmly sitting cross-legged within the space of the limitless demon lord's incarnation. Rumble. In this space, boundless demonic aura surged, and terrifying demonic figures could be faintly seen within the demonic aura. Bone-chilling demonic howls rang out continuously as though a group of demons were dancing. However, regardless of whether it was the terrifying soul-stealing demonic sound or the demonic figures that were madly pouncing towards Gu Fei, they were all blocked when they were about a foot away from Gu Fei. The demonic sound is not bad. Continue to work hard. Gu Fei directly took out a table and a chair from his inner world, and even took out wine and meat to eat. His inner world was now comparable to a perfect world, and there were countless living beings within it. Hunting a few savage beasts to roast and eat was unimaginably satisfying. Moreover, there was also the immortal wine that he brewed himself. Gu Fei's inner world had the spring of life, and using the spring water of the spring of life to brew wine was definitely extravagant. One must know that in the outside world, the spring of life was definitely a legendary existence. He used the spring water of the spring of life to brew immortal wine, and if a mortal drank a mouthful, they would immediately die. This was because mortals could not withstand the immense spiritual energy within the immortal wine. If an immortal drank a mouthful, they would also die. Only existences at the immortal king realm and above could enjoy this immortal wine. Even those at the extreme Tao realm could increase their cultivation by drinking this immortal wine. The fragrance of the wine spread out, causing the limitless demon lord's incarnation to drool. This wine, the limitless demon lord's incarnation, couldn't help but be moved when he smelled the fragrance. You want a drink? Come, I'll treat you. Gu Fei smiled as he raised his cup. I'll drink your head. The limitless demon lord's incarnation was extremely depressed. This fella was definitely doing this on purpose. This was really preposterous. This daddy's incarnation, why would he drink wine? Sigh, even if you don't want to give me face, you don't have to scold me. Gu Fei shook his head. Damn it. The limitless demon lord's incarnation was furious. Rumble, an even more powerful demonic energy rushed towards Gu Fei. However, no matter how strong the limitless demon lord's incarnation's demonic energy was, it still couldn't break through Gu Fei's defense. His demonic energy couldn't even touch the corner of Gu Fei's clothes. This daddy can't provoke you, but I can hide. The limitless demon lord's incarnation directly used a great mystic art, wanting to move Gu Fei out of his body. However, Gu Fei didn't want to leave. No matter how the limitless demon lord's incarnation used his mystic arts, he didn't move at all. This made the limitless demon lord's incarnation so depressed that he almost vomited blood. You bastard. The limitless demon lord's incarnation scolded. You're the bastard. Gu Fei directly raised his middle finger towards the sky. The limitless demon lord's incarnation, was enraged. However, he couldn't do anything to Gu Fei at all. Then, if we continue to waste time, can you still stay in there for the rest of your life? The limitless demon lord's incarnation laughed coldly. Waste your head. If this daddy doesn't show off, do you think that this daddy is a sick cat? Gu Fei kept the table and chair, as well as the wine and roasted meat. He then stretched his back. All right, I'll get rid of you now, then go look for your main body. As Gu Fei spoke, he punched out. This punch seemed like a casual punch from Gu Fei. However, this punch actually pierced through the body of the limitless demon lord's incarnation. Bam! A huge hole actually appeared on the body of the limitless demon lord's incarnation. How is this possible? The limitless demon lord's incarnation was both shocked and furious. He couldn't believe that this human was actually this strong. Could it be that this fellow was pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger? Chapter 54:11. In the chaotic void, Gu Fei didn't want to play with the incarnation of the limitless demon lord anymore. You're just an incarnation. Do you really think you're a real limitless prime? Gu Fei punched and blasted a huge hole in the body of the limitless demon lord's incarnation. He rushed out of the hole. The incarnation of the limitless demon lord, was shocked and angry. What? Don't you know how to play the pig to eat the tiger? Then why do you still dare to come out? Gu Fei said disapprovingly. Damn it! The wound on the incarnation of the limitless demon lord healed rapidly. Although this guy was just an incarnation, he was also extremely powerful. However, no matter how powerful he was just an incarnation. All right, I'll get rid of you first. Then, I'll play with your main body. After saying that, Gu Fei punched again. Without any suspense, Gu Fei's punch directly destroyed the incarnation of the limitless demon lord. The incarnation of the limitless demon lord didn't even have the strength to fight back. The difference was too great. In front of Gu Fei, this guy couldn't even withstand a single blow. A mass of demonic chi, wrapped around a mass of demonic light, rushed out. It was about to break through the chaotic void to escape. However, a huge hand directly grabbed the mass of demonic chi and demonic light. The hand grabbed the demonic chi and demonic light. You dare! The mass of demonic light in Gu Fei's hand emitted a wave of spiritual will. Although Gu Fei destroyed the incarnation of the limitless demon lord with a punch, this guy's spiritual will didn't dissipate. This spiritual will was actually trying to escape. TCH, why wouldn't I dare? Gu Fei said as a mass of divine light appeared in his hand. In just a few seconds, this mass of demonic light was directly refined into a wave of Yuan Qi and then devoured. Not bad. Gu Fei was somewhat satisfied, but he also wanted to continue. It had been a long time since he devoured such a powerful wave of Yuan Qi. This wave of Yuan Qi was definitely at the limitless prime level. A powerful wave of essence energy erupted from Gu Fei's body, dispersing the surrounding primal Qi. Who was it that dared to destroy my incarnation? At this moment, in the Zhongtian Buddha land, within the sacred ground of the Buddha race, a horrifying demonic voice rang out. Outside the sacred ground, there were countless malevolent demonic beings gathered. At this moment, countless demonic creatures were trembling on the ground, not daring to move. Apart from the countless demonic creatures, there were also countless demonic soldiers looking at the sacred ground in horror. Very soon, a demonic figure walked out from the sacred land of the Buddha clan. Countless demonic soldiers and generals prostrated themselves before the demonic figure when they saw it. After Gu Fei got rid of the limitless demon lord's clone, he directly tore through the chaotic void and appeared in the void near the Central Sky Emperor capital. At this moment, Golden Fiend's supremacy had already escaped. As for Earth Devil Venerable, he died in the hands of you, Sien the devil army that Earth Devil Venerable brought was also annihilated. Those devils were also wiped out by the soldiers under the 4 generals. After being besieged by the devil army for half a month, the Central Sky Emperor capital had finally overcome the crisis. Countless humans in the Central Sky Emperor capital also heaved a sigh of relief. The army of demons outside the city had been annihilated, and countless humans in the city had escaped the calamity. If Earth Devil Venerable had led the army of demons into the Central Sky Emperor capital, then the entire human race in the city would have been annihilated. At that time, there would have been many deaths. The crisis of the Central Sky Emperor capital had been easily resolved by Gu Fei. When the news spread to the Central Sky Emperor capital, the entire Central Sky Emperor capital was in an uproar. However, the Central Sky Emperor Lord and the rest were not happy, because the next time the demons came, it would be the Limitless Demon Lord who personally appeared. The Limitless Demon Lord was a supreme existence in the limitless realm. However, no one expected the Limitless Demon Lord to come so quickly. Gu Fei was welcomed into the Central Sky Emperor capital by Xiaoya and the rest. Before he could even sit down, a terrifying demonic pressure descended on every living being in the Central Sky Emperor capital. Everyone was trembling in fear from this demonic aura. The supreme demonic pressure of a true, limitless realm expert enveloped the entire Central Sky Emperor capital. The Limitless Demon Lord's original body is here. Gu Fei could not help but frown. This guy came a little too quickly. Master, under this demonic pressure, Xiaoya was also trembling in fear. It's the Limitless Demon Lord. I'll go meet this guy. At this moment, Gu Fei's battle blood was boiling. Recently, the only opponent he had encountered was the snow demon on the culmination snow mountain. Now, he had encountered another demon lord. This Limitless Demon Lord's cultivation was probably even higher than the snow demons. Such a powerful opponent could only be encountered by chance. Gu Fei had long wanted to find a guy who was on par with him to have a good fight with. Swish! Gu Fei's figure instantly disappeared in front of Xiaoya and the rest. In the next moment, he appeared high up in the sky outside the Central Sky Emperor capital. It was you who killed one of my incarnations. A faint demonic figure stared at Gu Fei and laughed coldly. It was me. So what? Gu Fei said indifferently. Die. As the Limitless Demon Lord spoke, he sent a palm towards Gu Fei. His palm rapidly grew in size. In just an instant, it became as huge as a mountain, enveloping Gu Fei. Humph! Gu Fei pointed out with a finger. A ray of light shot out, directly piercing through the Limitless Demon Lord's descending palm. 5-element fist. Gu Fei then sent a punch towards the Limitless Demon Lord. The Limitless Demon Lord also sent out a punch. Boom! The two fists instantly collided. Two powerful fist energies exploded at the same time. Gu Fei only felt a powerful force coming from the other party's fist. He could not help but fly backwards. As for the Limitless Demon Lord, he did not move at all. Your cultivation base. The Limitless Demon Lord was extremely shocked. He could still remember Gu Fei. The last time he broke free from the origin source of the demonic Tao, he had come into contact with this fella. But back then, the Limitless Demon Lord was still recovering. Therefore, he did not chase after Gu Fei. But now that he saw Gu Fei again, this human's cultivation base had actually shot up to the infinite prime realm. And it was even the middle level of the infinite prime realm. How was that possible? The Limitless Demon Lord had never expected that a human who was not even an infinite prime could actually break through to the infinite prime realm in such a short amount of time. One must know that breaking through to the infinite prime realm was no easy feat. Some people would never be able to take that step in their entire lives. That was because breaking through to the infinite prime realm was no longer something that could be achieved through cultivation. It required opportunities and luck. The limitless demon Lord did not believe that Gu Fei's luck was that good. Are you surprised? Gu Fei smiled. You have quite a lot of secrets on you. The limitless demon Lord said calmly. He, who doesn't have any secrets? Chapter 54:12. No one expected the limitless demon lord to reach Zhongqian imperial capital so quickly. This caused everyone to be incomparably shocked. When the countless living beings in the central Sky Emperor city felt the terrifying demonic might descending from the sky, they all trembled. Even Emperor realm cultivators were no different from ants in the face of this demonic aura. They couldn't even muster the slightest thought of resisting it. Even their souls were trembling. Only Gu Fei and Yu Xian weren't affected. Gu Fei was an infinite prime, and naturally didn't fear the limitless demon lord. Yu Xian wasn't an infinite prime, but once she fused with Ling Tian Palace Lord, she would become the limitless sword master. Even if she didn't fuse with Ling Tian Palace Lord, her cultivation was infinitely close to infinite prime. She didn't fear the limitless demon lord. With just one punch, the limitless demon lord found out Gu Fei's cultivation. Mid-infinite prime. The kid, who wasn't even an infinite prime back then, was actually a mid-infinite prime now. That was just too unbelievable. How long had it been? Even in the limitless realm, it would take countless years to reach infinite prime from the peak of eternal realm. In the limitless realm, countless people were stuck at the peak of eternal realm and couldn't advance any further. Even if someone had an epiphany, they wouldn't be able to break through to infinite prime immediately because it was too difficult. Even in the limitless realm, there weren't many infinite primes. They weren't so numerous that they could be seen everywhere. Very good. When I capture you and search your soul, your secret will be exposed. The limitless demon Lord took a step forward and pressed towards Gu Fei. Really? Maybe I'll capture you and search your soul. Gu Fei hated this fellow to the core because he had been schemed against by this fellow. If he had not refined the ultimate demon source that he had obtained from the extreme demon cave, this fellow would probably still be slumbering in the ultimate demon source. This guy was released by him. Great Heaven Annihilation Palm. Gu Fei slammed his palm towards the limitless demon lord. The powerful Great Heaven Annihilation Palm enveloped the limitless demon lord. Heaven-splitting blade, one blade splitting the heavens. The limitless demon lord directly chopped out with his right hand. The powerful demonic path energy transformed into an incomparably sharp blade light, instantly slicing apart Gu Fei's palm energy. This demon lord split Gu Fei's palm energy with a single slash, and the sharp blade light instantly chopped down in front of Gu Fei. Chaotic heaven and earth. Gu Fei unleashed the upgraded version of the chaotic secret art, one of the 9 esoteric arts of the immortal Tao. His hands circled in front of him, and the saber light that was slashing towards him was directly reversed by him, directly slashing back towards the limitless demon master. The limitless demon master was shocked. Not only was the saber light that he had slashed out deflected twice, even his palm had turned 180 degrees. He hurriedly turned his body sideways and avoided the second slash of the saber light and the hand chop. Bam! Taking advantage of the opening revealed by the limitless demon lord, Gu Fei punched the limitless demon lord's body. The limitless demon lord was directly sent flying by Gu Fei's punch, directly crashing into a mountain several kilometers away. With a loud boom, the entire mountain was directly smashed apart by the limitless demon lord. Dust and dirt rose high into the sky, and at the next moment, a towering demonic aura erupted, covering up the dust and dirt that were soaring into the sky. The vast and mighty demonic aura transformed into a huge demonic figure that roared towards the sky. A terrifying demonic aura spread out in all directions. Even though the Zhongtian Sky Emperor had already activated the defensive Grand Formation, the countless living beings in the city still felt a great threat. Those with weaker cultivations even had their inner demons triggered by the demonic nature. Although they did not directly transform into malevolent demonic creatures, they still lost their rationality and descended into madness, attacking everyone in the city. The city was instantly thrown into chaos. Even the Zhongtian Sky Imperial Lord had no choice but to personally deal with these living beings whose inner demons had erupted and had descended into madness. "Che, I know this move as well." As Gu Fei said that, his body jerked, and a huge figure surged out from his body, roaring at the huge demonic figure. This was a Dharma aspect of the heaven and earth, and anyone could control it. As Gu Fei's aura spread out, it immediately diluted the terrifying demonic nature of the heaven and earth. The two Dharma aspects of the heaven and earth faced off against each other, causing the entire sky to change color and the sun and moon to dim down. For the countless people in the Zhongtian Sky Emperor's capital, this was as terrifying as the end of the world. "Boy, this won't do. Do you want to destroy this part of the world?" Gu Fei could sense that this part of the heaven and earth was actually becoming unstable under the impact of the two powerful beings' essence chi. This caused him to feel uneasy. Even if this part of the world is destroyed, what does it have to do with me? The limitless demon lord laughed out loud. He was a demon lord and had no qualms about doing things. If this part of the world is destroyed, what fun would there be? Gu Fei said coldly, "That's true. That would be a lot less fun." The limitless demon lord nodded. "Then how about we enter the primal chaos and have a battle?" Gu Fei said loudly to the limitless demon lord. "Up to you. No matter where we fight, there will only be one outcome for you, and that is to lose." The limitless demon lord said indifferently, "You've got guts." As Gu Fei said that, he waved his right hand. In the next instant, a huge crack appeared in the void between him and the limitless demon lord. At Gu Fei's level of cultivation, wanting to tear open the void of the void realm was really not a difficult task. Gu Fei directly rushed into the crack. The limitless demon lord laughed and also rushed into the crack. With his cultivation, there was no need for him to fear anyone in the void realm. Right now, even if the limitless sword master came personally, he would not be afraid. As the huge spatial crack in the void disappeared, the two terrifying auras that made people's hearts palpitate disappeared from the world. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. "Master, in the Zhongtian royal capital," Xiaoyu was very worried. The limitless demon lord was no ordinary demon. He was the strongest demon in the void realm. Although Gu Fei was powerful, it would be very difficult for him to defeat that demon. High up in the sky, Yuxian pondered for a moment before she directly rushed into the sky and disappeared. In her current state, Yuxian was no match for the limitless demon lord. Only by fusing with Ling Tian Palace Master and becoming the limitless sword master would she be qualified to fight against the limitless demon lord. However, no one knew if Yuxian went to look for Ling Tian Palace Master. At this moment, in the void of primal chaos again, two powerful figures were confronting each other. The surrounding primal chi was blocked off by the yuan chi fluctuations that erupted from the two figures. The void of primal chaos was definitely the best place for limitless primes to fight. Because there was nothing here other than primal chaos, they could fight without any worries. "Let's begin." The limitless demon lord looked at Gu Fei and said calmly, "All right." Chapter 54:13. Gu Fei had previously derived all the techniques he knew, such as the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the broken extremity fist, the 8 desolation steps, and other battle techniques, all of which had been derived by him into the limitless realm's battle techniques. Now that he made a fist stance, the power of the 5 elements immediately surged out of his body. This was the strengthened version of the 5 elements fist. The limitless demon Lord realized that the chaotic chi around Gu Fei was being split into the 5 elements, which were then absorbed by Gu Fei's body. This little guy could actually refine the chaotic chi. So easily, the limitless demon Lord also made a stance. Once he made this stance, the surrounding chaotic chi also gathered towards him crazily and was then devoured and refined by his demonic body. However, he needed to devour the chaotic chi into his body before he could refine it into his own demonic chi. On the other hand, Gu Fei had already split the chaotic chi into the 5 elements outside his body. In terms of devouring and refining chaotic chi, Gu Fei was actually a level higher than the limitless demon lord. Limitless demon fist. The limitless demon lord shouted, and then directly punched towards Gu Fei. Roar. A deafening roar resounded in the air. Then boundless demonic fist force condensed into a ferocious and terrifying demonic dragon that pounced towards Gu Fei. Fire fist. Gu Fei used the fire fist of the 5 elements fist. Rumble. Monstrous fire element fist force erupted from his fist. Flames illuminated the entire chaos void. Amidst the flames, a fire dragon rushed out and directly collided with the demonic dragon that was pouncing on him. Boom! The 2 huge dragon shadows directly exploded, and at the same time dissipated in the void. The 2 forces turned into a terrifying energy storm that swept out in all directions. In just an instant, who knew how many tens of thousands of miles of the void's chaotic chi was instantly dispersed. The limitless demon, Lord, was like an unshakable demonic mountain. He didn't move at all, and only his clothes fluttered a few times. Gu Fei, on the other hand, was sent flying backward for God knows how many miles before he could stabilize his body. "You're quite strong, kid." The limitless demon, Lord, calmly spoke. His gaze pierced through the endless void and landed on Gu Fei. A divine will locked onto Gu Fei. Peak of Peerless Peak. Gu Fei stared at the limitless demon lord, his eyes shining brightly. Great success, just a little bit away from the peak. The limitless demon master did not conceal his cultivation. At his level of cultivation, there was no longer any need to conceal his cultivation. This was because he was almost invincible even in the limitless realm. The infinite world was not filled with infinite primes. However, that was a world without death. As long as there were no accidents, any living creature could live forever. Therefore, the living beings of the limitless realm had plenty of time to cultivate. However, what was the purpose of cultivating? Most of the living beings in the limitless realm didn't know about this. For the living beings outside of the limitless realm, cultivating was for the sake of living on and on. However, for the living beings of the limitless realm, they didn't need to worry about their lifespan at all. Existences like the limitless demon lord, who had cultivated to the peak of Peerless Peak, were extremely rare even in the limitless realm. Therefore, the limitless demon lord had the confidence to be arrogant. That means he's only 1 minor realm higher than me. Gu Fei muttered. That means he'll be able to completely crush you if he's 1 minor realm higher than you. The limitless demon lord was very confident. That might not be the case. We'll only know after we fight. Gu Fei said disapprovingly. Then let's continue. The limitless demon lord took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Gu Fei. Then he punched towards Gu Fei. The dragon-shaped fist force appeared again. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Gu Fei also punched out. This time, he used the metal element fist. Resplendent golden light blossomed from his fist. It was as if a golden divine sun had appeared in this chaotic void, the demonic dragon devouring the sun. This scene was extremely shocking. As if there was no suspense, Gu Fei was once again sent flying. He's only one minor realm higher than me, and yet he can really crush me? Gu Fei was both shocked and infuriated. After all, it was his forte to challenge an expert of a higher realm than him. Secret technique of ascension. Gu Fei had no choice but to use his trump card. In the next moment, an unprecedentedly powerful wave of Yuan Qi erupted from his body. In that instant, his battle prowess directly surpassed his limits. The limitless demon Lord sensed the change in Gu Fei's body. His blood-red eyes shot out two frightening beams of demonic light. The secret technique of ascension that Gu Fei used had a time limit. Even though his cultivation had reached the middle stage of the infinite prime realm, he could only maintain such a powerful state for a short period of time. Once the time was up, he would immediately return to his original state. Again, Gu Fei was unstoppable. He took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of the limitless demon lord. He directly punched out. Bang! With a muffled sound, Yuan Qi surged. This time, the limitless demon lord was actually shaken. He was directly sent flying several kilometers away. Interesting. The ripples of demonic energy on the limitless demon lord became even more powerful. This peerless demon still had a trick up his sleeve. But now, it seemed that he could no longer hold it back. A secret technique that can increase your battle prowess. The limitless demon lord stared at Gu Fei. His blood-red eyes narrowed. Again, Gu Fei took another step forward and appeared in front of the limitless demon lord again. He still punched out. This kind of attack was simple and direct. For an existence at Gu Fei's level, the simplest move could explode with the greatest power. Bang! The limitless demon lord also punched out. The two fists instantly collided. The two figures were sent flying back at the same time. Gu Fei was extremely shocked. He had already used the secret technique of ascension, but he could only fight evenly with this demon? The limitless demon lord was in existence at the peak of the infinite prime realm, while Gu Fei was a middle stage infinite prime. They were only separated by a small realm. However, because of this small realm, if Gu Fei did not use the secret technique of ascension, he would really be tortured by the limitless demon lord. The two figures immediately charged at each other. They moved quickly in the chaotic void. Muffled sounds of collision rang out continuously, shaking the chaotic void. Gu Fei attacked without any hesitation. This was the first time he used his full strength after his cultivation recovered to the infinite prime realm. The limitless demon lord's strength made his battle blood boil. The limitless demon lord was also filled with battle intent. The last time he fought with the limitless swordmaster, he was very sullen. This was because he had just woken up from a deep sleep and his cultivation had not recovered. However, it was different this time. After a period of recuperation, the limitless demon lord's cultivation had finally recovered to its peak state. Chapter 54:14. The secret technique of ascension allowed Gu Fei's battle prowess to surpass his limits and reach a whole new level. However, the unbounded demon lord was no pushover either. The unbounded demon lord's cultivation was also very shocking. Moreover, the 4 minor realms of the unbounded prime realm were worlds apart. This was also the reason why Gu Fei could not defeat the unbounded demon lord even after using the secret technique of ascension. Boom! Bang! Muffled sounds of collisions rang out continuously. Terrifying energy ripples spread out in all directions. Every time a sound rang out, the surrounding primal chi would be completely dispersed. There was absolutely no need for space. In such a space, the supreme existences of the unbounded prime realm could directly open up a small world. The unbounded demon Lord pointed out with his right finger, and a black hole suddenly appeared. It instantly swallowed Gu Fei into the black hole. Gu Fei felt the world spinning around him. In the next moment, he appeared in a small world filled with monstrous demonic aura. There were demonic shadows everywhere, and terrifying demonic lights could be seen everywhere. The unbounded demon, Lord casually pointed out, and opened up a demonic sky in the chaotic void. Suppress. The unbounded demon Lord's voice rang out in the small world. In the next moment, all the power of the demonic sky pressed down on Gu Fei. In just an instant, Gu Fei felt the surrounding void solidify. It was as if he was being slammed by a terrifying demonic mountain. The power of the demonic sky surged in from all directions and directly collided with Gu Fei's body. Moreover, this demonic power was getting stronger and stronger. The unbounded demon lord was using the power of the demonic sky to suppress Gu Fei. Roar! Gu Fei roared, and his body shook. In the next moment, countless spatial cracks appeared in the surrounding void. Do you think I can't suppress a little fellow like you? The unbounded demon lord's voice rang out. In the next moment, demonic patterns released a terrifying demonic light that descended from the sky towards Gu Fei. Trying to suppress me? The corner of Gu Fei's lips curled into a cold, evil smile. Open! Gu Fei roared furiously, and an extremely powerful infinite power immediately erupted from his body. This power was invincible, and the surrounding space immediately collapsed. One palm to destroy the heavens. Gu Fei immediately struck out with the Great Heaven Annihilation Palm. A terrifying power that could destroy the world erupted from his palm, and the countless demonic patterns that were trying to seal him were immediately shattered by the destructive power of his palm. The entire small world created by the limitless demon lord was directly blasted apart by Gu Fei's palm. Rumble. The small world was destroyed, releasing a terrifying destructive power that destroyed everything. Gu Fei rushed out of the collapsing small world. As soon as he rushed out of the collapsing small world, a fist greeted him. Bam! This fist directly smashed into Gu Fei's eye, sending Gu Fei flying. What? Gu Fei was enraged. You old demon, don't hit my face when you hit me. Gu Fei was so angry that he directly flew tens of miles away before he could stabilize himself. His eyes were in so much pain that he couldn't even open them. What do you mean, don't hit my face when you hit me? The limitless demon lord didn't care about this and continued to attack. Bam! Gu Fei was hit again. This time, his left eye wasn't spared either, and it took a solid hit from the limitless demon lord's fist. Preposterous. I already said don't hit my face, and you're still doing it. I'm not done with you. Gu Fei was truly enraged. In the next instant, a sword chime rang out from his body, and then countless terrifying sword lights erupted from his body, piercing towards the limitless demon lord. His sword cultivation wasn't weak, and every single sword light contained a terrifying destructive aura. The limitless demon lord's hands danced, and the sword lights that were piercing towards him were actually blocked by his bare hands, and were all blown away. Swish! A sword light brushed past the limitless demon lord's forehead, and a strand of hair floated down from the sky. The limitless demon lord's gaze instantly turned incomparably sharp. This fellow actually chopped off a strand of his hair. This had angered the limitless demon lord. Kill! A terrifying killing intent instantly erupted from the limitless demon lord's body, causing the entire chaotic void to tremble. At this moment, this unparalleled demon lord finally looked like a real demon. The limitless demon lord's right hand directly grabbed towards Gu Fei. The countless sword lights that were piercing towards him were all shattered by his demonic claw. In an instant, his demonic claw grabbed onto Gu Fei's chest. However, the instant the limitless demon lord's hand grabbed onto Gu Fei's chest, he was shocked, because he felt as though his demonic claw had grabbed onto an indestructible piece of divine metal. The limitless demon lord's sharp claw actually couldn't pierce into Gu Fei's body, and his fingers were actually aching from the impact. *T. The limitless demon lord was truly shocked. He didn't expect Gu Fei's physical body to be so strong. This was practically a human-shaped, unbounded realm Tao treasure. You dare to hit my face? Bam! Gu Fei's fist landed heavily on the limitless demon lord's face. The limitless demon lord cried out in pain and was directly sent flying. Gu Fei's fist landed heavily on the bridge of his nose. Then, the limitless demon lord's nose started to bleed. What's your nose made of? Gu Fei saw that his fist had only caused the limitless demon lord's nose to bleed, but the limitless demon lord's nose was still very strong. This limitless demon lord's demonic body was very strong. Damn it! The limitless demon lord was truly enraged this time around. To think that this puny human would dare to injure him, and even cause him to bleed. Even in his previous battle with the limitless sword master didn't put him in such a wretched state. This fella's nose was punched by Gu Fei, and he turned into the red-nosed demon lord. Damn your head! You were the one who didn't follow the rules first, and slapped your daddy's face first. Your daddy is returning a tooth for a tooth. Gu Fei chased after the limitless demon lord. But this time around, he wasn't able to slap the limitless demon lord's face. That was because the limitless demon lord was prepared. Gu Fei flew into a rage as he punched out with both fists at the limitless demon lord's face. The entire void was filled with the shadows of Gu Fei's fists. A series of collisions rang out. The limitless demon lord was being pummeled by Gu Fei. All he could do was protect his face with all his might. For a moment or so, he didn't even have the strength to retaliate. *CK. Gu Fei yelled out as he punched out with all his might towards the limitless demon lord's face. The limitless demon lord used his arms to protect his face. Therefore, this punch of Gu Fei's landed on his arms. Bam! A dull thud rang out as the limitless demon lord was sent flying by Gu Fei's punch, smashing into the chaos chi behind him. I've said it before. Don't hit my face. Chapter 54:15. When Gu Fei became ruthless, even he was afraid of himself. His frenzied attacks actually left the limitless demon lord unable to retaliate. In the end, he sent the limitless demon lord flying. The limitless demon lord was smashed into the chaotic chi and flew for tens of thousands of miles. At this moment, Gu Fei's combat strength had reached a level that shocked even the limitless demon lord. However, the Heaven Ascension's secret technique had a time limit. He couldn't maintain such a powerful state forever. Boom! In the next moment, the chaotic chi exploded, and the limitless demon lord charged out from it. Limitless demon fist. The limitless demon lord roared. In the next moment, the void was filled with his fist shadows. Countless fist shadows covered the sky as they smashed towards Gu Fei. 5 elements fist, 5 elements heaven breaking. Gu Fei didn't show any weakness and directly struck out with his strongest 5 elements fist. Countless 5-colored fists clashed against the incoming demon fist. Concentrated sounds of collision could be heard. The 2 limitless demon lords started fighting again. And at this time, outside the primal chaos void, The Devil Race army appeared all around the Central Sky Emperor capital. These Devil Race army swarmed in from all directions, surrounding the Central Sky Emperor capital. Outside the Heaven Ascension Imperial City, the Devil Chi was vast and mighty. One after another, powerful figures appeared outside the Heaven Ascension Imperial City. On the walls of the Heaven Imperial City, the guards were panicking. What's going on? Xiaoya directly ascended to the top of the city wall. When she saw the demonic figures outside the city, she was incomparably shocked. No one expected the army of demons to come back so quickly. Moreover, Gu Fei wasn't around, and Yuxian Er's whereabouts were unknown. Xiaoya only had 4 generals as her strongest combat strength. However, this time, it was likely that the 4 great demon lords under the limitless demon lord were here, because 4 incomparably powerful devil, Dao, auras appeared outside the city. Under the limitless demon lord, there were originally 5 great demon lords. They were the 5 elements demon lords. However, the earth demon lord had already been killed by Yuxian Er. Now the 5 elements demon lords were only left with the metal, wood, water, and earth demon lords. Your Highness, the voice of the Zenith Imperial Lord, who was following beside Littleya, was trembling. The vast and mighty demonic aura outside was causing even his soul to tremble. An Emperor Realm Cultivator was as weak as an ant before a demon sovereign. What are you afraid of? The defensive array formation has been activated. Do you think they can break in? Wu Jizhan said coldly. Because of the attack on the Eastern Wilderness, Long Xiaozhou had taken away almost all the experts, leaving only the 4 generals. Right now, the situation in the Eastern Wasteland had not stabilized. Long Xiaozhou could not return because the Eastern Wasteland also needed experts to hold down the fort. 4 demon sovereigns. Wu Jixian's battle intent surged. He really wanted to go out and fight with these devil lords. Let's wait and see. Xiaoya said. She had no choice but to send a message transmission talisman to Yuxian Er. How troublesome. Up in the 9 heavens, Yuxian Er was currently outside the towering heavenly palace. After receiving Xiaoya's message, she couldn't help but furrow her brows. The reason why she came to look for the Ling Tian Palace Lord was naturally because she wanted to fuse with him. Only then would they be able to contend against the limitless devil sovereign. If not, they would definitely die. Although Yuxian Er was extremely unwilling, she had no choice but to come. Palace Lord, are you still not willing to come out? Yuxian Er roared towards the towering heavenly palace. Her voice reverberated throughout the entire towering heavenly palace. All the disciples and successors of the towering heavenly palace were incomparably shocked. Who was this person that actually dared to act so impudently outside the towering heavenly palace? The limitless devil sovereign has already come out of seclusion. If you don't wish to die, come out and see me. Yuxian shouted. Palace Lord is currently in seclusion. Guest, please leave. At this moment, a figure walked out from the towering heavenly palace. It was an old man with white hair and white brows. This person was the Battle Hall Elder of the towering heavenly palace. Who are you? Hurry up and call the towering heavenly palace Lord out to see me. Yuxian was extremely impatient. No matter who you are simply courting death for daring to act so impudently outside the towering heavenly palace. The Battle Hall Elder was incomparably domineering, but Yuxian had retracted her aura. The Battle Hall Elder was completely unable to sense her cultivation. Scram! Yuxian waved her right hand. Then, that incomparably domineering Battle Hall Elder screamed miserably as he was sent flying into the towering heavenly palace. When the successors of the towering heavenly palace saw this scene, they were all shocked to the extreme. Someone actually dared to attack outside the towering heavenly palace? Previously it was Gu Fei. Now, there was another one. Did they really think that the towering heavenly palace was a soft persimmon that they could squash as they pleased? The defensive formation of the towering heavenly palace was immediately activated. There was no choice. The palace lord was in seclusion. Who could go against the person outside? Therefore, all the successors of the towering heavenly palace could only hole up in the towering heavenly palace temporarily. One must know that the Battle Hall Elder was a good example. Towering heavenly palace lord, you are AB asterisk starred. Yu Xian started scolding outside the towering heavenly palace. But no matter how much she scolded, no one in the towering heavenly palace dared to step out. Yu Xian continued scolding outside the towering heavenly palace for more than 2 hours before leaving. Since Xiaoya had sent a Dao talisman for help, she had to go. Just as Yu Xian was rushing towards the Central Sky Royal Capital, the army of demons outside the Central Sky Royal Capital had already started their attack. The first wave of attack was the demonic creatures. Countless low-level demonic creatures surged towards the Central Sky Royal Capital like a tidal wave. Very soon, a concentrated collision sound was heard. Countless demonic creatures directly collided with the defensive light barrier of the Central Sky Royal Capital. Many of the demonic creatures were badly injured. Very soon, the light barrier outside the city wall was filled with the corpses of countless demonic creatures. These demonic creatures were directly smashed to death. Archers, get ready! On the city wall, angry roars were heard. Countless archers on the city wall immediately drew their bows and knocked their arrows. Release the arrows! As the orders were given, a rain of arrows immediately soared from the city wall. The arrows rained down outside the city, and countless demonic creatures fell to the ground. These weren't ordinary arrows. These were the devil-breaking arrows used by the defending army of the Central Sky Royal Capital. As long as they were hit, let alone the demonic creatures, even the demonic soldiers would die. The defensive light barrier of the Central Sky Royal Capital prevented the demonic creatures from attacking from the outside. However, the attacks from the outside were not affected at all. This was the mystical nature of the protective array of the Central Sky Royal Capital. Wave after wave of arrows flew from the city wall and landed. Countless demonic creatures were directly shot to death outside the Central Sky Royal Capital. It had already become a terrifying purgatory. However, the demonic creatures that were shot to death were low-level demonic creatures. The real demonic soldiers were still in formation in the distance and did not launch any attacks. Are you guys going to hide in this tortoise shell forever? At this moment, a voice came from outside the city and entered the Central Sky Royal Capital. A powerful demonic figure appeared outside the city. It was the Golden Demon Sovereign. He was here again. Chapter 54:16. In the Void Realm, outside the Sky Royal City, the 4 demon lords led their respective armies to kill their way outside the Sky Royal City. They immediately surrounded the Sky Royal City. Wung, wung. The void trembled as one demonic formation after another appeared outside the Imperial City. Balls of demonic light appeared between the heavens and earth, enveloping the demonic army below in a barrier of light. The devil-slaying arrows shot from the walls of the Sky Royal City were all deflected when they landed on the demonic light. Not a single devil-slaying arrow could land on the demonic light, as they were all blocked. However, the demonic light barrier formed by the power of the demonic formations did not envelop the low-grade demonic creatures. Countless demons fell to the ground after being hit by the arrows, and the air was filled with a nauseating stench of blood. The stench even wafted into the Sky Royal City. The four demon lords did not care about the life or death of these low-grade demonic creatures, as they could have as many of them as they wanted in their demonic territory. There was no shortage of demonic creatures. They wanted to use the demonic blood of these demonic creatures to corrode the light barrier formed by the defensive formation of the Sky Royal City. However, although the demonic blood of the demonic creatures was demonic, it was impossible for it to corrode the light barrier formed by the defensive formation of the Sky Royal City. The Sky Royal City was located on one of the ancestral earth veins of Sky Royal City, with the ancestral earth veins providing a steady stream of spiritual energy. The defensive formation of the Sky Royal City could not be breached. Only existences on the level of the four demon lords could have a chance of breaching the defensive formation of the Sky Royal City. However, Xiaoya also had existences on her side that could contend with the four demon lords. They were the four generals under Gu Fei, especially the eldest of the four generals, Wu Jixian, who was extremely powerful. The four demon lords were still observing and did not make a move. Countless demonic creatures were still rushing towards the Sky Royal City. They would not stop at all. The corpses of the demonic creatures outside the city were piled up like a mountain. However, the four demon lords had no intention of letting these low-grade demonic creatures stop. What should we do? We are almost out of devil-slaying arrows. The Sky Royal Lord said to Xiao, yet carefully from the top of the city wall. Although the Zhongtian Imperial City had a lot of weapons in storage, they could not sustain such a huge expenditure, especially the devil-piercing arrows, which were no ordinary arrows. At this time, all the weapon forgers in the Zhongtian Imperial City were working as hard as they could to craft the devil-piercing arrows. Even so, it was like trying to put out a burning cart of firewood with a cup of water. Once we're done, we'll defend. Xiaoya's expression was incomparably solemn. He hoped that his master could defeat the limitless demon lord, because as long as his master defeated the limitless demon lord, everything would be fine. Once the limitless demon lord was defeated, the army of demons outside would naturally collapse. Therefore, the outcome of the battle between Gu Fei and the limitless demon master would decide everything. There was no helping it. This was the reality. No matter if it was Gu Fei or the limitless demon lord, they were both absolutely powerful existences. Their victory or defeat was the most important. If Gu Fei lost, then Xiaoya and the others would have to run away. Then, Gu Fei's ambition would also vanish into thin air. Now, all Xiaoya could do was defend the Central Sky Emperor capital. You guys go and guard the four directions. Xiaoya immediately gave the order to the four generals behind her. Yes, Your Highness. With Wu Jixian in the lead, the four generals immediately accepted the order and soared into the sky from the top of the city. Each of them guarded one direction, guarding the four directions of the Central Sky Imperial City. In this way, even if the four demon lords outside the city attacked the Central Sky Imperial City at the same time, Xiaoya and the others would be able to react immediately. At this time, the countless living beings in the Central Sky Imperial City were extremely terrified. The entire sky had darkened because the Central Sky Imperial City was shrouded in devil chi. The area where the Central Sky Imperial City was located seemed to have fallen into darkness. The city was brightly lit, and the streets were filled with people. Everyone knew that once the army of demons outside the city killed their way into the city, all of them, and even all the demonic races, would definitely die. Demons were existences that proved their Tao through killing. Demons devoured the yuan qi of other living beings through killing to strengthen their own devil qi. Therefore, once the army of demons killed their way into the city, no one would be able to survive. All the living beings in the entire Central Sky Imperial City were terrified. At this time, the army under the four generals also started to move. This was an army that had experienced hundreds of battles. They were terrifying soldiers that had crawled out from piles of corpses. Every single one of the soldiers exuded a powerful killing intent. This army under Gu Fei was the strongest army under the command of the Hongtian Heavenly Emperor. Although there were only 120,000 of them, they were comparable to the 1 million devil army of the demons. With this army guarding the Central Sky Imperial City, even if the 4 demon lords wanted to attack the Central Sky Imperial City, it would not be easy. Want to attack? Dream on. Xiaoyu looked at the monstrous devil chi outside and said coldly, at this time, in the chaotic void, the battle between Gu Fei and the limitless demon lord was still going on, and it was extremely intense. Dull sounds of collision rang out continuously, and the entire chaotic void was boiling. 2 supreme powers of the limitless demon lord were crazily colliding and destroying each other. This fella is too strong. Gu Fei could not take it anymore because the Sky Ascension secret technique had a time limit. Once the time was up, he would be beaten back to his original state. At that time, he would be in deep trouble. Hey, old demon, after fighting for so long, neither of us can do anything to the other. Why don't we find a place to drink some tea and eat some buns? Gu Fei said as he attacked. Drink tea and eat buns? The limitless demon lord was confused when he heard this. What's the point of continuing to fight? Are we really going to fight until both of us are injured? Gu Fei continued. You can fight whenever you want and stop whenever you don't want. The limitless demon lord sneered. Do you really want to fight to the death with me? Gu Fei said coldly. The limitless demon lord could not help but frown. This fellow was very strong. If they fought until both of them were injured, when the limitless sword master arrived, wouldn't he be dead for sure? The limitless sword master was so strong that even the limitless demon lord was wary of him. One should know that when he fought against the limitless sword master, he was beaten up badly by the limitless sword master and had no choice but to retreat into the demonic realm. Moreover, the limitless sword master even charged into the demonic realm. If not for the limitless demon lord hiding in a special place, he would have been finished. Now that the limitless demon lord thought about that battle, his heart still palpitated, but now that he had recovered his cultivation, even if he met the limitless sword master, he would be able to fight. Very well, then let's not fight. The limitless demon lord punched out, clashing with Gu Fei's fist. Both of them were sent flying backwards. See you again. The limitless demon lord tore through space and left the chaotic void. We will meet again. Gu Fei tore through space and left the chaotic void as well. It was almost time for him to use the Sky Ascension secret technique. Chapter 54:17. This scene caused all the living beings in the Zhongtian Imperial City to let out a demonic howl outside the city. After that, the low-level demonic beasts that were charging madly towards the Zhongtian Imperial City stopped and retreated like a receding tide. Very quickly, other than the corpses of the demonic beasts that had been shot to death by the city guards, not a single living demonic beast could be seen. The army of demons that had surrounded the city also began to retreat. Could Master have defeated the limitless demon lord? On the city wall, seeing this scene, Xiaoyu could not help but be surprised and overjoyed. Following the retreat of the demon army, the countless living beings in the Zhongtian Imperial City were both surprised and overjoyed. Had the crisis of the Zhongtian Imperial City been resolved, seeing the smoke and dust in the distance gradually disappear from sight, Xiaoyu was incomparably excited. Master had claimed to rule the mirage. It was just a matter of time. Just as Xiaoyu was overjoyed, a figure appeared in front of her without any warning. Xiaoyu was shocked and hurriedly looked, and then she was overjoyed. Master! Xiaoyu was stunned. "Greetings, master." She hurriedly knelt down in front of this figure. "Greetings, master." The four generals also hurriedly rushed over and bowed to Gu Fei. The retreat of the army of demons was definitely Gu Fei's handiwork. The four generals were completely in awe of their master, Gu Fei. The limitless demon lord was an unparalleled existence in the limitless prime realm, and their master was even more awesome than their original master. "All rise." Gu Fei stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently. He still had to put on a show. "Yes, master." "Yes, master." Xiaoya and the four generals all stood up. Very quickly, a group of important figures of the Zhongtian imperial city appeared on the city wall. Under the leadership of the Zhongtian imperial lord, these fellows directly knelt down in front of Gu Fei. "Greetings, master." The Zhongtian imperial lord led the group of important figures of the Zhongtian imperial city and knelt down in front of Gu Fei. They were all indescribably shocked. It had to be known that before this, only others had ever knelt before the Zenith Imperial Lord. When had the Zenith Imperial Lord ever knelt before anyone? However, on this day, the high and mighty Zhongtian Imperial Lord, the ruler of the Zhongtian Empire, was actually kneeling down to a black-robed youth. This was something that had never happened before. "Get up." Gu Fei waved his right hand and continued to act tough. "Thank you, master." Only then did the Zhongtian Imperial Lord stand up, and the people behind him also stood up. "Xiaoya, the four of you stay. Everyone else, disperse." Gu Fei swept a glance at the Zenith Royal Lord and the others as he spoke. "Yes, master." The Zhongtian Imperial Lord and the others obediently retreated from the city walls. "Your Majesty, this, within the Zhongtian Imperial City, one of the patriarchs of one of the great clans looked towards the Zhongtian Imperial Lord, hesitating to speak. In the Zhongtian Imperial City, although the royal family reigned supreme, there were still several other powerful factions within the city. These factions had deep roots within the city, and even the Zhongtian Imperial Lord had to be wary of them. "Talk less and work more." The Zenith Imperial Lord said, solemnly. The people around the Zhongtian Imperial Lord were speechless. They had never seen the Zhongtian Imperial Lord act so cowardly before. One had to know that this man was once unparalleled in the world and had once ruled an entire empire. If he wanted someone dead, that person would not be able to live. But now, an unparalleled existence who had once ruled over the life and death of countless living beings could not even control his own fate. The Zhongtian Imperial Lord's life was in the hands of someone else. Gu Fei did not want to bother with these people in the Zhongtian Imperial City. In front of absolute power, these people were not even comparable to ants. And Gu Fei had always only cared about the people he cared about. "Master, you defeated the limitless demon lord." Xiaoya looked at Gu Fei excitedly. "No." Gu Fei shook his head. "What?" Xiaoya was momentarily stunned. Since her master did not defeat the limitless demon lord, why did the devil army outside the Zhongtian Imperial City retreat? "It's just a draw," Gu Fei said calmly. If he wanted to fight against the limitless demon lord, he needed to raise his cultivation to the limitless demon lord. Only then would he have the confidence to kill the limitless demon lord. Draw. Xiaoya heaved a sigh of relief. If her master could not defeat the limitless demon lord, they would be in deep trouble. "All right, don't worry. That fella will not come back for the time being," Gu Fei said nonchalantly. "What's going on?" At this moment, another figure appeared on top of the city wall. It was Yuxian who had rushed back from the Lingtian Palace. Why did those demon bastards retreat? Yuxian was stunned. In order to deal with the limitless demon lord, she even lowered her status to look for the Lingtian Palace Lord. But she was rejected outside the Ling Tian Palace, causing her to feel extremely depressed. Who would have thought that when she rushed back, she discovered that the army of demons surrounding the Zhongtian Imperial City had actually retreated, and Gu Fei had also returned to the Zhongtian Imperial City. "Master, where's the limitless demon lord?" Yu Xian asked. "The limitless demon lord should have left." Gu Fei did not know where that fellow went, but what was certain was that the limitless demon lord should be preparing to deal with the limitless sword master. The limitless sword master would not appear so easily. One must know that Yu Xian could only become the limitless sword master by fusing with the Ling Tian Palace Lord. Yu Xian was still here while the Ling Tian Palace Lord was in seclusion. Yu Xian knew the Ling Tian Palace Lord's goal. She wanted to break through to the limitless realm. That way, she wouldn't need to fuse with Yu Xian anymore. And how could Yu Xian not want to break through? But after countless years, she was unable to take that step. The Ling Tian Palace Lord was the same. If they fused, they could become the limitless sword master, an expert of the limitless realm. But if they were separated, they would fall from the limitless realm. This was one of their fatal weaknesses. If the limitless demon lord attacked them one by one, it would be equivalent to killing the limitless sword master. "It's good that you're back. I'm going to stay here for a while and observe the situation. Help me look after them." Gu Fei said to everyone. Yu Xian was an existence that surpassed the eternal realm. Half-step limitless realm. Here, other than Gu Fei, her cultivation was the highest. "All right," Yu Xian shrugged. Then, under the guidance of Xiaoya, Gu Fei entered the Zhongtian Imperial City. And at this time, the limitless demon lord appeared at the peak of the Zhongtian Snow Mountain. "You devil, you're still alive?" A figure sitting cross-legged on the peak of the snow mountain suddenly opened his eyes. "You're still alive, and well, how could I die?" The limitless demon lord said indifferently. They knew each other. "Do you want to fight again?" Snow Demon Truebody's tone was extremely cold. "Let's fight. Who's afraid of who?" Chapter 54:18. Rumble. At the peak of the culmination snow mountain, the heavens and earth shook. The limitless demon lord opened up a true demon world. A demonic domain enveloped the heavens and earth, emitting an endless evil demonic aura. It swallowed the snow demon real body sitting on the peak of the snow mountain. Not only did he want to devour the snow demon real body, but he also wanted to devour the entire culmination snow mountain into his internal world. "Humph!" The snow demon real body sneered. She stood up and soared into the sky. She charged into the demonic domain, intending to destroy it. However, within the demonic domain, a demonic palace emitted an unfathomable power that locked the demonic domain in place. "Ha! You're walking right into my trap. Do you want to die?" The limitless demon lord stood in the demonic domain and laughed maniacally. He and the snow demon real body had known each other for a long time. They were sworn enemies. That was why the limitless demon lord had suddenly appeared on the peak of the culmination snow mountain. In the entire void realm, only Gu Fei, the snow demon real body, and the limitless sword master were his opponents. At this moment, the internal world that the limitless demon lord had opened up was closing. "Trying to trap me?" The snow demon real body sneered again. In the next moment, she broke through the void and charged out of the limitless demon lord's internal world. At this moment, a figure appeared in the sky. It was Gu Fei. He was originally in the culmination Imperial City, but he suddenly sensed two infinite primes, auras, appearing in the sky. That was why he immediately rushed over. So this was the culmination snow mountain. It's you? The limitless demon lord also sensed Gu Fei's arrival. However, at this moment, the limitless demon lord had no time to care about Gu Fei. The limitless demon lord's long hair fluttered in the wind. With a wave of his hand, layers of demonic flames appeared in the void and swept towards the snow demon real body. The snow demon real body was shocked. The limitless demon lord's cultivation seemed to have increased by quite a bit. Without hesitation, she punched out. Rumble, the entire world shook under the fist of the snow demon's true form. Terrifying spatial cracks spread, and the vast and mighty demonic aura was directly dispersed by her. The snow demon true body was extremely powerful. With a wave of its hand, it could shatter the heavens and split the earth. Even Gu Fei was shocked by the power displayed by the snow demon's true body. The two peerless supremes clashed. Amidst the collapsing heaven and earth, there was a shocking sound like a raging tide. The power of destruction was surging, squeezing, and rolling. The snow demon true body was actually evenly matched with the limitless demon master. This, even Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved. Snow demon true body. This fellow had hidden it quite deeply. Demonic fire refines the universe. The limitless demon lord roared. In the next moment, a terrifying demonic fire erupted from his body. The pitch-black demonic fire surged in the void and instantly spread out, engulfing Shui Yao's true body. The limitless demon lord roared towards the sky. His fire-like long hair danced wildly, and his demonic body erupted with a terrifying demonic aura that engulfed the heavens and earth. On his demonic body, demonic marks appeared one after another. Especially the demonic mark in the middle of his brows. It emitted a terrifying demonic light, as though a terrifying demonic eye had opened. The void was burned by the demonic fire until it distorted. Boundless black flames completely enveloped the sky. Even Gu Fei, who was far away, had to retreat. He did not want to be affected by this battle. He was here to watch the show. However, a ball of white light erupted from Shui Yao's true body. A terrifying cold aura surged out, and all the demonic fire that was burning towards her was blocked. The limitless demon lord roared crazily. His dull voice pierced through the clouds, and his voice traveled for 1,000 miles. It shocked the culmination snow mountain below, and a violent avalanche occurred. The mysterious demonic mark in the middle of his brows displayed great power. A terrifying demonic light shot out from the middle of his brows and directly pierced towards Shui Yao's true body. Shui Yao's true body hurriedly dodged. The demonic light shot past Shui Yao's true body, and a mountain peak that was 1,000 miles away was hit. It instantly crumbled into dust and disappeared from the ground. At this moment, Shui Yao's true body directly charged towards the limitless demon lord. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The mysterious demonic mark in the middle of the limitless demon lord's brows shot out beams of demonic light one after another, and they pierced towards Shui Yao's true body. Shui Yao's true body raised her right hand and pressed forward lightly. An extreme and extreme cold energy was emitted from her palm, and the void in front of her palm was instantly frozen. Even the demonic light that pierced through the void stopped in the void. Shui Yao's true body then punched out. The frozen void in front of her directly collapsed. As the void collapsed, the demonic light that shot out from the middle of the limitless demon lord's brows also collapsed, and the attack also vanished. Humph! Seeing this, the limitless demon lord only sneered. Then a demonic domain appeared around him. He did not dare to underestimate Shui Yao's true body. Rumble. Within this demonic domain, the demonic stars in the sky were descending, and blood-colored demonic light illuminated the entire world. Within the blood-colored light, the entire world was dyed blood red. The entire world was shaking, and in the sky above the peak of the snowy mountain, demonic marks appeared. It was like a boundless demonic net that covered the entire sky. He was going to fight Shui Yao's true body to the death. Even Gu Fei, who was watching the battle from afar, did not expect the limitless demon lord to actually use such a trump card. Previously, when the limitless demon lord was fighting him, he did not even use this trump card. When Gu Fei was fighting the limitless demon lord, the limitless demon lord did not use his inner world. But now, the limitless demon lord used his inner world right from the start. You are not the only one with an inner world. Shui Yao's true body sneered, and in the next moment, both of her hands drew across the void in front of her. A snowy domain immediately appeared between the heavens and the earth, and terrifying cold air surged out from this snowy domain. The temperature of the entire world dropped rapidly. Exciting! Gu Fei's eyes were filled with excitement. These two boundless realm existences actually used their inner worlds. The two powers of the heavens and the earth collided. Shui Yao's snowy domain rapidly expanded, contending against the descending demonic domain. Kill! Shui Yao's true body could not bear it any longer, and directly used her inner world to attack. A snowy domain directly swallowed the limitless demon lord, and the limitless demon lord's demonic domain also suppressed downwards. Very quickly, the two great inner worlds collided. Then, countless mountains collapsed, and countless trees were shattered. This scene was destruction. Using one's inner world to fight was not a battle that could be seen often. Chapter 54:19. The limitless demon lord went straight to the culmination Snow Mountain. Even Gu Fei didn't expect the limitless demon lord to know the snow demon. This surprised Gu Fei. Did the limitless demon lord come into contact with the snow demon when he came to the void realm? Of course, it didn't matter to Gu Fei whether the snow demon and the limitless demon lord knew each other. However, it was worth it for Gu Fei to be able to watch such a wonderful battle. At this time, the two of them were using their inner worlds to fight each other. The limitless demon lord waved his hand and created a world. Then, he smashed the demonic sky towards the snow demon. The power of the whole demonic sky went straight towards the snow demon. The snow demon also casually opened up a snowy region. She waved her hand, and the snow domain she created went straight towards the demonic sky of the limitless demon lord. Boom! The two inner worlds collided with each other in an instant. An extremely violent energy wave spread out in all directions. The two inner worlds began to collapse, releasing a power that could destroy the world. Rumble! The entire culmination Snow Mountain was shaking, and the countless creatures on the Snow Mountain were terrified to the extreme. At this time, the power of the infinite realm on the culmination Snow Mountain erupted and protected the whole mountain. The destructive power from the sky was blocked. There's something strange about this mountain. When Gu Fei sensed the power waves, he couldn't help but change his expression. The power of Su Tian, the limitless demon lord, was shocked. His blood-red eyes shone with a terrifying blood-red light. A powerful demonic aura spread out from his body. The demonic power was earth-shattering. "You only know now," the snow demon said coldly. At this time, the two inner worlds completely collapsed. The two destructive powers collided with each other, intertwined, destroyed, and canceled each other out. So, you're using his power to break through your cultivation realm. The limitless demon lord's face was very serious. The snow demon didn't speak. She waved her right hand, and another snow domain appeared in the void. Only the snow demon and the boundless demon master could create a new world with a wave of their hands. Even the eternal realm experts could not create a new world in an instant. Hence, the two of them opened up their inner worlds one after another and used them to smash each other. This kind of method was really rare. At least, it was the first time that Gu Fei had seen someone use their inner world to smash someone. When one's inner world collapsed, the destructive power released was very strong. It could even obliterate everything. If it wasn't for the protection of sacred Lord Su Tian's power, the culmination Snow Mountain would have been turned into ashes long ago. Even so, the ripples of Yuan Qi that spread out shook the entire sky. Countless living beings were terrified. Master, on the city walls of Zhongtian Imperial City, Xiaoya looked in the direction of the terrifying infinite power aura. Gu Fei left the Zhongtian Imperial City once more. A battle of this scale, he could not miss it. Xiaoya also wanted to go watch the battle, but Gu Fei did not bring her along, because the infinite power realm was too far away from Xiaoya. At this moment, in the 9 heavens of Lingtian Palace, on the peak of a sacred mountain, a figure sitting cross-legged on the peak suddenly opened his eyes. Infinite demon, a powerful aura erupted from the peak of the mountain. Palace Master has come out of seclusion. The people in the Lingtian Palace were surprised and happy when they felt this aura. The Lingtian Palace Master was their support. As long as the Palace Master was around, not many people would dare to cause trouble in the Lingtian Palace. On the peak, the Lingtian Palace Master stood up and took a step forward. Instantly, he disappeared from the peak. The Lingtian Palace Master left the Lingtian Palace. When the Lingtian Palace Master left the Lingtian Palace, Yu Xian also left the Zhongtian Imperial City. At this time, Wu Jixian and the other 3 generals were enough to guard the Zhongtian Imperial City because the Infinite Demon Master was not nearby. The Infinite Demon Master went to the culmination Snow Mountain and fought with the Snow Demon. For the time being, only Gu Fei was qualified to watch this battle between the infinite powers. It couldn't be helped. This was a battle between peerless powers. Peerless powers were the highest level of cultivation that they knew of. Not everyone could withstand the pressure of peerless powers. Not only could the living beings in the Zhongtian Imperial City feel the aura of the infinite demon master and the snow demon, even the living beings in other regions could feel these 2 supreme auras, especially those Emperor realm existences. They were even more terrified. The souls of the Emperor realm experts in the 5 regions were trembling. Southern Barbarian, the ancestral land of the witch race, where the witch emperor was cultivating in seclusion. The witch emperor woke up from his meditation. Master, the 9-tailed fox emperor, who was guarding outside, immediately sensed that the witch emperor had woken up. Then she disappeared on the spot. When she appeared again, she was already standing in front of the witch emperor. The 9-tailed fox emperor's cultivation was actually higher than the witch emperor's, but the witch emperor could decide her life and death with just a thought. Moreover, because of the restrictive spell in the 9-tailed fox emperor's body, the death of the 9-tailed fox emperor would not affect the witch emperor at all. However, if the witch emperor died, the restrictive spell in her body would explode, and she would be buried with him. Therefore, the 9-tailed fox emperor would definitely not let anything happen to the witch emperor. Whose aura is that? The witch emperor said in shock. Who else? The snow demon. The 9-tailed fox emperor said impatiently. She was originally an expert from the culmination Snow Mountain. She was naturally very familiar with the aura of the snow demon. The snow demon from the culmination Snow Mountain. The shaman emperor couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this. That peerless woman was actually formidable to such an extent. Her aura could actually travel from the culmination snow mountain to the southern barbarians? This was too terrifying. One should know that the culmination snow mountain was very far from the southern barbarians. If one did not use the teleportation formation, even an Emperor Realm existence would need more than 10 days to fly from the southern barbarians to the culmination snow mountain. If one was slightly slower, it would probably take more than half a month to fly from the southern barbarians to the culmination snow mountain. However, the snow demon's aura could actually travel to the southern barbarians. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Then who is the other aura? The Witch Emperor asked. How would I know? The nine-tailed fox emperor shrugged and said indifferently, This aura is filled with demonic nature. The Witch Emperor frowned. One aura belonged to the snow demon, and the other aura definitely belonged to a demon that could contend with the snow demon. There was actually such a powerful demon in the Void Realm. The Witch Emperor knew of the existence of the Extreme Demon Cave, but the Extreme Demon Cave had long been destroyed by Gu Fei. How could there be such a powerful demon in the Void Realm? Could it be that terrifying demon from the legends? The Buddhist land had a demon. This was a shocking event. The Witch Emperor also knew about it, but the Witch Emperor did not know that it was a peerless demon of the infinite realm. The Witch Emperor thought that the remnants of the Extreme Demon Cave had not been destroyed, which was why the Buddhist land had a demon. Who cares who it is, as long as it doesn't provoke us? Chapter 54:20. The battle between the limitless demon lord and the snow demon in the sky above the culmination snow mountain alarmed countless experts in the Void Realm. Previously, Gu Fei and the limitless demon lord had also fought. However, this battle between Gu Fei and the limitless demon lord took place in the Void Realm. Therefore, the auras of Gu Fei and the limitless demon lord did not appear in the Void Realm. When Gu Fei and the limitless demon lord fought, the powerful beings in the Void Realm did not sense the auras of Gu Fei and the limitless demon lord at all. However, this time was different. The battle between the limitless demon lord and the snow demon lord took place in the Void Realm. They did not enter the Void Realm. As such, the auras of the snow demon and the limitless demon lord spread out in all directions with the culmination snow mountain as the center. Countless experts were terrified. Rumble! At this moment, a starry sky appeared above the culmination snow mountain. A starry sky appearing in broad daylight was an unusual occurrence. Furthermore, Gu Fei realized that the stars in the sky were all glowing with a blood-red light. Those were demonic stars. Those blood-red demonic stars descended towards the ground. Each star emitted a powerful demonic aura. The countless living beings in the culmination snow mountain were immediately out of luck. Those weak living beings were gradually being demonized. Ferocious and terrifying demonic creatures began to appear in the culmination snow mountain once again. Is this demon trying to destroy the world? Gu Fei, who was watching the battle from afar, could not help but be astonished. The limitless demon lord had no scruples. Even if the entire Void Realm was destroyed, he would still be able to live. This was because he could split open the sky and earth. However, to the living beings in the Void Realm, this was the true end of the world. This was the true calamity of the world. It was difficult for all living beings to escape. The limitless demon lord's butcher's knife was not aimed at the countless living beings in the Void Realm, but at the world itself. If the Void Realm was destroyed, all the living beings in the Void Realm would die. Only a small number of living beings would be spared. The snow demon, was also astonished by this scene. This guy really had no qualms about attacking. Reconstruct the fleshly body and return to my true self. Right at this moment, a loud shout resounded from culmination snow mountain, and then a ball of divine light rose up from the mountain. This is Gu Fei stared at the ball of divine light in shock. Sacred Lord Void Sky. Gu Fei was no stranger to the aura emanating from that ball of divine light. This was because he had sensed this aura in the world that Sacred Lord Void Sky had created. To him, Sacred Lord Void Sky was definitely a mysterious and powerful existence. Could it be that Sacred Lord Void Sky, who had disappeared for countless years, was hiding in the sky-breaking snow mountain? Even the limitless demon lord, who was using the power of the Devil Star, was shocked. He knew of the existence of Sacred Lord Void Sky. Sacred Lord Void Sky was an invincible existence. Even if the limitless demon lord was at his peak, he wouldn't be a match for Sacred Lord Su Tian. Fortunately, Sacred Master Su Tian had disappeared before the limitless demon lord had arrived in the void world. However, the limitless demon lord knew of this invincible existence. At this moment, a powerful aura erupted from that ball of divine light, and an imposing figure appeared in the void. Roar! That person roared into the sky, and the entire world shook. That ball of divine light disappeared quickly, and it was all absorbed by this figure. Very quickly, all the divine light disappeared. Only a 9-foot-tall figure could be seen. His entire body seemed to be made of steel, and he gave off an extremely powerful feeling. Streaks of chaotic divine light revolved around his body. Terrifying chaotic energy surged from his body, and the void around him instantly shattered. The void where he stood seemed to be a world of chaos. Even heaven and earth can't contain that powerful body of his. Gu Fei was really stunned. High up in the sky, the limitless demon lord, who had countless devil stars in the sky, acted as if he was facing a great enemy. He could feel an immense pressure from that person. The blood-colored devil stars in the sky were the trump cards that the limitless demon lord had left in the void world. Even when he was fighting with Gu Fei, this fella didn't use this trump card. At this moment, he had no choice but to use this trump card. I was too careless. The limitless demon lord somewhat regretted coming to the culmination Snow Mountain. Who would have thought that Sacred Master Su Tian would appear here? The snow demon had already retreated. Boom! Suddenly, boundless chaotic energy surged from that person's body, and a terrifying pressure suddenly pressed down on Gu Fei's body. Cracks appeared one after another on the culmination snow mountain below, and it looked like it was about to collapse. With the culmination snow mountain as the center, all living beings within a radius of tens of thousands of miles were terrified. You aren't the void, true body. The limitless demon lord stared at that demon body. At this moment, he suddenly said, "Not the true body." Gu Fei was shocked. He focused his gaze, and indeed, although this figure was very strong and had a body of flesh and blood, it was lacking something. The soul power of this existence wasn't complete. There could only be one explanation for this problem. This person was just a clone and not the true body with a complete divine soul. Humph, you scared me. The limitless demon lord heaved a sigh of relief. If this fella that suddenly jumped out of the snow mountain was really Sacred Master Void Sky, then he would definitely be dead. Now that the limitless demon lord realized that this fella wasn't the true body of Sacred Master Void Sky, he immediately became alert. It was just a clone. What was there to be afraid of? I want to see whether your chaotic divine body or my limitless undying demon body is stronger. The limitless demon lord shouted as he pressed forward with his right hand. Boundless sky-burning demon flames formed a demonic hand the size of a small mountain that pressed toward that person. Boom! This demonic hand gave off a terrifying ripple of energy that shook the heavens and earth. Boundless demonic energy surged as if it was the end of the world. A demonic realm appeared behind the limitless demon lord. Boundless demonic Tao energy surged toward him and was devoured by his body. His battle power soared. This was the benefit of controlling heaven and earth. Within heaven and earth, a cultivator's power could increase infinitely and unleash even stronger attacks than outside of heaven and earth. Sacred Master Void Sky's clone snickered coldly and casually pointed out a finger. A ball of chaotic divine light appeared at the tip of his finger and shot forward. The ball of chaotic divine light instantly expanded and covered heaven and earth after it flew out of the finger of Sacred Master Void Sky's clone. Boom, boom. The space enveloped by the ball of chaotic light was collapsing, being destroyed, and turning into primal chaos. This clone of Sacred Lord Void Sky displayed great battle prowess. With a single finger, he shattered a part of the void, causing that part of the void to turn into primal chaos. Bam! The demonic hand that was the size of a small mountain instantly exploded. Boundless sky-burning demonic fire swept out in all directions. Even the void started to distort from the heat. The limitless demon lord's undying demon body was sent flying and smashed into the depths of the world behind him. However, he immediately charged out of his inner world with a roar. This was his world, his inner world. In this demonic realm, he was the ruler. Even though he used the power of heaven and earth for his own use, he was still forced back by his opponent. This made the limitless demon lord very depressed. Roar! The limitless demon lord roared in anger. His fire-like black hair danced wildly in the wind. His black hair then grew to 1,000 feet long. Every strand of hair was like a demonic dragon that shot towards Sacred Master Void Sky's clone with terrifying demonic fire. Boom! Sacred Master Void Sky's clone thrust out a palm, and the chaotic energy instantly surged forward. It directly shattered the 1,000 feet long demonic hair and sent the limitless demon lord flying. The power of heaven and earth in the limitless demon lord's inner world couldn't do anything to Sacred Master Void Sky's clone. Sacred Master Void Sky was like a sentient god that walked out from chaos. With a step, she instantly crossed 100 miles and appeared in the limitless demon lord's inner world. Roar! A terrifying demonic sound shook the entire true demon inner world. The limitless demon lord roared in anger. He charged over from afar and attacked Sacred Master Void Sky's clone. Only demons exist. With a furious roar, demonic aura surged out from the limitless demon lord's body and exploded. In an instant, the terrifying sky-burning demonic flames covered every inch of space in the demonic domain. Boom, boom, boom. The entire demonic realm shook violently. It was pitch black inside, and all that could be seen was the black demonic fire that burned the space. The limitless demon lord directly used the power of the demonic star in the sky. He wanted to use the power of the demonic star and use his inner world to destroy his opponent. However, Sacred Master Void Sky's clone was not to be trifled with. At the edge of the limitless demon lord's true demon world, pitch-black spatial cracks appeared. Sacred Master Void Sky's clone was simply too strong. Pung! Sacred Master Void Sky punched out and directly pierced through the limitless demon lord's inner world. What? The limitless demon lord was shocked. Even Gu Fei was shocked. Sacred Master Void Sky pierced through the limitless demon lord's inner world with just one punch. This was something that even Gu Fei couldn't do. Pung! Sacred Master Void Sky punched out again, and another huge tremor occurred. More spatial cracks appeared at the edge of the demonic realm. They were densely packed and looked like a spiderweb. It was as if an exquisite porcelain had been shattered. The limitless demon lord was truly shocked. This fellow was just an incarnation. An incarnation could fight against a true infinite prime. How was this possible? It was hard to imagine how strong Sacred Master Void Sky's true body was. Chapter 54:21. Bang! Within the demon domain that was filled with demon flames, another huge tremor could be heard. Then, as though something was broken, the true demon world created by the limitless demon lord had actually crumbled. Roar! A bone-chilling roar came from the collapsed world. Endless demonic light burst out, and the entire world was filled with monstrous flames. The flames were as black as ink, causing the entire sky to sink into darkness. The limitless demon lord's inner world had actually been destroyed by the clone of Sacred Master Sutian. The unparalleled demon of this generation had suffered a huge blow. He rushed out of the collapsed inner world with disheveled hair and coughed out blood continuously. The true demon world, created by the limitless demon lord, had collapsed. The monstrous demonic flames were extremely dazzling in the sky above the snowy mountain. It was as if the entire sky was covered by black clouds, turning the day into night. The scorching energy scorched the earth, forming a stark contrast with the sun in the sky. High up in the sky, the demonic flames surged and surged violently. Although the pitch-black demonic flames emitted a black light, it was still dazzling and blinding. It was getting more and more intense, to the point where it was almost impossible to open one's eyes. A wave of limitless realm energy erupted from the top of the snowy mountain, stabilizing this part of the world. If not the entire snowy mountain, or even the entire central sky, would have been destroyed by the terrifying energy that erupted from the true demon world. This lunatic, no, it's two lunatics, Gu Fei was truly shocked. Not to mention the limitless demon lord. Even the clone of Sacred Master Su Tian had attacked without any hesitation. This would cause the death of countless living beings. At this moment, the clone of Sacred Master Su Tian had actually unleashed a great technique and was frantically devouring the demonic flames that had erupted. Roar! A demonic roar came from the endless demonic flames. Then, the surging demonic flames condensed into a 10,000-meter tall demonic figure. That demonic figure's head reached the sky, and his feet stepped on the ground. A terrifying demonic aura emanated from his 10,000-meter tall demonic body. This demonic figure waved his mountain-like fist and punched towards Sacred Master Su Tian's clone. When the mountain-like demonic fist blasted out, the entire void in front of the fist shook, and transparent spatial ripples spread out in all directions. I'm invincible. Sacred Master Void Sky's incarnation was extremely powerful. He was like a chaotic god as he took a step forward and instantly appeared above the limitless demon master's head. He then pressed down from the sky. It was as if a part of the world was sinking. Bam! Following a loud explosion, the 10,000-meter tall demonic body that stood on the ground suddenly exploded. Endless demonic aura engulfed the sky and earth. Sacred Master Void Sky's chaotic divine body was like a bottomless pit that was frantically devouring the vast true demon aura. This was the true demon chi of the infinite level. At this moment, Sacred Master Void Sky's incarnation was like a hungry ghost that had been starving for countless years. Regardless of whether it was demonic aura or other heaven and earth spiritual energy, it was being devoured. The limitless demon lord was the sovereign of the demon Tao, the lord of all demons. He wanted to seize the power of all living beings for his own use, but at this time, the incarnation of Sacred Master Su Tian wanted to refine his true demon power into his own. This was really using the limitless demon master's Tao against the limitless demon master's body. The limitless demon master was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. This chaotic divine body is incredible. Gu Fei, who was watching the show from afar, stared at sacred Master Void Sky's incarnation. The chaotic power could refine all the heaven and earth spiritual energy in the world. This was the terrifying power of the chaotic divine body. The chaotic divine body could absorb an endless amount of Yuan Qi, whether it was demonic aura, deathly aura, or demonic aura. It could refine everything and turn it into the most primitive chaotic power. No one would have thought that sacred Master Void Sky would leave such an incarnation in the culmination Snow Mountain. I'm invincible in the limitless realm. How can I not deal with a mere incarnation? The limitless demon master was going crazy. He waved his hands towards the sky, and the demonic clouds that enveloped the sky immediately parted. At this moment, the countless demonic stars in the sky had already formed an incomparably huge starry sky formation. Every demonic star was emitting a strange and terrifying blood-red light. The limitless demon master had been waiting for this moment. Only the limitless demon master could use stars to form a formation in a place like the void realm, where the heaven and earth energy was incomparably strong. Even Gu Fei might not be able to use stars to form a formation in the void realm. This lunatic, Gu Fei, raised his head and looked at the demonic stars in the sky. His expression was incomparably solemn. An extremely terrifying demonic aura descended from the sky. All the living beings in the void realm raised their heads and looked at the sky in fear. All the living beings in the void realm could see this strange and terrifying scene in the sky. This caused panic in the entire void realm. This southern barbarian, which race ancestral ground, the witch emperor raised his head and looked at the sky. The blood-red sky seemed to be pressing down on the ground. The blood-red stars in the sky made this peerless witch emperor feel as if his soul was trembling. Eastern barbarian, Eastern Sun City. Long Xiaozhou rushed into the sky. When he saw the scene in the sky, he was stunned. The monarchs of the West Sea and the North Ruins domain were also staring at the seemingly chaotic blood-colored stars in the sky in fear and alarm. This is going to be troublesome. West Sea, Old Dragon Emperor raised his head and looked at the sky with an incomparably solemn expression. The limitless demon master was almost driven mad by sacred Master Su Tian's clone. Otherwise, he would not have used his most powerful trump card. Countless years ago, he had used the stars in the sky to form the great astral demonic formation. This was the first time he used this superformation. This superformation definitely had the terrifying power to destroy the world. Once it was activated, it could directly threaten the entire void realm. Is he going to stop everyone from playing? Gu Fei muttered. If the limitless demon master destroyed the void realm, no one would be able to continue playing. Stop him! Shui Yao shouted at Gu Fei. She directly rushed towards the limitless demon master. At the same time, sacred Master Su Tian's clone also attacked the limitless demon master. Swoosh! Gu Fei rushed into the sky and directly entered the starry sky. Then he punched out. Boom! A demonic star was directly destroyed by him. It turned into a ball of bloody light and dissipated in the void. Destroying a demonic star was actually nothing to the entire great astral demonic formation. However, Gu Fei continued to attack. Huge stars were directly destroyed by him. This way, the power of the great astral demonic formation was affected. You bastard! When the limitless demon lord caught sight of this, he burst out with vulgarities and cursed out. He wanted to stop Gu Fei, but he was blocked by sacred Master Su Tian's clone and Shui Yao. After a round of fighting, he was entangled by these two experts and could not escape. Chapter 54:22. Sacred Lord Void Sky's primal chaos clone was actually hiding in the culmination Snow Mountain. This surprised Gu Fei. One had to know that Sacred Lord Void Sky was a super antique in the Void realm. It could be said that he was the ancestor of the entire Void realm. Although he had disappeared, the clone he left behind was extremely powerful. The limitless demon Lord didn't expect that sacred Lord Void Sky's clone could fight with him. How could a clone be so powerful? This overturned the limitless demon Lord's understanding of clones. He had never thought that clones could be so powerful. At this time, sacred Lord Void Sky's clone and the snow demon worked together to stop the limitless demon Lord from escaping. In this way, Gu Fei would be able to easily destroy the blood-colored demonic stars in the sky and destroy the Starry Sky Formation. That demon is a madman. Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked by the limitless demon lord's actions. He was using the stars as chess pieces to set up the formation. In a place like the Void Realm where the power of heaven and earth was so strong, using stars to set up a formation was definitely not an easy task. If this demonic formation was activated, the entire Void Realm would probably be destroyed. No one would be able to survive. This was why the limitless demon lord was too ruthless. Preposterous. Do you think that I can't control the formation like this? The limitless demon lord was furious. In the next moment, every demonic star in the sky suddenly exploded with a powerful demonic light. A huge demonic shadow appeared in the sky. The demonic shadow controlled the demonic formation, and the entire formation actually continued to operate. An unimaginably terrifying demonic power quickly condensed in the sky. Clone. Gu Fei stared at the demonic shadow in the demonic formation and couldn't help but frown. At this time, countless devil stars linked together, interweaving into countless array patterns. These array patterns then formed into ancient array diagrams. The power of the entire sky was activated. Buzz. The void shook. Gu Fei was actually sent flying by the power of the Starry Sky Formation. Although he had destroyed dozens of demonic stars, the power of the formation wasn't affected much. This is troublesome. Gu Fei was also a little stunned. He didn't expect this guy to have this move. The limitless demon Lord actually left behind an incarnation in this starry sky, great demonic formation. With this incarnation, it was equivalent to the limitless demon master personally controlling the demonic formation. The might that the demonic formation erupted with would not be much weaker. Looks like I can have some fun again. Gu Fei stretched his back. In the next moment, a powerful wave of Yuan Qi erupted from his body, causing the entire starry sky to tremble. This was the energy ripple of an infinite prime. Little fellow, when Mo Ing, who was sitting in the demon subduing array, saw Gu Fei, the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. "I'm the little guy, and you're the big guy?" Gu Fei sneered. "You can still smile when you're about to die?" Within the demonic formation, the limitless demon lord's incarnation directly activated the formation. Boom! The entire snowy mountain shook, and the mountaintop even exploded. The mighty power of the demonic path shook the heavens and the earth, causing the entire ground to tremble. Countless living beings were terrified to the extreme. Even the limitless demon lord, sacred master Void Sky, and Snow Demon, who were fighting in the sky, had no choice but to retreat. Extreme Breaking Fist. Gu Fei did not hold back and immediately struck out with the strongest fist he could. This was the Extreme Breaking Fist, and the might of this fist surpassed his limits. Boom! This fist of Gu Fei was simply indestructible. With a loud bang, a huge hole appeared in the starry sky great demonic formation. The formation was collapsing, and countless demonic patterns were dissipating. There was nothing that could block this fist of Gu Fei. Nothing could remain intact under this fist of his. This was the Destruction Fist. When Gu Fei was fighting with the limitless demon Lord previously, although he used the Ascension Secret technique, he did not use this fist. When the limitless demon lord saw this unbelievable scene, he could not help but be shocked. This fella actually struck out with such a powerful fist. How was this possible? At this moment, the limitless demon lord realized that he had underestimated Gu Fei. This fist of Gu Fei was invincible and actually pierced through the entire starry sky, great demonic formation. This caused Snow Demon and Sacred Master Void Sky's incarnation to be blinded. The strength of the starry sky, great demonic formation, plummeted. You, the incarnation of the limitless demon lord, who was in charge of the starry sky, great demonic formation, was also shocked. Even his main body might not be able to withstand such a strong fist. Rumble, countless demonic stars were collapsing. The entire super starry sky, great demonic formation, was destroyed by Gu Fei's fist. You dare to destroy my formation? The limitless demon lord was infuriated. Back then, he had put in so much effort to set up this starry sky formation. But now, this formation of his was nearly destroyed by Gu Fei. Tisk, why wouldn't I dare? Gu Fei shrugged his shoulders. At this moment, within the formation, the incarnation of the limitless demon lord waved his right hand, and many blood-colored demonic stars were smashed towards Gu Fei. The gigantic demonic stars seemed to be able to crush the void. Gu Fei stretched out his right hand, and the demonic stars that were smashing towards him immediately shrunk. Then he grabbed them in his hand. The gigantic demonic stars were actually turned into dozens of blood-colored beads. I'll return them to you. Gu Fei waved his right hand, and the demonic beads in his hand were smashed back towards the incarnation of the limitless demon lord. Humph! The incarnation of the limitless demon lord laughed coldly. In the next moment, the dozens of demonic beads that were smashing towards him exploded in the void 3 feet in front of him. A terrifying destructive force exploded out, but this force was directly devoured by the power of the formation. Gu Fei was shocked. This demonic formation could still devour energy. Moreover, Gu Fei also discovered that the formation that was smashed by his fist was actually rapidly repairing itself. Even the demonic stars that were destroyed by him were reassembling. This formation can actually repair itself. Gu Fei was very shocked. Kill! The incarnation of the limitless demon lord directly charged out from the demonic formation. TSK! Gu Fei punched out, and the incarnation of the limitless demon lord directly exploded, turning into an extremely powerful demonic energy fluctuation. He then opened his mouth and sucked, and actually devoured this unimaginably powerful demonic energy into his body. How comfortable! Gu Fei was very satisfied. However, the limitless demon lord was about to go crazy. That was an incarnation that he had spent a lot of effort to refine. Such a powerful incarnation was actually killed by Gu Fei. This caused the limitless demon lord to feel extremely depressed. Kill! The limitless demon lord wanted to kill Gu Fei. Your opponent is me. Chapter 54:23. Gu Fei flew into a rage. He directly blasted apart the limitless demon lord's incarnation with a single punch. Then he swallowed the energy of the incarnation. This energy was extremely powerful. It was definitely at the infinite grade. After devouring such a huge amount of demonic energy, Gu Fei felt like his body was swelling up. How comfortable! The demonic energy in Gu Fei's body was quickly refined into his own energy. In the eyes of others, this demonic energy was definitely fatal. However, to Gu Fei, this demonic energy was much more useful than any immortal medicine. The demonic nature contained in the demonic energy was directly expelled by Gu Fei. Even an extreme Tao-level demonic nature couldn't affect him at all. If it was anyone else, the demonic nature of the limitless demon lord's clone would be enough to kill them, let alone other things. "You bastard! How dare you destroy my clone?" The limitless demon lord was instantly enraged. His clone was extraordinary, and he had spent a lot of effort on it. After all, a clone was just a clone. It was definitely not easy to cultivate a clone to the infinite grade. Moreover, the vast and boundless yuan qi that gathered in the starry sky was originally prepared by the limitless demon master for himself. Now, this power had been devoured by Gu Fei. This made him go crazy. He had planned for countless years, but in the end, it had all gone to someone else. How could he not be furious? If he could fuse with his clone, his battle prowess would definitely soar, and he might even be able to break through to the peak of the infinite grade. By then, even if he returned to the infinite realm, he would be able to become an overlord. But now it was all over. It was not easy to break through to the peak of the infinite grade. The limitless demon lord's cultivation had been stuck at the peak of the infinite grade for countless years. Of course, time was the cheapest thing for the limitless demon lord. As long as he did not seek death, he could live forever. The furious limitless demon lord wanted to charge into space and fight to the death with Gu Fei. However, a figure blocked the limitless demon lord. "Your opponent is me." The snow demon sent a palm strike towards the limitless demon lord. A terrifying power of extreme cold erupted from her palm, freezing everything in its path. Humph! With the protection of the limitless demon lord's heaven-burning devil fire, all the frigid palm energy that was surging towards him was blocked by the heaven-burning devil fire. Kill! There was nothing more to say. Let's just do it. Countless demonic flames rushed out of the limitless demon lord's body, turning into demonic dragons that pounced towards the snow demon ferociously. Every demonic dragon, formed by the demonic flames, seemed to be able to tear apart the void of heaven and earth. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Shui Yao was furious. A divine orb rose from the top of her head, and the entire world seemed to be frozen in an instant. Countless demonic dragons that were charging at her were all frozen in the void. What the limitless demon lord was incomparably shocked. The snow demon actually had such a treasure? It's the hailstone divine pearl. Sacred Master Void Sky's clone was shocked. The hailstone divine pearl was no ordinary doctrine treasure. It was an infinite grade doctrine treasure. Once the divine pearl appeared, the snow demon's battle prowess immediately increased by a level. "Pa!" The snow demon snapped her fingers. Then the demonic dragons that were frozen by the hailstone divine pearl all shattered and disappeared into the void. At this moment, Sacred Master Void Sky's clone also rushed towards the limitless demon lord. The snow demon and Sacred Master Void Sky's clone directly attacked the limitless demon lord. No matter how strong the limitless demon lord was, he didn't dare to be careless when faced with two infinite grade existences. At this moment, Gu Fei, who was in the starry sky, actually rushed into the starry sky great demonic formation. The starry sky great demonic formation, which had already been broken by Gu Fei's punch, was continuously repairing itself. This wasn't a good thing for everyone. It should be known that once the demonic formation was repaired, it would be a threat to the entire void realm. Gu Fei rushed into the super great demonic formation because he had his eyes on the extremely strong power that was condensed by the super great demonic formation. If he could even devour the power of the super great demonic formation, his cultivation might be able to break through to the infinite grade. This made Gu Fei jealous. However, when Gu Fei rushed into the super great demonic formation, he discovered that there were many demonic figures standing inside. Gu Fei was stunned. Were these guys also the clones of the limitless demon lord? Actually, Gu Fei's guess was right. The limitless demon lord didn't only leave one clone in this formation. Instead, there was one clone in each of the formation eyes. However, these incarnations didn't have divine will. They were just demonic bodies. Once the limitless demon Lord divided his divine will into these demonic bodies would immediately become terrifying killing tools. However, the limitless demon Lord didn't have the time to divide his divine will to control these demonic bodies. This way, Gu Fei would benefit from it. In the next moment, countless divine wills rushed out from between his eyebrows. These divine wills rushed into the bodies of the demonic figures in the formation eyes. Then, these demonic figures all opened their blood-red eyes and came to life. Then, these demonic figures all exploded on the spot. That's right, they exploded on the spot. These demonic figures were originally distributed in the various formation eyes of the super great demonic formation and were nourished by the endless demonic power. At this time, these demonic figures actually exploded on the spot. As a result, the entire super great demonic formation collapsed. Countless demonic patterns directly dissipated in the void. Balls of demonic light exploded in the super great demonic formation. Terrifying destructive power was released and directly destroyed everything. He's crazy. The limitless demon lord was furious. At this time, the madman Gu Fei sat in the center of the super great demonic formation and crazily devoured the huge amount of origin energy around him. Awesome! Ha ha! This demonic power was simply too strong. This made it difficult for Gu Fei to endure. However, Gu Fei's martial body was extremely strong, so he could still endure this power. Very soon, the entire super great demonic formation collapsed and could no longer repair itself. The entire starry sky was enveloped by the terrifying destructive power. Countless stars shattered in the void, and everything was destroyed by the explosive power. Even the void was blasted into countless spatial holes. A vortex appeared in the center of the void of destruction, and the boundless destruction energy frantically gathered towards the vortex. That guy is really crazy. Even Sacred Lord Su Tian raised her head in shock and looked at the scene in the starry sky. Chapter 54:24. In the starry sky of the Void Realm, even Sacred Master Su Tian's clone was shocked by Gu Fei's crazy actions. This fellow was simply crazy. Gu Fei had detonated the entire super demonic formation, and a terrifying destructive force erupted. The entire starry sky was affected, and countless stars exploded. This was simply destroying the heavens and earth. At this moment, the emperors of the 5 regions in the Void Realm were all alarmed. They all rushed out and raised their heads to look at the terrifying scene in the sky. Blood-colored demonic light covered the entire starry sky. Huge spatial cracks appeared in the starry sky like black lightning bolts. These spatial cracks existed for a very short period of time. This was because the laws of heaven and earth in the Void Realm were very strong. Once the spatial cracks appeared, they would immediately be repaired by the laws of heaven and earth. It was not an easy task to destroy this world. Even an unbounded level of power could shatter the void here. However, it was still difficult to destroy the entire Void Realm. They would have to pay a huge price, a price that even the unbounded Demon Lord was not willing to pay. At this moment, a huge energy whirlpool appeared in the center of the vast destructive force in the starry sky. A powerful devouring force surged out of the whirlpool and devoured the surrounding destructive force. Even some incomplete demonic patterns and demonic diagrams were devoured by this black hole. A figure was sitting in the center of this black whole whirlpool. This person was Gu Fei. He was extremely excited. If he could devour this destructive force, his cultivation would be able to break through to the unbounded Demon Lord. At that time, he would be able to fight against the unbounded demon lord even without using the Sky Ascension secret technique. If he used the Sky Ascension secret technique, wouldn't he be able to defeat the unbounded demon lord? At that moment, Gu Fei's powerful will enveloped the entire starry sky, controlling this destructive power. Should he allow this destructive power to spread out in all directions? If that happened, not a single star could be seen in the starry sky anymore. Roar! The unbounded demon lord roared. He wanted to rush into the starry sky to take back his power, but he was being held back by the snow demon and sacred master Sutian's clones. You, too, be asterisk stards. The limitless demon lord was infuriated. Countless blood-colored demonic threads shot out from his body and wrapped around snow demon and sacred master void skies clones. Each blood-red demonic thread streaked across the void at high speed. Wherever it passed, an extremely tiny spatial crack would appear. These spatial cracks instantly disappeared. If one did not have a strong enough spiritual will, they would not be able to sense that the blood-colored demonic threads that shot out from the limitless demon lord's body could actually cut through the void. Buzz! A ball of divine light appeared on sacred Lord Void Sky's incarnation. This ball of divine light directly enveloped him and blocked the blood-colored demonic silk outside his body. Shui Yao activated the ice soul pearl above her head. A terrifying power of extreme coldness surged out of the pearl. The space around her was frozen by the extreme coldness. Countless blood-colored demonic threads wrapped around her, but all of them stopped 3 feet away from her. With another snap of his fingers, the blood-colored demonic threads 3 feet away from the snow demon's body shattered and dissipated in the void. Myriad incarnations, Qianquan chaos. The limitless demon lord roared. In the next moment, countless demonic shadows rushed out from his body and rushed in all directions. He wanted to escape from the joint attack of these 2 limitless demon lords. This fellow, Shui Yao and Sacred Master Void Sky's incarnation were stunned. The limitless demon lord looked like he was going all out. Who would have thought that this fellow would actually pretend to go all out and escape? The limitless demon lord's move was really effective. Even if Shui Yao and Sacred Master Void Sky's incarnation used their full strength, they would not be able to stop this demon. Boom! Sacred Master Void Sky's incarnation even shook. The surrounding void shattered, and the blood-colored demonic threads around him were directly shattered. He stretched out his hand, and a huge hand appeared in the sky. He grabbed the countless demonic shadows in his hand and crushed them. Shui Yao also made a move. The ice soul divine pearl floating above her head released endless divine light. As long as the demonic shadows were illuminated by the divine light, they would instantly be frozen and shattered in the void. The power of this Khanate Wuji treasure was truly heaven-defying. In the hands of Shui Yao, the power of this Khanate Wuji treasure was even more shocking. However, even if they used their full strength, dozens of demonic shadows still managed to escape. The dozens of demonic figures soared into the sky and rushed into the starry sky, diving into the terrifying destructive force. Then, the huge destructive power was crazily devoured by another force. The limitless demon lord and Gu Fei were fighting over this destructive power. Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged in the void and devouring the destructive power around him, suddenly opened his eyes. Those 2 fellas are too useless. They can't even hold that demon back when they work together. Gu Fei was really speechless. Little fella, how dare you spoil my plans? I'm going to tear you into pieces. The limitless demon lord's voice rang out in Gu Fei's mind. A terrifying spiritual will directly locked onto Gu Fei. Tisk who's afraid of who? Gu Fei didn't care. Even if this fella wasn't killed by Shui Yao and Sacred Master Void Sky's incarnation, he would definitely be severely injured. Why would he be afraid of a demon like him? Swoosh! A demonic shadow broke through the layers of destructive power and appeared in front of Gu Fei. Then it punched towards Gu Fei. A violent fist force erupted from this demonic figure, shaking the heavens and the earth. Bam! Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged in the void, extended his right hand and blocked the demonic shadow's punch. "I'll devour you too." Gu Fei grabbed the demonic shadow's fist. In the next moment, a powerful devouring power exploded from his right hand. The demonic power of the demonic shadow immediately surged towards him. The demonic shadow was shocked. He wanted to retract his fist, but it was too late. In just an instant, the demonic shadow became faint and illusory. Very quickly, the demonic shadow dissipated. It had actually been devoured by Gu Fei. Not bad. Gu Fei let out a long breath. This breath was a gust of black qi. It was the demonic nature that he had yet to refine, and he spat it out. Refining the demonic nature of an unbounded demon wasn't something that could be done in a short period of time. Therefore, Gu Fei forced the demonic nature out of his body. At this moment, Gu Fei was already in a mysterious state where his cultivation was about to break through, but hadn't broken through yet. However, the limitless demon lord had already arrived. He was fighting with Gu Fei for this power. Chapter 54:25. The limitless demon lord was so depressed that he was about to vomit blood. He had painstakingly set up a backup plan for countless years, but now it had become someone else's wedding dress. This almost drove him, an unparalleled great demon, crazy. The limitless demon lord charged into space. At this moment, the entire star demonic formation had collapsed and turned into a destructive force that covered the entire space. This force was definitely at the limitless demon lord. It had not been refined by the laws of heaven and earth in the void realm. However, the limitless demon lord could clearly sense that his power was rapidly disappearing. Needless to say, that little fellow, Gu Fei, was devouring his power. Preposterous. The limitless demon lord frantically devoured this destructive force. At the same time, he created a few clones that charged towards where Gu Fei was. However, the current Gu Fei was not the Gu Fei who had fought against the limitless demon lord. He had devoured one of the clones, and now he was devouring a large amount of destructive force. Gu Fei's current cultivation was between the middle stage of the limitless demon lord and the upper stage of the limitless demon lord. He was only half a step away from breaking through to the upper stage of the limitless demon lord. How could the clones of the limitless demon lord do anything to Gu Fei? Gu Fei directly devoured one of the clones of the limitless demon lord. At this moment, another two demonic figures appeared near Gu Fei. However, they hid at the side and were not in a hurry to attack. Gu Fei couldn't be bothered with the two demonic shadows. He was at a crucial point in his cultivation. His cultivation could break through to the upper stage of the limitless demon lord at any time. As long as he could break through to the upper stage of the limitless demon lord, he would not be afraid of anyone and could do whatever he wanted in the void realm. At this moment, the Snow Yao and Sacred Lord Void Sky's clones did not charge into space. The destructive force in space was a problem for them. They were not as sick as Gu Fei, who could ignore the demonic nature. Both the Snow Yao and Sacred Lord Void Sky were afraid of the limitless demon Lord's demonic nature. Two lunatics. The snow demon raised her head to look at the destructive power in the sky. Her expression was extremely cold. Of course, her expression was always cold. Let's see which of these two fellows is stronger. Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone immediately charged down from the sky and disappeared from the culmination snow mountain. Hey, you're leaving just like that. Shui Yao was shocked when she saw this. If the big devil came back, she might not be able to stop the devil by herself. Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone did not say anything. At this moment, two powerful devouring forces were frantically devouring the destructive energy in the starry sky. Limitless Demon Lord, send a few more clones over. Gu Fei shouted towards the Limitless Demon Lord. You little bastard. The Limitless Demon Lord was enraged. Boom. At this moment, the two demonic shadows lurking near Gu Fei suddenly attacked. Go to hell, one of the demonic shadows bellowed, and sent a palm strike towards Gu Fei. Rumble, the destructive energy nearby, was attracted by the palm strike of the demonic shadow. All of it headed towards Gu Fei, causing the destructive energy around Gu Fei to boil. Kill! The other demonic shadow roared. Kill! Then he pointed a finger and a blood-colored demonic light pierced through the space between Gu Fei's eyebrows. Haha, you're sending me more power? How can I accept this? Gu Fei laughed. In the next moment, his body trembled. In the next moment, the entire void collapsed, and all the attacks were devoured by him. Even the two demonic shadows were devoured by Gu Fei. They instantly dissipated in the void and turned into two demonic forces that were devoured by Gu Fei. The Limitless Demon Lord was really going crazy. Buzz. At this moment, a loud sound came from Gu Fei's body. It was as if something in his body had been broken. Then, an unprecedentedly powerful devouring force erupted from his body. When the Limitless Demon Lord sensed this energy fluctuation, he couldn't help being startled. This fellow was simply a monster amongst monsters. No one expected that Gu Fei would actually break through the shackles of cultivation at this moment. His cultivation actually took that crucial step forward. Rumble, the sky shook, and the laws of heaven and earth in the entire void realm were shaken. From this moment onwards, Gu Fei no longer needed to borrow the power of the minor void realm. He no longer feared the laws of heaven and earth in the void realm, because when his cultivation broke through to the great completion of the limitless realm, the laws of heaven and earth in the void realm could no longer suppress him. Master, even the limitless fire spirit in the eastern wilderness could sense Gu Fei's aura. This aura, Palace Lord Ling Tian, who appeared near the Sky Royal City, wanted to enter. However, she suddenly stopped and looked in the direction of the sky culmination snow mountain. Yuxian also appeared in the sky above the Sky Royal City. Maybe we can leave this damned place now. Yuxian also looked in the direction of the Sky Clan. There was an ancient teleportation array in the ancestral grounds of the Sky Clan. Previously, when Gu Fei was in the Sky Clan, he wanted to activate the super teleportation array. However, he didn't have the cultivation to activate it at that time. But now it was different. The great completion of the limitless realm, Gu Fei definitely had the power to activate the great formation in the ancestral grounds of the Sky Clan. At this moment, all the creatures in the void realm knelt in the direction of the Sky Snow Mountain in fear. It was as if they were worshipping the supreme god in their hearts. I finally broke through. Gu Fei was surprised and happy. He didn't expect that after devouring the two clones of the Limitless Demon Lord, his cultivation actually broke through to the great completion of the limitless realm. Although the middle stage of the limitless realm and the great completion of the limitless realm were separated by a small realm, the difference was like the clouds and mud. The great completion of the limitless realm could easily abuse Gu Fei. If Gu Fei didn't have such a heaven-defying secret technique like the Heaven Ascension secret technique, he would have been in deep trouble during the battle with the limitless realm. Even though the Limitless Demon Lord was injured by the Snow Demon and Sacred Master Void Skies clones, if Gu Fei's cultivation was still at the middle stage of the Limitless Realm, he still wouldn't be able to defeat the Limitless Demon Lord. However, the current Gu Fei was different from the past. Kill. The Limitless Demon Lord couldn't care less about devouring the destructive energy around him. He roared, broke through the layers of destructive energy, and charged towards Gu Fei. He wouldn't let Gu Fei have the chance to consolidate his cultivation. Gu Fei's cultivation had just broken through to the great completion of the Limitless Realm. His realm wasn't stable yet, and he still needed to devour endless energy to refine the limitless martial body. The Limitless Demon Lord knew that if he let Gu Fei live past today, he wouldn't be able to suppress this human anymore. Haha, good timing. I was just looking for you to practice. Gu Fei roared out in laughter as he charged towards the Limitless Demon Lord. The Limitless Demon Lord wouldn't have expected that Gu Fei was a limitless realm martial artist. He was able to consolidate his cultivation and refine his martial body in battle. Boom! The two silhouettes collided with each other in an instant, resulting in an earth-shattering explosion. The surrounding destructive power was instantly dispersed by the explosive power. The Limitless Demon Lord was both shocked and enraged. This fella must have devoured the endless energy that he had gathered with his formation, which was why he could break through to the great completion of the Limitless Realm. This time around, he had truly made a wedding dress for someone else. If he could devour this energy, his cultivation might even be able to break through his current shackles and rush into the peak of the Limitless Realm. But now, not only was he severely injured, his cultivation base had dropped significantly. Even his backup plan had been destroyed. The setup within the Void World was the Limitless Demon Lord's greatest trump card. But now, this trump card of the Limitless Demon Lord was completely destroyed. He really wanted to tear Gu Fei into 1,000,000 pieces. However, it seemed like he couldn't tear Gu Fei into 1,000,000 pieces anymore. Boom. Bam. The two figures moved quickly in the starry sky, clashing continuously. The terrifying collision sounds were earth-shattering. All living beings in the middle sky could hear it. Countless living beings were terrified to the extreme. This was especially true for those experts. Even their souls were trembling. You want to kill me? Gu Fei's battle intent surged as he clashed head-on with the Limitless Demon Lord. He was using the Limitless Demon Lord's strength to train himself. In the Void World, where else could he find such a perfect opponent like the Limitless Demon Lord? This fella is really sick. Shui Yao retreated far away to watch the battle. She didn't expect Gu Fei to break through his cultivation shackles at this time and reach the great completion of the Limitless Realm. This was really the biggest surprise of the day. This fella, at the peak of the Middle Sky Snow Mountain, Sacred Lord Su Tian's clone, who was sitting cross-legged on a large rock, had a bright look in his eyes. He seemed to be calculating something. Gu Fei's appearance had broken the arrangements of the strongest existences in this world. To the Limitless Demon Lord, he was definitely the most unlucky one. However, to Sacred Lord Su Tian's clone and Shui Yao, this wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Bam! The Limitless Demon Lord ruthlessly slammed his palm on Gu Fei's left shoulder. However, at the same time, Gu Fei's fist also landed solidly on the Limitless Demon Lord's left chest. In the next moment, the two figures flew backwards. Gu Fei stabilized his body and looked down. He saw a black palm print on his left shoulder. This palm print was emitting black demonic energy. To ordinary living beings, demonic energy was also something fatal. However, to Gu Fei, this was nothing. He directly swallowed, refined, and absorbed the demonic power that invaded his body. The limitless demon lord stabilized his body and looked at his left chest. He saw that the muscles and bones on his left chest had collapsed inwards. This was a fist print. Humph! The limitless demon lord used his mystic technique. The fist print on his chest quickly disappeared. Very soon, it completely disappeared. Again. Chapter 54:26. In the depths of space, above the sky-piercing snow mountain, two powerful figures were moving quickly and fighting intensely. Terrifying ripples of energy spread out in all directions. Countless beings in the sky-piercing snow mountain, and even the void realm trembled under the pressure of these two supreme auras. Infinite primes were unrivaled experts in the void realm. In the entire void realm, not a single being could break through to the infinite prime realm. All the infinite primes in the void realm were outsiders. Whether it was Gu Fei, the limitless demon lord, the Snow Yao, or sacred master void sky, they were all outsiders. Over the years, the strongest beings in the void realm were only at the transcendent emperor realm, which was the eternal realm. It was far too difficult to break through to the infinite prime realm. As Gu Fei broke through to the complete stage of the infinite realm, sacred master void sky's clone, the Snow Yao, and the limitless demon lord saw hope. No one was willing to stay in a place like the void realm. They wanted to go back to the great world where there was no life and death. That was the true stage for supreme infinite primes like them. Whether it was the Snow Yao, sacred master void sky's clone, the limitless demon lord, Yuxian or palace master Ling Tian, they all wanted to leave the void realm. However, due to various reasons, they couldn't leave the void realm. That was until Gu Fei appeared. Kill! Kill! Gu Fei and the limitless demon lord fought with their lives on the line. Both of them were covered in wounds. However, their battle intent was high, and they didn't have any intentions of stopping. These two madmen, the Snow Yao was speechless when she saw this. At this level of cultivation, it was easy to determine victory and defeat, but it was difficult to determine life and death. This was because it was very difficult for infinite primes to die. Before, the Snow Yao and sacred master void sky's clone could only heavily injure the limitless demon lord. They weren't able to kill the limitless demon lord even if they teamed up. Plus, they couldn't kill the limitless demon lord. Although Gu Fei's cultivation had reached the complete stage of the infinite realm, it wasn't easy to kill the limitless demon lord. We can't continue fighting like this. Should we ask them to stop? Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone appeared beside the snow demon. How? Will they listen to you? The snow demon said coldly, even if we work together, we still can't stop them. Sacred Master Void Sky's clone said proudly, one had to know that his main body was the primogenitor of this world. The entire cultivation system of the Void Realm was established by his main body. However, his original body had been gone for a long time. If Sacred Master Su Tian's main body was here, the limitless demon Lord wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. You're right. The snow demon nodded. If they joined forces, they would have the ability to stop this battle between these two fellows. Let them fight to their heart's content first. The snow demon did not want to make a move. Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone was speechless. If these two fellows were to fight to the death, it would affect their plan. They had been plotting for countless years. What was it for? Didn't he just want to return to the limitless realm? If the limitless demon lord and Gu Fei were to fight to the death, it wouldn't benefit anyone. An hour later, Gu Fei and the limitless demon lord were still fighting. 2 hours passed. For hours past, they were still fighting, without stopping. Have these two fellows really gone crazy? This time, even the snow demon was speechless. As for Gu Fei and the limitless demon lord, There wasn't a single part of their bodies that wasn't injured. However, the recovery ability of Gu Fei's limitless martial body was indeed shocking. This was especially so after his cultivation broke through to the limitless realm. The injuries on his body were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. "It's time to stop," Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone said. The snow demon nodded. "Then what are we waiting for?" Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone said. "Then let's make a move." As the snow demon spoke, a ball of divine light rushed out from her body. In the next instant, this ball of divine light rushed into the starry sky. The snow demon's figure also disappeared. Swoosh! Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone took a step forward and also disappeared into the void. One move to decide life and death. The limitless demon Lord roared. The demonic power in his body started to boil. Ancient demonic patterns appeared on his body. At this moment, his battle power soared to the extreme. The terrifying demonic aura swept across the sky and the earth. Countless living beings were terrified to the extreme. Very good. Gu Fei also didn't want to continue fighting. One move to decide life and death was one move to decide life and death. The essence chi on Gu Fei's body also soared to the extreme. However, he didn't use the Heaven Ascension secret technique. The entire starry sky shook violently under the impact of these two powerful essence chis. The entire sky seemed like it was going to collapse. It was like the end of the world had arrived. Just as the two powerhouses were about to go all out, two figures suddenly appeared between them in the next moment. The limitless demon Lord went crazy when he saw these two fellas. What's the meaning of this? Do you really want to fight to the death? The limitless demon Lord roared at the two of them. "Old demon, don't be angry," Sacred Master Void, Sky's clone, said calmly. "Don't be angry your head." The limitless demon Lord scolded. "Humph." The Snow Yao laughed coldly. She didn't say anything, but a cold aura spread from her body. The surrounding void seemed like it was going to freeze. "Ha! Now that it's 3 against 1, you're dead for sure." Gu Fei was happy. The limitless demon lord was stunned. The situation was very disadvantageous to him. If these fellas really ganged up on him, he would really be in danger. "Go," Gu Fei said to the Snow Yao and Sacred Master Void Sky's clone. "Old demon, how about we just let it go?" Sacred Master Void Sky's clone said. "Just let it go. You make it sound so easy." The limitless demon lord was unhappy. "Then what do you want?" The Snow Yao's cold voice sounded. "Tell this fella to spit out all my things and apologize verbally. Then I might consider letting it go." The limitless demon lord said angrily. "Che, no one has ever been able to take back the things that are in this daddy's hands," Gu Fei said in disdain. "Then there's no room for discussion." A shocking killing intent surged from the limitless demon lord's body. "All right, do you still want to go back or not?" Sacred Master Void Sky's clone was getting impatient. The limitless demon lord didn't say anything. He simply couldn't swallow this anger. However, he had to swallow it even if he couldn't. After all, everything they did was to return. Chapter 54:27. Things were really out of his expectations. Gu Fei didn't expect Sacred Master Su Tian's incarnation and Snow Demon to be acquainted with the limitless Demon Master. Furthermore, from the looks of it, the three of them didn't seem to have a life and death grudge. This was because they didn't seem to have any intention of teaming up with Gu Fei to fight the limitless Demon Lord. This way, even if Gu Fei wanted to kill the limitless Demon Lord, he wouldn't be able to. He could tell that they wouldn't let him fight the limitless Demon Lord anymore. This is a bit of a scheme. Gu Fei looked at Snow Yao and Sacred Lord Void Sky's incarnation. What scheme? I don't want to play with schemes. The limitless demon Lord laughed coldly. Is that so? Gu Fei smiled and didn't say anything. Okay, that's it. Old demon, go back first. I'll find you later. Sacred Lord Void Sky's incarnation said to the limitless demon Lord. The limitless demon Lord stared at Gu Fei for a while before turning around and leaving. What are you looking at? Gu Fei pointed his middle finger in the direction that the limitless demon Lord disappeared in. Now, let's talk about your matter. Sacred Lord Void Sky's incarnation said to Gu Fei. My matter? What matter? Gu Fei was still devouring the destructive power that hadn't dissipated yet. The wounds on his body were healing quickly. The recovery speed of your Tao body is quite strong. Sacred Lord Void Sky's incarnation couldn't help but be surprised when she saw this. Hee, it's just SOSO. Gu Fei smiled. Okay, let's talk. What are you guys planning? Gu Fei was also very curious. The limitless demon Lord had left so easily. Things definitely weren't simple. This was because the limitless demon Lord and him were like fire and water, but the limitless demon Lord had suffered such a big loss and was still able to swallow it. What they were planning was definitely not simple. Without the limitless demon master stopping him, Gu Fei very quickly devoured all the destructive energy in the starry sky. Shui Yao and Sacred Master Void Skies clones shook their heads. Their cultivation realms had already reached the limit, so it would be very difficult for them to break through again. They did not take the destructive power in the starry sky seriously. Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with Gu Fei. He pointed his finger, and a ball of divine light immediately rushed out of his finger and flew in front of Gu Fei. Let's go. Sacred Lord Void Sky's incarnation said to the snow monster. In the next instant, Sacred Master Void Sky's clone and the snow demon disappeared from the starry sky. Memory divine light. Gu Fei looked at the thumb-sized ball of divine light floating in front of him and could not help but frown. The two of them left just like that. Gu Fei was speechless. However, what he wanted to know was definitely in this ball of divine light. He hesitated for a moment, but in the next instant, he grabbed the ball of divine light. The moment he grabbed the ball of divine light, a large amount of information directly entered his mind. So that's how it is. Gu Fei was extremely shocked. It turned out that these fellows were pitiful creatures that had been stranded here. They were constantly thinking about how to return to the limitless realm, but no matter how hard they tried, it was all for naught. There was a teleportation array in the ancestral ground of the sky race. In theory, as long as this array was activated, they would be able to return to the limitless realm. However, in reality, even if they activated the array, they would not be able to return. It was easy to come out, but difficult to go back. Wanting to break through the boundary wall of the limitless realm was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone, Shui Yao, Yuxian, Palace Master Ling Tian, and the limitless demon master had tried all sorts of methods. However, they had never been able to send a single person back to the limitless realm alive. Those people had all died, their bodies and souls destroyed. This was because the boundary wall of the limitless realm was simply too difficult to break through. Once they failed, there was only one outcome: death. Now that Gu Fei had appeared, they saw a glimmer of hope. This was because if they wanted to return to the limitless realm, they needed 2 teleportation array platforms. One array platform was in the void realm, but the other array platform had to be in the limitless realm. Someone had to enter the limitless realm and build another array platform there. This way, everyone would be able to return to the limitless realm safely. However, Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone and Shui Yao did not want to take the risk. This was because they did not want to die. One had to know that if they failed, even if they were limitless primes, there would only be one outcome: death. These fellows actually want to send themselves to death. In their dreams. Gu Fei sneered. These fellows wanted to use him to break through the boundary wall of the limitless realm. They really thought too highly of him. Although Gu Fei also wanted to see the legendary supreme world where there was no life and death, and where all living beings could live forever, this did not mean that he would treat his life as a joke. However, Gu Fei's thoughts were too simple. He immediately returned to soaring sky Imperial City and went into seclusion. While he was in seclusion, his subordinates started to attack cities and conquer territories. Wherever they went, countless forces would bow their heads. Even the ghost emperor of the North Ruins had submitted. If he did not submit, he would die. The ghost emperor of the North Ruins was very smart. He naturally did not want to die. The other monarch of the North Ruins had also submitted to Gu Fei. Even the ghost emperor had submitted. If the bone emperor did not submit, there would only be one outcome for him, and that was death. These two archenemies of the North Ruins had fought for countless years. Who would have thought that they would become Gu Fei's subordinates? As a result, these two archenemies could no longer fight. The North Ruins, the East Wastelands, the West Sea, and most of the Middle Sky had submitted. Moreover, the Southern Barbarian was originally Gu Fei's headquarters. As a result, except for the Middle Sky, Gu Fei had not completely conquered the 4 great regions of the Void Realm. The Middle Sky was a special place. It had the Middle Sky Snow Mountain and the limitless Demon Lord's territory. Even Gu Fei would not be able to conquer these 2 places in a short time. Of course, there was also the towering Heaven Palace above the 9 heavens. Therefore, even though Gu Fei had conquered the 4 great regions, he had not conquered the entire Void Realm. It seemed a little difficult for him to become the Realm Master of the Void Realm. Everything was handled by his subordinates. He went into seclusion in Middle Sky Imperial City. Moreover, he went into seclusion for a total of 24 years. One day, the door to his seclusion grounds opened. During these 24 years, the limitless Demon Lord was also recuperating. The Snow Demon on the Middle Sky Snow Mountain and Sacred Master Void, Heaven's Incarnation, did not appear, much less in Middle Sky Imperial City. However, when Gu Fei came out of seclusion, a figure sitting on the peak of the Middle Sky Snow Mountain suddenly opened his eyes. It's time. The figure stood up. He was Sacred Master Void, Heaven's Incarnation. At the same time, the Snow Demon appeared next to him. He's willing to go. The Snow Demon pondered. Then it's not up to him. Sacred Master Void, Heaven said coldly, let's split up. Sacred Master Void, Heaven's Incarnation, disappeared from the peak of the Snow Mountain. And the Snow Demon also left the Middle Sky Snow Mountain. Ancestral grounds of the Sky Race. Boom. With a loud explosion, the entire ancestral grounds of the Sky Race shook. A figure descended from the sky, broke through the layers of arrays, and killed his way into the ancestral grounds of the Sky Race. The ancestral grounds of the Sky Race were in chaos. Very quickly, the figure grabbed a person and rushed out of the ancestral grounds of the Sky Race. Old Ancestor. The emperors of the Sky Race roared as they chased after the figure. However, they did not even see the figure of the person. Who is that person? How dare he capture the Old Ancestor? One of the emperors of the Sky Race roared. The other emperors of the Sky Race were also shocked. At this moment, above the 9 heavens, outside the Ling Tian Palace, a figure appeared at the entrance of the Ling Tian Palace. Boom! This person punched out and sent the door of the Ling Tian Palace flying. Who dares to cause trouble in the Ling Tian Palace? An angry roar came from the Ling Tian Palace. That person did not say a word. He took a step forward and instantly entered the Ling Tian Palace. Then, under the horrified gazes of the Ling Tian Palace's inner court disciples, that person actually barged into the palace master's seclusion grounds and captured him. The defensive array of the Ling Tian Palace was as weak as paper in front of this person. Not long later, two figures arrived at the limitless demon lord's territory. The snow demon grabbed Yuxian, or while the incarnation of sacred Master Void, heaven grabbed the Ling Tian Palace master. Fuse. The snow demon and sacred Master Void Heaven's incarnation actually executed a great mystic art and forcefully fused Yuxian and the Ling Tian Palace master together. Boom! A powerful and terrifying energy appeared in the sky, causing the color of the sky to change. After Yuxian fused with the Ling Tian Palace master, she turned into the limitless sword master. The moment the limitless sword master appeared, a shocking sword chi spread out from her body. "What the hell are you doing in my territory?" An angry roar sounded. Then a demonic figure appeared in the sky. Buzz. A sword chime sounded, and a resplendent sword light rushed out from the limitless sword master's body and circled around her. "Why? You want to fight?" The limitless demon Lord said coldly. After more than 24 years of recuperation, the limitless demon lord's cultivation had completely recovered. "It's time," Sacred Master Void, Heaven's incarnation, said indifferently. "Really?" The limitless demon lord was shocked and happy when he heard this. "All right, let's go to the Middle Sky Imperial City," Sacred Master Void, Heaven's incarnation, said, and left the Buddhist land. Snow Demon and the rest also rushed towards the Middle Sky Imperial City. At this moment, Gu Fei still didn't know that Sacred Master Void Heaven's incarnation, and the rest were on the way to the Middle Sky Imperial City. "Little fellow, come with us." Gu Fei just came out of seclusion, and before his but even warmed up, he was surrounded by 4 fellas in the Middle Sky Imperial City's palace. What? Gu Fei's shock was no small matter. These 4 fellows actually appeared at the same time, and all of them were looking for him. Oh no! Chapter 54:28. In the rear garden of the royal palace of the Zhongtian royal city, 4 figures appeared in a pavilion without any warning, directly blocking Gu Fei in the pavilion. You guys, Gu Fei was shocked. He had been in seclusion for 23 years and had finally stabilized his cultivation at the great perfection of the infinite realm. Unfortunately, he had just come out of seclusion when he was blocked by these 4 fellas. The 4 guys blocking Gu Fei were the clone of Sacred Master Su Tian, the snow demon of the culmination Snow Mountain, the limitless sword master formed by the fusion of Yuxian and Ling Tian Palace Master, and the limitless demon master, who had been tricked by Gu Fei. These 4 fellows were all infinite primes. The 4 of them represented the strongest combat power in the Void Realm. In the entire Void Realm, apart from Gu Fei, no one else could compete with these 4 fellows. Being trapped in the pavilion by these 4 fellows, even Gu Fei felt his hair stand on end. One must know that if these 4 fellows were to join forces against him, he would not be a match for them at all. "What do you want?" Gu Fei stared at the clone of Sacred Master Su Tian with a solemn expression. He knew that the leader of the 4 was definitely the clone of Sacred Master Su Tian. This was because the clone of Sacred Master Su Tian should be the strongest of the 4 limitless primes. Even the limitless sword master didn't say anything. Yuxian was Gu Fei's disciple, so she naturally wouldn't go against Gu Fei. However, she had fused with Ling Tian Palace Master and turned into the limitless sword master. Yuxian was no longer the original Yuxian and Ling Tian Palace Master wasn't the original Ling Tian Palace Master either. The limitless sword master that they had fused into was a new life form. No one could see the true face of this limitless swordmaster. Her face was always shrouded in a layer of mist. Even Gu Fei couldn't see through her. Don't be nervous. We're here to give you a great fortune. The clone of Sacred Master Su Tian smiled. Give your head. Don't think I don't know what you want. You want me to die? No way. Gu Fei pointed his middle finger at Sacred Master Void Sky's clone. Ever since Gu Fei found out about Sacred Master Void Sky's goal, he had been on his guard. He didn't think that these fellows would still come knocking on his door today. Humph, you have to go even if you don't wanna. The limitless demon, Lord, sneered. You'd better come with us. Snow Demon looked at Gu Fei and said indifferently. The limitless sword master did not speak, but her sword intent had already locked onto Gu Fei. As long as Gu Fei made a move, she would not hesitate to attack Gu Fei. Gu Fei was shocked and angry. Don't be too pessimistic. If you succeed, you will be the first living being to enter the limitless realm. Sacred Lord Void, Sky's clone, said. Why did he say that? That was because no outsider had ever entered the limitless realm. Since ancient times, not a single living being had succeeded. Returning to the limitless realm from the lower realms was harder than ascending to the heavens. This was also why the limitless demon lord and the others were trapped in the void realm and could not return. I will naturally go to the limitless realm, but not in this form. Gu Fei stared at Sacred Master Void Sky's clone, and an extremely dangerous aura emanated from his body. The entire palace and all living beings in the Central Sky Imperial City felt as if they had fallen into an icy cavern. Everyone was terrified to the extreme. What happened? Xiao Ye immediately charged towards the back garden. You'd better come with us. Otherwise, everyone here will be finished. The limitless demon lord's body also emanated an extremely dangerous aura. Gu Fei was both shocked and angry. For existences at their level, they could destroy the entire Central Sky Imperial City in the blink of an eye. You should do as Old Demon says. Snow Demon's cold voice sounded. Humph, lead the way, Gu Fei said in a low voice. He had not been threatened in a very long time. Today he was actually being threatened, and he had no choice but to do as the other party said. This was too depressing. Sacred Master Void Sky's clone soared into the sky. Gu Fei followed behind, and Snow Demon and the other two followed behind. When Xiao Ye charged into the back garden of the palace, she could not see a single person. Master, Xiao Ye was indescribably shocked. An hour later, in the ancestral grounds of the Sky Race, the limitless sword master opened the layers of formations of the ancestral grounds, and they directly entered the void beginning small world. Master, you're finally here? The Sacred Hall soul appeared in the void. However, when the Sacred Hall soul saw Snow Demon, the limitless demon lord, and Sacred Master Void Sky's clone, it immediately fled. Come out. Sacred Master Void Sky's clone grabbed at the void with its right hand, and the Sacred Hall soul immediately appeared in the void again. The Sacred Hall soul struggled with all its might, but it could not break free from Sacred Master Void Sky's clone. At this time, the 12 ancient emperors of the Sky Race had also arrived outside the void beginning small world. However, without the Sacred Hall soul's summons, they did not dare to enter. Let me go, you detestable old man. The Sacred Hall soul continued to struggle. Old man. Gu Fei almost laughed when he heard this. He had already guessed what these fellows wanted to do. They wanted to activate the teleportation formation here, and they wanted him to scout for them. If you don't behave, I'll erase your consciousness. Sacred Master Void Sky's clone said coldly. The soul of the temple immediately stopped struggling and became extremely obedient. Esteemed guest, what orders do you have? The Sacred Hall soul turned into a green-robed messenger and bowed respectfully to Sacred Master Void Sky's clone. "Open the teleportation hall and let us in," Sacred Master Void Sky's clone ordered the Sacred Hall soul. "Yes, esteemed guest." The Sacred Hall soul was really too obedient at this time. The tightly shut door of the Sacred Hall floating in the void slowly opened. "Let's go in," Sacred Master Void Sky's clone said as its figure flashed and directly entered the Sacred Hall of the Sky Race. Actually, the Sacred Hall of the Sky Race was just a teleportation hall. In the entire hall, the most valuable thing was the teleportation formation platform in the middle of the hall. Gu Fei was watched by Shui Yao and the others as he entered the teleportation hall. After the 5 of them entered the teleportation hall, they saw the ancient teleportation formation platform that exuded an extremely ancient and vicissitude aura. At this time, Sacred Master Void Sky's clone and the others skillfully operated the teleportation formation. As ancient formations lit up one after another, the entire superformation platform gradually began to operate. A powerful yuan qi fluctuation spread out from this super ancient platform. Chapter 54:29. Gu Fei had returned to the ancestral land of the Heavenly Clan. At this time, he was not willing to return. It was as if he had been forced to return. The Heavenly Clansmen in the ancestral grounds were stunned. They had no idea what was going on. However, when they saw the limitless Swordmaster, they were terrified to the extreme. They didn't dare to resist or stop Shui Yao and the others. The Heavenly Clansmen had no idea what was going on. Only the 12 ancient emperors could guess what was going on. At this moment, an extremely powerful wave of yuan qi surged out of the little void world. The 12 ancient emperors were terrified. Even the 12 ancient emperors could not withstand this aura. Soon, the 12 ancient emperors retreated. Retreat, retreat, retreat from the ancestral grounds. The 12 ancient emperors split up and began to retreat. The ancestral grounds of the heavenly race were very dangerous. If the 12 ancient emperors could not withstand the aura of the teleportation formation, the others would not be able to. If they remained in the Sky Clan's ancestral land, even the 12 ancient emperors would die. Very quickly, all the Tian Clan clansmen in the Tian Clan ancestral land evacuated from the ancestral land. They retreated to a stronghold hundreds of thousands of miles away. The Heavenly Clansmen had prepared a backup plan. Meanwhile, in the little void world of the ancestral grounds, Sacred Master Void Sky's clone was leading everything. Soon, the teleportation formation was fully operational. Buzz! The void trembled, and a beam of light shot out of the teleportation formation. It broke through the void and rushed into the endless void. At this moment, the limitless Demon Master, the Snow Demon, and the limitless Sword Master were all pouring limitless power into the teleportation formation, with 3 limitless primes working together. Even the most powerful teleportation formation could be activated. However, the beam of light that shot out of the teleportation formation began to tremble. "It's like this again," Sacred Master Void Sky's clone said through gritted teeth. "Little fellow, it's your turn." Sacred Master Void Sky's clone said to Gu Fei, who was outside the teleportation formation. This, Gu Fei was both shocked and furious. These fellows were obviously trying to force him to his death. How preposterous! Do you want a life and death struggle? Gu Fei gritted his teeth, and a powerful yuan qi fluctuation erupted from his body. "I advise you not to do anything stupid." Sacred Lord Void Sky's incarnation stared at Gu Fei and said with a solemn expression, "It's fine if you want me to go up on stage, but you have to promise me one thing." Gu Fei thought for a moment and suddenly said, "What is it? Tell me." Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone said impatiently. Regardless of whether I'm alive or dead, you can't touch my people, let alone kill them. If you agree, I'll help you. Otherwise, we'll have a good fight. Gu Fei stared at Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone and said coldly, You still dare to bargain? The limitless demon Lord sneered. TCH, why wouldn't I dare? This isn't Zenith Imperial City. Gu Fei said. His meaning was very clear. In this place, he could attack without any scruples. All right, I agree. Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone agreed very straightforwardly. He didn't put Gu Fei's subordinates in his eyes at all and wouldn't attack them. However, the limitless demon lord was different. He was a ruthless person who could do anything. Snow Demon also agreed, and the limitless sword master also nodded his head. Only the limitless demon lord was still hesitating. Old demon, what are you doing? Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone shouted at the limitless demon lord impatiently. Preposterous! The limitless demon lord roared in anger. Do you agree or not? Just say it. Gu Fei yelled at the limitless demon lord. I agree. Is that enough? The limitless demon lord said angrily. With his identity, he couldn't go back on his word once he agreed. If he did, Sacred Lord Void Sky, and the others definitely wouldn't let him off. The limitless demon lord was very wary of Sacred Master Void Sky's clone. If there was anyone in the Void realm that could kill him, it would be Sacred Master Void Sky's clone. Very good. Gu Fei nodded his head in satisfaction and walked towards the teleportation array. He was extremely excited. If he could enter the legendary Supreme Great World, it would be a great fortune for him. He went up to the teleportation formation platform and walked into the light pillar on the teleportation formation platform. Swish! Gu Fei's figure disappeared from the teleportation array. I hope he succeeds. Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone stared at the pillar of light and murmured to himself. Those people before him all failed. Can this little fella succeed? The limitless demon lord laughed coldly. Old demon, can you stop talking? Snow Demon said angrily. Humph. The limitless demon lord laughed coldly and didn't say anything else. They were all staring at the pillar of light on the teleportation array and carefully sensing the changes in it. At this moment, Gu Fei was moving quickly in the light pillar as though he was riding on a cloud. However, he couldn't sense that he was moving at all. The surroundings were extremely quiet. After an unknown period of time, boom, with a loud bang, he crashed into something. His entire body exploded and turned into a cloud of blood mist. It's over. The limitless demon lord was very disappointed in the teleportation hall of the empty beginning small world. It's over just like that. Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone, and the others were also depressed. It was the same the previous few times. The life aura on the pillar of light on the teleportation array had disappeared. In other words, Gu Fei was dead. Both his body and soul had been destroyed. At this moment, at the end of the pillar of light, a ball of divine light exploded and illuminated the entire dark void. An impassable boundary wall appeared in the void. The light beam collided with the boundary wall and was blocked by it. Gu Fei also crashed into the wall. Then his entire body exploded and turned into a bloody mist. The stronger the wall, the stronger the law of heaven and earth of the great world. The difficulty of breaking through the wall and entering the great world would increase. I thought that the little fellow would at least be able to hold on for a while. Who would have thought that he would be finished so quickly? The limitless demon lord didn't rejoice in Gu Fei's misfortune. After all, Gu Fei's failure was also their failure. There was nothing to be happy about. After plotting for so long, it still ended in failure. This made Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone and the others extremely unhappy. However, was Gu Fei really dead? At this moment, Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone and the others started to stop pouring energy into the super ancient array. The Tao patterns on the ancient array gradually disappeared and re-entered the ancient array. The entire ancient teleportation array gradually stopped operating. The pillar of light that had rushed out of the teleportation array also gradually dissipated into the void and eventually disappeared completely. The void that had been pierced by the pillar of light was quickly repaired by the heaven and earth power of the empty beginning small world. Very soon, the void was completely repaired. This way, no matter how strong Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone and the other spiritual force was, they wouldn't be able to sense Gu Fei's existence. Furthermore, in their opinion, Gu Fei was already dead. This wasn't the first time they had done something like this. In fact, they had forced others to do the same thing before. However, all of them had failed. Furthermore, the consequence of failure was the destruction of both their body and soul. At this moment, outside the boundary of the limitless realm, a mass of blood mist floated quietly in the primal chaos void. Even the terrifying chaotic power was unable to destroy this blood mist. However, there wasn't a single trace of vitality coming from this blood mist. Another one is here to die? An extremely old voice suddenly sounded in the primal chaos void. Then, a figure appeared in front of the blood mist and stared at it. This was an old man, a skinny old man. This old man was bare-chested and had sparse hair. His face was full of wrinkles, and his fingernails were very long and very sharp. The old man just stood in the void, looking very weak. However, the surrounding chaotic power actually couldn't get close to him. What the hell? At this moment, the old man who was staring at the blood mist looked as if he had seen a ghost. He was really scared out of his wits. With a swoosh, the old man retreated thousands of miles away. At this moment, the blood mist floating in the void gradually began to exude vitality. Furthermore, this vitality was gradually becoming stronger. The blood mist began to emit boundless blood-colored light, illuminating the entire primal chaos void nearby. What's going on? He managed to survive even that. After retreating thousands of miles away, the mysterious old man stared at the blood mist. Soon, a figure appeared in the blood mist. Then, the blood mist began to weaken as the powerful vitality was devoured and absorbed by the figure. Finally, a figure appeared in the primal chaos void. This person was none other than Gu Fei. Gu Fei wouldn't die so easily. He had grasped the 9 secrets of Immortal Tao's Ascension Secret technique. Even if his spirit was scattered, he could still reassemble it and reconstruct his physical body, returning to his peak state. That collision just now would have killed Gu Fei in both body and spirit, even if he was an unparalleled expert. However, he had used the Ascension Secret technique in advance. Therefore, while Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone thought that Gu Fei was dead for sure, he hadn't actually died yet. However, that collision was too vicious. Gu Fei couldn't recover in a short time. Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone thought that Gu Fei was finished. Who would have thought that Gu Fei wasn't dead? He had reassembled his spirit, reconstructed his martial body, and came back to life. It's a kid? The mysterious old man was both surprised and delighted to see Gu Fei. This kid didn't die. He wouldn't be so lonely now. The mysterious old man was about to go crazy after being trapped in the primal chaos for countless years. After Gu Fei reconstructed his martial body, he immediately sensed the mysterious old man's existence. Swoosh! The void in front of Gu Fei suddenly shook. Then, the mysterious old man actually appeared in front of Gu Fei. Gu Fei stared at the mysterious old man in shock. At the same time, the mysterious old man also looked at Gu Fei in shock. Chapter 54:30. Who are you? Who are you? Gu Fei and the mysterious elder spoke at the same time. Where are you from? Void Realm? The mysterious elder was obviously more eager to know Gu Fei's background. You know about the Void Realm? Gu Fei was shocked when he heard this. Could it be that this old man also came from the Void Realm? Anyone who could appear here was definitely not an ordinary person. Gu Fei did not need to ask to know that this old man, who seemed extremely thin and weak, definitely had a great background. How come I don't know about the Void Realm? Are you really a little fellow from the Void Realm? The mysterious elder asked excitedly. Gu Fei nodded. He never would have thought that he would be able to leave the Void Realm in such a manner. Sacred Lord Void Sky's incarnation. This daddy will remember this debt. Being forced to step onto the teleportation array by those fellows made Gu Fei very unhappy. If he was unhappy, the consequences would be severe. Then tell me, who else is in the Void Realm? Are the things I left behind still there? The mysterious elder asked anxiously. The things you left behind. Who are you? Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. I haven't introduced myself. I am Void Sky, the elder said. What? When Gu Fei heard this, he was extremely shocked. This emaciated and seemingly extremely weak old man was actually the legendary sacred master Su Tian, who had disappeared for countless years. One had to know that there was only one person called Void Sky in the Void Realm, Sacred Lord Void Sky. You are Sacred Lord Void Sky. Gu Fei looked at the mysterious elder as if he was looking at a monster. What Sacred Lord? I am Void Sky, and Void Sky is me. The elder said impatiently. He wanted to know about the situation in the Void Realm. This little one greets senior. Gu Fei hurriedly bowed to this old man. It was Sacred Lord Void Sky. He actually met a legendary super expert in the primal chaos void. Sacred Master Void Sky was actually trapped in the primal chaos void. However, no one knew how he got trapped. All right, quickly tell me about the Void Realm. Sacred Lord Void Sky waved her hand and said. Gu Fei thought for a while and began to speak. After a while, Gu Fei stopped. How preposterous! Was it my incarnation that forced you onto the platform? Sacred Lord Void Sky was obviously angry. Back then, he had left an incarnation in the Void Realm and stepped onto the teleportation array in order to return to the infinite realm. However, the barrier of the everlasting realm was just too strong. Even an existence like Sacred Lord Void Sky was unable to break through the barrier and return to the everlasting realm. There was no way forward and there was no way back. Sacred Lord Void Sky was trapped in the primal chaos void for countless years. He was the only person in the primal chaos void, and he was about to go crazy. Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone, and the limitless demon lord had actually sent some powerful life forms into the primal chaos void, but all of them had died without exception. But now, Gu Fei had survived. They've gone too far. Sacred Lord Void Sky seemed to be very angry. This wasn't the first time something like this had happened. The previous few times, the people that had been sent over had their bodies and souls destroyed. This was simply forcing people to come and die. But now, this little fellow actually didn't die. He actually survived. This was simply a miracle. It wasn't a coincidence that Sacred Lord Void Sky appeared here. This was because he was the first person to step onto the platform and the first person to reach the barrier of the everlasting realm. However, he was unable to return to the limitless realm that he longed for, even though he was separated by a realm wall. Let's go, follow me. Sacred Lord Void Sky said, as he led the way. Very soon, Sacred Lord Void Sky brought Gu Fei to a large mountain. This was a chaotic mountain. It was extremely huge, and the entire mountain was made of chaotic divine metal. With so much chaotic divine metal, who knew how many peerless Tao weapons could be forged? Seeing such a large mountain of chaotic divine metal, even Gu Fei's eyes were slightly red. After reaching the peak of this sacred mountain, Gu Fei actually saw a large hall. Sacred Lord Void Sky had actually built a large hall at the peak of this sacred mountain. After entering the large hall, Gu Fei's eyes lit up. There was actually another world here. After entering the large hall, it was actually a world full of vitality. This surprised Gu Fei. Outside was a large hall, and inside was a world of its own. This sacred Lord Void Sky really knew how to play. Gu Fei released his spiritual force, and his spiritual force instantly enveloped the entire world of its own. He was shocked to discover that sacred Lord Void Sky's world of its own was actually very big. Even though it wasn't as big as the Void Realm, it was definitely as big as half of the Void Realm. In the sky of this world of its own, there was actually a dazzling sky palace floating in the air. Gu Fei was speechless. Sacred Lord Void Sky's pretentiousness was truly superb. He looked like an extremely skinny old man, but who would have thought that this fella would live in such a good place? Wasn't this like a beggar living in a sky palace? However, the only thing that surprised Gu Fei was that along the way, he actually didn't see any living beings. Let alone humans, he didn't even see any living beings. In this entire world of its own, there seemed to be only one person, and that was Sacred Lord Void Sky. It was truly hard to imagine that Sacred Lord Void Sky had lived here alone for countless years without going crazy. If it was him, he probably wouldn't be able to endure such a seemingly endless and lonely life. There wasn't a single person in this sky palace either. Actually, Sacred Lord Void Sky was lucky to have survived. However, he wasn't as lucky as Gu Fei. Everything he owned had been destroyed, and even his inner world had collapsed. This world of its own was a new world that he had created. Naturally, there was nothing in this newly created world of its own. The sky palace in the sky was also something that Sacred Lord Void Sky had created when he was bored. He was bored to the extreme. Sacred Lord Void Sky hunted a few wild beasts and roasted them on a grill. He then roasted the meat on the plaza of this sky palace to entertain Gu Fei. Gu Fei could tell that Sacred Lord Void Sky was truly happy. Actually, Sacred Lord Void Sky was truly happy. This was because Gu Fei was the first human that he had seen in countless years. Gu Fei's inner world hadn't been destroyed, and he directly took out some good wine from it. He was drinking wine and eating meat with Sacred Lord Void Sky. Senior, is the realm barrier of the limitless realm really that hard to break? Gu Fei finally couldn't help but ask, "Sai, just look at me and you will know." Sacred Lord Void Sky said helplessly, the realm barrier of the limitless realm was truly very hard to break. Furthermore, when Sacred Lord Void Sky arrived at the realm barrier, he was already extremely weak. It was even more impossible for him to break the realm barrier. Sacred Lord Void Sky couldn't turn back, so he was trapped in the primal chaos void. This time, he was trapped for countless years. A single realm barrier was actually able to stop someone as amazing as Sacred Lord Void Sky. It looked like he would have to go and take a look. After eating and drinking his fill, Gu Fei asked Sacred Lord Void Sky to bring him to where the realm barrier was. Sacred Lord Void Sky was naturally very willing. If she teamed up with Gu Fei, they might be able to break the realm barrier and enter the limitless realm. Returning to the limitless realm was Sacred Lord Void Sky's obsession. This is the realm barrier of the limitless realm. When Gu Fei saw this wave-like thing in front of him, he was slightly dumbfounded. This wave-like thing blocked the primal chaos aura outside. If the primal chaos aura couldn't enter the limitless realm, then Gu Fei and company naturally couldn't enter either. Bam! Gu Fei threw a punch and smashed it on the boundary wall that looked like a water ripple. Gu Fei was taken aback. When he punched the boundary wall, it didn't budge in the slightest. Roar! Gu Fei attacked with all his might, and the powerful power of the limitless realm erupted from his fist. Another muffled sound. This time, a few ripples finally appeared on the realm barrier. What? Gu Fei was in disbelief. His punch, with all his strength, only caused a few ripples on the realm barrier. This realm barrier was too sturdy. Sigh, it still doesn't work. Sacred Lord Void Sky sighed. It seemed that even if the two of them teamed up, they still wouldn't be able to break through the realm barrier. Wouldn't that mean that they would be trapped in the void forever? After all, Gu Fei couldn't return either. The teleportation formation in the Void Heavenly Clan's ancestral ground required a huge amount of power to operate. Only Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone could operate the teleportation formation, and Gu Fei would be able to find the location of the teleportation formation. However, no one knew when Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone would operate the teleportation formation again. That was why Gu Fei couldn't return. That was also why Sacred Lord Void Sky couldn't return either. Sacred Lord Void Sky had constructed another teleportation formation. As long as the two teleportation formations resonated with each other, they would be able to return to the Void Realm. Otherwise, they would really be trapped here forever. Let's go back first. Sacred Lord Void Sky said to Gu Fei. All right. Gu Fei nodded. Under Sacred Lord Void Sky's guidance, he returned to the sacred mountain. For the next few days, Gu Fei wandered around the realm barrier of the Void Realm. He was thinking about how to break through the realm barrier. The realm barrier of the limitless realm was truly powerful. However, Gu Fei wasn't someone to be trifled with. He activated a mysterious technique and used the Returning Truth Secret technique. This secret technique could directly refine all the origin chi in the world into his own origin chi. Gu Fei stretched out his right hand and pressed it against the realm barrier. He wanted to forcefully refine a hole in the realm barrier. However, what made Gu Fei depressed was that this realm barrier was simply too monstrous. The power of the 9 secrets of the immortal path couldn't be used on this realm barrier. In this way, Gu Fei was at a loss of what to do. Little fella, let's take our time to think about this. Sacred Lord Void Sky's voice sounded from behind Gu Fei. Gu Fei quickly turned around and saw that Sacred Master Void Sky was already standing behind him without him even realizing it. Take our time to think about this. Could it be that Senior still has a backup plan? Gu Fei's eyes lit up when he heard this. If that was really the case, then he would have a chance to leave this ghastly place. Gu Fei didn't want to be trapped here, either. What backup plan? Sacred Lord Void Sky asked in confusion. No way. Chapter 54:31. Gu Fei had actually met Sacred Lord Void Sky outside the barrier of the limitless realm. This shocked him to the extreme. Who would have thought that they would meet the former ruler of the Void realm outside the barrier of the limitless realm? Sacred Lord Void Sky was a legend. No one would have thought that the former ruler of the Void realm had become a skinny old man. Gu Fei originally thought that Sacred Lord Void Sky was an otherworldly expert. This was especially so after seeing Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone, which further solidified his opinion. Who would have thought that Sacred Lord Void Sky had become an old man? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Gu Fei wouldn't have believed that this old man was Sacred Lord Void Sky. Both Gu Fei and Sacred Lord Void Sky were at their wits' end in the inner world that Sacred Lord Void Sky had created. This was because the barrier of the limitless realm was simply too sturdy. Even Gu Fei wasn't able to move the barrier of the limitless realm. If the barrier of the limitless realm was so easy to break, would I still be in this damn place? Sacred Lord Void Sky said helplessly. He had been here for countless years, and he was extremely bored. If it was anyone else, they would have gone crazy already. However, Sacred Lord Void Sky wasn't a normal person. Senior, if you have any backup plans, just tell me, Gu Fei said with a smile. Sacred Lord Void Sky was a true super ancient. He had been around for countless times, longer than Gu Fei. To Sacred Lord Void Sky, Gu Fei was just a little fellow. What backup plans can I have? Sacred Lord Void Sky shrugged his shoulders and still had a helpless expression. He wanted to break the barrier of the limitless realm so badly that he was about to go crazy. However, even he, the Void Realm's Lord, couldn't do anything about the barrier of the limitless realm. Now that Gu Fei was here, there might be hope. Hee, who do you think you are? How could you not have any backup plans? Gu Fei wouldn't believe that Sacred Lord Void Sky really didn't have any backup plans. Sigh, I really didn't. Sacred Lord Void Sky sighed. Gu Fei was speechless. It seemed like he wouldn't be able to get anything out of Sacred Lord Void Sky. It was obvious that Sacred Lord Void Sky did not trust Gu Fei that much. After all, they had only just met. Sacred Lord Void Sky was wary of Gu Fei, but Gu Fei didn't completely trust Sacred Lord Void Sky. In reality, Gu Fei was still suspicious of Sacred Lord Void Sky's identity. Did he really think that he was Sacred Lord Void Sky just because he said he was? Gu Fei wasn't stupid enough to trust this old man the moment they met. He temporarily stayed at Sacred Master Void Sky's place. After all, they had a common goal, which was to break through the realm barrier of the limitless realm. For the next few days, Sacred Master Void Sky was nowhere to be seen. No one knew what she was busy with, but Gu Fei did not care about this. He needed to recover his cultivation to its peak state first. Previously, he had been forced to step onto the teleportation array by Sacred Master Void Sky's clone. Then, he had been teleported at extreme speed, and he had crashed into the boundary wall of the limitless realm. Gu Fei's crash was too ruthless. His body and soul were destroyed in an instant. If it was anyone else, they would have died. Fortunately, Gu Fei had already activated the Heaven Ascension secret technique the moment he stepped on the teleportation array. If he hadn't activated the Heaven Ascension secret technique beforehand, he would have died. Reality proved that Gu Fei's worries were correct. However, even though he had activated the Heaven Ascension secret technique beforehand, Gu Fei wasn't completely unscathed. He had more or less suffered from the impact. The spirit chi in Sacred Lord Void Sky's Heaven Ascension secret technique was still sufficient. So Gu Fei decided to cultivate in seclusion for a while. While Gu Fei was cultivating in seclusion, many things happened in the Void Realm. First, Gu Fei's forces started to be suppressed. Eastern Wilderness, Dongyang City, Long Xiaozhou's base camp. At this time, the Eastern Wilderness demon clans that had originally submitted to Gu Fei rebelled. The demon clans split into 4 groups and attacked Dongyang City. The originally peaceful Eastern Wilderness was once again engulfed in the flames of war. Go and get Supreme Flame. Long Xiaozhou roared angrily in the main hall of Dongyang City's City Lord residence. Report, Lord Supreme Flame is missing. Very soon, someone came to report. What? All the experts in the main hall were dumbfounded. What was going on? Lord Supreme Flame had disappeared. One had to know that they could conquer Eastern Wilderness so quickly because Lord Supreme Flame was in Dongyang City. At this time, Gu Fei's direct subordinates all felt that something was wrong. Long Xiaozhou had brought Gu Fei's direct subordinates to Eastern Wilderness, and they had made many contributions. But now, the Wuji fire spirit had disappeared. What was going on? No one knew what was going on. Even Long Xiaozhou was dumbfounded. How is this possible? Long Xiaozhou was really panicking. This was not good. Your Highness, why don't we retreat? Red-browed Eagle King said. Retreat. Long Xiaozhou frowned. Eastern Wilderness was a newly conquered place after all, and there were too many uncertain factors. If they left now, they might be able to retreat unscathed. However, once the demon army arrived, it would not be so easy for them to leave Eastern Wilderness. Supreme Flame, where are you? Long Xiaozhou directly crushed a jade talisman. However, the Wuji fire spirit did not respond to Long Xiaozhou at all. What exactly happened? Long Xiaozhou was extremely anxious, but on the surface, he was still calm. Retreat. Long Xiaozhou decisively ordered a retreat. Soon, the teleportation formation platform of Dongyang City lit up. Gu Fei's direct subordinates immediately withdrew from Eastern Wilderness, and so did the sorcerer tribe. They had no choice but to retreat. When the demon army arrived at Dongyang City, all they saw was an empty city. This made the demon emperors of the demon army all dumbfounded. Long Xiaozhou, this little girl is really something. Old ancestor Fire Qilin couldn't help but look at Long Xiaozhou in a new light. Just as Long Xiaozhou led his people away from the Eastern Wilderness, outside the Central Heaven City, the Devil Clan's army attacked again. This time, the Devil Clan's army was even more ferocious than before. The army of demons surrounded the entire heaven capital again. Old demon, what is the meaning of this? Sacred Lord Void Sky's incarnation immediately found the limitless demon lord. Don't you know what I mean? The limitless demon lord sneered. We all promised Gu Fei that we would not attack his people. You dare to go back on your promise? Sacred Lord Void Sky's incarnation said angrily, which eye of yours saw me attack Gu Fei's people? The limitless demon lord said disapprovingly. You, Sacred Lord Void Sky's incarnation was really angered. Without the limitless demon lord's permission, would the 4 demon sovereigns dare to attack Heaven Capital and the Eastern Wilderness demon race? Wasn't it all because of the limitless demon lord that they dared to attack Long Xiaozhou? Isn't that so? I didn't even see the shadows of Gu Fei's people. The limitless demon lord said shamelessly.